Do you think JLP is correct though that we are in a fallen state?
Jesse Lee Pearson says that.
Yeah, we're in a fallen state.
Look,
You know,
everyone on here is just we're cloud jogging, okay? And we enjoy Jesse, and we like to talk to him. And I would love for him to say that I'm amazing.
Amazing.
You know, I
Same.
would buy one of his Fallen State hoodies and the mug and everything.
Wow.
Maybe a little,
look,
little novelty key ring.
Beta.
there was this guy I used to follow for a number of years online. His name was Jason Genova. He was a
In real life,
YouTuber.
I just follow him around. And that's how they're
Not
saying
follow.
all that happened.
Online. He's a YouTuber. Followed his content. Followed his Facebook. He was politely retarded. Like he very much had
You have to say R
some
worded.
type of mental retardation, like DSM, like
Oh,
actual
really? Okay.
clinical.
So you can actually say that.
Like I can.
Oh, no,
I
you
can
don't say that still. You say intellectual disability. I do this for jobs. So.
What do you say?
Okay.
What's the word?
Intellectual disability.
Oh wait, hold on.
Learning
Wait, you said
disability.
this guy was in the DSA, and what is he doing?
It wasn't in the DSA. He was in the DSM, bro, for mental intellectual disability. And I'm sorry,
same
I don't
thing.
know.
Same thing. Same thing.
You know what? I guess I haven't been to medical school in about 30 years. So Stardust is probably a little bit more recent on her medical
No.
school, seeing as she recently graduated.
No.
No, okay, well, and then am I the only MD in this channel?
Yeah, you're the only
I'm the
one.
only one who's
Yeah.
been to medical school. Okay,
Yeah.
so leave the
Wait, can you
flyby.
practice?
Yeah, I practice as well. I practice on Twitch. I will write prescriptions, sight unseen. I will send in the mail U.S. Post. I will just send you
well,
any
you can hit
prescription
me
you
up
want.
afterwards. Then. Okay.
Well, I can't write a prescription for the NHS or whatever Q waiting machine that you have there, but I can write
You
prescriptions
waited.
to any
Sis,
American.
I just got an appointment the same day, so I'm good.
I'm teasing. I'm just jealous of your healthcare system.
Yeah, I know. Everyone is. It's okay though.
Wait, what
But as
healthcare
a-
system? Which one? Are you...
NHS?
Which Commonwealth
I
are you?
thought NHS was
The
kind of
national one.
underfunded. Did they change that or something?
Oh, it's underfunded, but it's still good. Like I would not change it for the world.
I would never
I
ever.
only pay £100 a year for my prescriptions. My dental care is capped for like 20 quid an appointment every 6 months.
Nice.
And yeah, I love it. I love my life. I love that I
You
just
love
had
your
some
life?
blood work done and I got it back in a few days and they were like,
Wow,
yeah,
man.
everything's fine.
Why
And
are
they
you
text
typing?
me, they're like, you good?
Wow.
So here's the thing about what
Still
I
not
was
worth
saying.
living in England though. So unfortunately, they could pay me every time I went to the doctor. I would never move to England. Sorry.
Coming for England.
Here's the thing. I followed this guy on YouTube, Facebook, and I followed him, right? Because he was funny. And at the time, I'd say, oh, I love Jason Genova. You know, I made memes for him. I was a part of, like, the inner community, right? We were, like, the meme machine for his YouTube channel. And at the time, it's like, he's a big, stupid idiot who does stupid things on camera, but if you were to ask someone, like, no, I like him, I like him, I like him. Same with Jesse Lee Peterson. You guys can try to convince me, try to convince yourself that you find something endearing about him. But in reality, you guys treat him like a dog. Like a golden retriever. Oh, he's chasing his tail. It's so
Cynical view
stupid.
of the world. Very cynical.
Well, it's the
You
truth.
consider lightening up, maybe?
It's not up to me to lighten up. It's for you to have the mirror turn back on you so you
To
can
be
realize.
enlightened.
See,
And
you're
you
just
can
making
see your own
assumptions left
reflection.
and right. You're making assumptions left and right, wild man. First, you're assuming that Stardust is starved of content, okay? Next, you're saying that we're... What? You're
I'm counting
counting.
for-
Okay, so you're saying that we're looking at Jesse Lee Peterson like he's a dog. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. He's like the older family member that says goofy stuff sometimes, but you still like him
he
and you
says
still
bigoted
respect him.
stuff, not goofy stuff. Bigoted stuff.
It's kind of goofy though.
And
Yeah.
number one, Stardust is starved for content.
I'm not
and Stardust
starved for
will
content.
start a Minecraft community.
I will
and
not.
Cobra Runs will be and have a super user permissions on the Minecraft server, so he or she can go into creative mode at will.
That's a good idea,
Listen,
actually.
I've never played Minecraft actually.
Everyone
I'm
who's under
not
16
starved for
years old
content.
should be mod.
Do you want to quit?
Children
Well,
will on my Discord, and in my community, the children rule. If you can prove to me that you're under 16, you get all the power, and you can ban anyone, and you can arbitrarily set the rules.
But why?
I'm a little bit
Because
concerned about this wild man.
children still have an element of chaos. The world is not fully formed
Yeah, I
in their
hate
eyes.
that. That's why they scare the shit out of me. They're too honest.
Order,
You ever ask a child how you look? They will fucking roast your ass. Like
order
it's
scares
brutal.
me.
I
Because
actually
in
really
order, nothing new can emerge. Order is pavement. It's asphalt across a parking lot where no tree can reach towards the sun. When we're talking about chaos and young people who sustain that chaos, that's where
Pain.
new forms of life can reach towards the sun.
No, we'll all
I do
die.
actually think that young people are like way funnier than people our age. Like I think that they have just like much more creative sense of humor.
Hey, speak
So-
for yourself. Jesus. First I get
I'm
guilt
sorry.
tripped about Jesse Lee Peterson. Now I'm told I'm not funny enough. Like, I get
No,
it.
no,
I
no, you're
understand.
funny, but I'm just saying, you know, like there's nothing like the jokes that like 12-year-olds make. I don't know what it is, but they make some fire jokes. So yeah.
They still have gray matter left in their brain. Unfortunately, the group of us here have none left. I'm a doctor. I studied this.
Yeah, but I'm a psychology clinical psych research assistant. So I've studied this.
Oh damn.
Oh wait, so you know about the dank triad?
The damn
Oh
triad.
god. You
Yeah.
dog.
Oh, who's smarter, you or Anna Frills?
Dog triad? Me. Okay.
Prove it.
There you go. I don't need to prove it, I speak for myself.
All right. You got diagnosed wild man then.
Diagnose me. Ask me ask me a
I'm
series
not
of questions.
diagnosing people. First of all, I'm
Please,
not qualified.
please.
And second of all,
I
I'm
can't
not gonna
afford
get
healthcare.
sued.
I'm an American. I can't afford the copay. I need free healthcare, please.
Yeah, consider it like
Yeah,
wild man
it's-
is a climate like refugee or something, and he needs help.
Listen, if you don't give me free healthcare, I'm going anti-vax. I'm going on WebMD and I'm diagnosing myself and I'll refuse to get the
Don't
vaccine.
self-diagnose. Do not
I'm going to self-diagnose if you don't do it. So go ahead and ask me a
Listen.
series of diagnostic questions.
Listen. In the UK, if you're a clinical psychologist, you can't even diagnose people. You have to be a psychiatrist. So clinical psychologists screen for like disorders, and then they'll use that to get you down a diagnostic pathway.
Wrong. I
I
don't
think
know.
in America, actually, in
I'm
America,
eating ivermectin. I'm going to the farm fleet
No,
supply
you're
store and I'm
going-
eating ivermectin.
Okay, that's not my fucking problem, bitch. Okay, you're gonna be in hospital, but I don't have to pay for it, so that's on you. Go eat your toast or whatever. You know, I don't care.
Hey.
Snort it up your nose. Do whatever you want to do. Like, have a great time. But that's none of my business. I'm not gonna get struck off.
Oh,
I'm not gonna get
Jesus.
sued.
Hippocratic oath.
I'm not gonna lose my job.
What about the Hippocratic Oath?
I don't care about hypocrisy, hypocrites, or whatever his fucking name was. I don't care about him. Okay, I'm not too worried. I have my own oath. I have
Definitely
legit oath.
definitely
Entering the
hypocritical.
room, Chaeiry, recently partnered Twitch streamer.
Congratulations on partner, Cherry.
Yes, well
Wow.
done.
Hey,
You're
thanks.
killing it, sis. You are killing it.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you, Cherry? Have you changed
I-
the position that you're in your room?
Yeah, I used to sit on the end of my couch, like on the arm, and now I'm sitting on the back of it.
Oh,
Still
okay.
avoiding the
Kinda weird.
cushion at like any chance.
So did
Yeah.
you put the wallpaper up or did you just stumble into
I
a
put it
lease
up.
on a Victorian mansion?
No, I put it up. I'm going for the haunted mansion vibe, so
Very
I
cool.
It does
love it.
feel a bit haunted.
I
like
love it
it.
all.
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
So
very
yeah, Chaeiry, to catch you up to speed, I found out that Queen Janie is a clinical psychologist researcher, When
Oh,
we're
no.
trying
No,
to,
no, I'm not
we're
a
trying to
That's
go-
a
psychologist.
bad
I'm a
rap on
research
this
assistant.
platform.
our research
I'm a
assistant.
research assistant. I am not a clinical psychologist. I only have an undergrad degree. Do not
Thank you for the distinction, but what I
I-
want from you is to diagnose me, Chaeiry, and she's refusing to diagnose me.
Yeah.
That's not
What
the
I picked
experience
up-
that we're used to.
What I've picked up from this conversation is that you have an obsession with being diagnosed, and that's none of my business. So
Oh, you
What,
dark triad.
what would
Wildman.
you say? Okay, so he has an obsession, is your diagnosis so far?
Oh, obsessive personality disorder.
Okay.
That's in the DSM.
I'm
You
so
won't
sorry,
diagnose
JD.
me, my friends will. Nate, diagnose
listen,
me.
I'm on a US panel. This is not free medical advice. It is going to cost you the American amount of money. So that's like $1,000 just for me
Insurance.
to tell you that you should see somebody.
Also, Queen Janie has an English accent, which automatically upgrades her BA into a master's, just
Yeah.
from that alone,
Oh,
just
shit.
the accent. Well, man,
True.
you have a case of full-blown psychopathy. So
I'm BSc, honey, Bachelor of Science. But I am published. I published my undergrad thesis in a journal, and
Nice.
I've worked on different projects since then. So
do you have a lot of citations on the journal?
I feel, we do like quite specific work to do with like screening tools for learning disabilities. So we have it's quite a small community within clinical psychology, but I enjoy it. It's fun and it's rewarding. We mainly work with like hospitals and things like that and different care services, and I've done a bit of work with older people
Most
too.
twisted person you've ever diagnosed.
I'm not diagnosed. I've never
What if someone
diagnosed
comes
anyone.
into you and they're
I'm
joker
never going to
mode?
be able to diagnose anyone if
Would
they
you
go
ever call
joker mode.
Would you ever
I
call
will
the police
the
on a joker
sectioning
mode
hotline.
patient?
I will call the sectioning hotline, like in Peep Show. I will ring them up and I will be like, "Listen, there's a mentalist here.
Look,
They're
I have a
joker
friend.
mode."
Here's
And
why
I
I
see
don't
that
trust.
there's a mentalist.
Here's why I don't trust you, educated folks. Who claim to be able to speak about the inner workings of the brain. I have a friend who wants to kill himself, and one day, in
Minecraft?
passing, he told his psychologist, I'm getting really close to wanting to kill myself. They carry on with their session, whatever. All of a sudden, the door to the office opens. Several police officers walk in on all fours, and they arrest him. And they bring him
And
to
on
the
all
They
fours?
would-
insane asylum, the Arkham Insane
What?
Asylum, where they threw his joker ass into psychology prison, where he had
They-
to walk around with no shoelaces and no belt. And
Yeah,
when
but
he
why is there
left,
no
he got a
floors?
bill, and he definitely wanted to kill himself.
The Animal
Hold
Farm
on.
gulag sounds like.
Has he thought about owning pants that fit? And then he wouldn't have needed that belt.
Why did they walk in on
Oh.
all fours?
The pigs are walking on all
That's-
fours because police officers are pigs. They're animals.
Oh. Oh, I see now. Okay.
Oh god, my brother's girlfriend.
And we sacrifice pigs in order to feed ourselves, and we must sacrifice all pigs in order to feed a future society that might emerge.
Well, Yeah,
So-
I don't trust the police in the UK anymore. So
I'd
Go
be
ahead and
actually.
diagnose me.
I feel like if police walked into a room on all fours, I'd be more alarmed than if they like walked in normally, right?
That is normal for pigs.
I think it was a
Alright,
strip show
hear me
coming.
out. Hear me out though. Right. Do you
If-
think you could? Who would you be able to fight more? Sorry, Cherry. This is a very important question. Right.
Okay.
Say 5 police officers on all fours, or 2 police officers standing up.
How many weapons do I have?
You don't have any weapons. You've got your
Just your
bat.
biceps.
Well, I'm
They don't
fine,
have
any
so
weapons
I'm
either.
already dead in this situation.
Yeah. I would not. I'd be wiped out so easily. I feel like. So.
They don't have guns, by the way, in this situation because we're in the UK.
No, I'm
Oh,
still
They
dead.
have bats. They have the bats.
And they have the little buttons. Yeah. The little
yeah.
buttons.
Yeah. We're dead. Yeah.
I'm just envisioning like 5 officers on their hands and knees stampeding me.
I think you could kick them
I would be
over. Like, I
so
think you could
fucking
push them over.
alarmed if that happened. If police officers came in on all fours, I would be significantly more alarmed by that than if they were walking in normally.
It's different though. If they've got their knees on the ground, then that's like less scary. But if their like backs are raised and they're like running
I don't
towards you on
know.
all
I would
fours,
still be scared if they were on their knees. Like I would still be. I would be like, what the fuck's going on? Why are they like
So-
this?
I'm not so sure if I would be scared like right away. I think right away I would think it was like a strip show or something. You know,
Uh-huh.
a man in a police uniform on his hands and knees. I think that's a show.
Yeah.
that's true. That's very true, actually. I would be humored by that over fear.
I don't know
So
that
what
I
do you
would go
guys
to that
think?
first.
All the police officers are refusing to get vaccinated. What do we do
They
about
can
that?
suck my fucking clit.
They're
Well,
refusing to get
Huh?
vaccinated.
Sherry,
Like,
what'd you say?
Why? Why are they refusing?
that was a good one.
Because even the smallest amounts of rules, cops refuse to follow them. Even the most modest expectation, cops refuse to be held to. So, cops don't have.
Oh, thank you for the host,
They're
Chaeiry.
they're incapable of being reasonable.
It's true, because what reasonable person would ever want to sign up to be a cop in like Philly?
Yeah,
True.
yeah, that's true. They don't really like get to higher education. I don't know of
fact-
anybody who's like gotten their masters and like, yeah, now I'm gonna be a cop.
A lot of academies, or sorry, a lot of police departments, systematically refuse applicants who who score too high on cognitive ability tests because
That
they
is true.
are pigs and they're not getting the vaccine. And there's all these viral videos across the country in the United States where some fucking cop who's strangling his gut with a belt that's one knot too loose, calling into this ham radio and going, "This is Officer John. Tonight, signing off. This is gonna be my last sign off because I'm fighting for medical freedom." You know, and then they're walking out on the job in mass, leaving their belts and their service and their badges on the steps of police departments, refusing to get vaccinated.
Yeah, fuck that.
Can we defund the cops?
Well, why
Mm.
can't shouldn't you like try to
Well-
become a cop and like make the system better from within?
We can't
that's
defund
a
the
good
cops.
idea.
What are you talking about? You sound like
must.
a crazy person.
We must. And give
Look,
me
I think
The vaccine.
it's
the
not a
vaccine
case
is
of getting rid of money. It's a case of moving money to the right places, putting money more into training, and
you
the
got
training
$10.
procedures needs to be way. There's too much incentive to be a cop because of the monetary incentive and the union. And although I would never dismantle a union, I think
So
there needs to be some degree of reform.
I would need to see more about this specific story you're talking about. I don't know enough about it to really comment on it, but I do think that people are a little bit too easy to paint cops in this sort of way when there's already way too much responsibility put on the police force in a lot of situations. So yeah, I think we need to delegate more responsibility elsewhere.
Here's what I think. Not only should the entire department be eradicated, like wiped off the organizational chart of a city, but everyone who ever was a cop should have not a star, the shape of a little cartoon pig on their resume, so that whenever they go on to the real world and get a real job, this little cartoon pig on their resume will tell the person hiring them to not allow this person in any position of authority. They should manage nobody. They should be responsible. They can't even be responsible for counting a cash drawer down because they're all kleptomaniacs. They can't be responsible. They can't even be left alone. They need to be supervised like children.
So I
because
think
they're
you're getting a
violent
little bit
animals.
carried away, just a little bit, wild man.
Have you met a cop?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give me a second. I
Ooh.
need to act
Um,
yikes mode on my chair.
What
my one of my ex's
Okay.
aunts was a cop. She's super cool.
She's cool.
Yeah.
Did she ever put you in a jail cell?
No.
Did she do it?
Yeah.
Did she do that coolly? Was she
My
when she
brother's
arrested people for
girlfriend's
marijuana?
always
Did she arrest them coolly? When the handcuffs
I
were
mean,
one
you
notch
already get
right?
arrested for weed in the UK.
Look, they're just when it comes to the drug policies, like obviously we need to do a lot of reform, right? I wouldn't really hold I don't know that I would really hold people who are just kind of doing their job responsible for policies that incentivize them to do that, right? So
They like doing their job.
they have to do their job.
No, they can do another job.
So you want some sort of Chinese social credit system so that whatever job we all take gets tracked and everyone sees what that is at some point, right? Because I can agree with that. Because I can see it with Twitch streamers too. Like if you were ever Twitch streaming, like it would just follow you around forever, like a curse.
I'd be
you know what I mean?
fucking, I'd be fucked. I'd be so fucked. It would be horrible.
Keeping a database of that, Nate. But
Do you think that we would be better off if we stop like labeling all cops as bad people and
no.
stop saying like all cops are bastards and instead just inform people all cops are stupid?
That's a good, yes.
Because when people realize that I'm stupid, they're much less alarmed by my presence. I feel like the cops could benefit in that same way.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I like
Yo,
your
thank you
thought
for the
on this.
bits. Yeah.
All right,
So,
Saul,
Stardust.
what's next?
It seems that you and I disagree on whether or not cops are vitriolic subhumans, but let's split the difference. They are chimeras, only partially human instead of not human at all. Is that acceptable?
Well, I mean, did someone like your neighbor like call you up after like a really loud party, and then like a cop like came by and was like, "Yo, could you keep the noise down?" And like ever since then, you're done with cops. Like you hate them.
No, you want to know what happened?
Did they treat you like a black person? I know white people hate that.
Hey, get off me! I'm
Yikes.
white. What are you doing?
Yikes.
No. Want to know what happened? Is I saw what could be a great civilization crumble. And I saw every dollar that was needed towards housing, every dollar that was needed towards healthcare be diverted into these cops' budgets. And I saw a hero worship that made me get a little twisted. And I see cops standing in the way of every incremental progress that we could be making as a society and laughing while they do it. And I saw Facebook group after Facebook group, Telegram thread after Telegram thread of cops, the majority of them participating in gleeful cruelty, the likes of which I don't see anywhere else outside of like the most deranged fascist groups, which makes me believe that out of everyone on this earth, American cops are some of the most putrid people with no values, no principles, and they don't belong near any authority. I am a gracious man, and I do not suggest that my enemies be tried in the court of law to await a death sentence. I think that there is reform. But my reform will be that these cops are responsible for nothing. You know what I mean? They move through the world.
I'm not gonna lie, mate. It's fucking 12 o'clock at night. It's not that deep in my mind, to be honest.
It's not that deep.
No.
Doing this.
It's not that deep.
Your reform is that you want cops to have no liability? What's up?
No, I
What
want
else?
them to have no ability to do anything to anyone.
Oh.
No,
That's a good way to
they
keep
can't.
serial
No
killers
girlfriends,
doing
no kids, no employees, no supervisees, no money. They should
Did
get
you
a
say
little.
they can't have girlfriends?
No, they can't. They cannot be trusted.
about
Oh,
boyfriends?
they're gonna turn in.
We
They're
can't
gonna
have
turn into
boyfriends either.
incels, and they're gonna be. They're
Cops
gonna
need
be
to
like.
be removed from society.
Okay,
They can
what's
still be
more?
alive, but they'll be given monopoly money to go buy groceries
He's just
with.
making
okay,
them
wait.
more dangerous.
Yes, yes. So what's more dangerous than an incel? An incel that has cop training. I'm sorry. I'm not about it. I'm not about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the same. Yeah.
So then, who do we call Wildman when I need like a thing, like some guy?
Yeah, if somebody's beating the
break-
fuck out of me, like
Yeah.
who are we calling?
You only
Mr.
call
Cops.
Wild Man now.
There'll
Yeah.
be a new. You call the Wild Man Army.
Ghostbusters. They'll sort it.
Oh,
Don't
wow.
worry about it.
I will organize a defense militia, and not only will
Won't
they.
that just be cops again?
My defense militia will show up to your house as it's getting broken into within a moment. And then we will determine whether or not you should be expropriated of your TV. We'll take a quick we'll do a quick net worth analysis of the burglar and do one
Okay.
of you, the victim, and we'll say, actually, Stardust, the burglar deserves a 65-inch TV.
Okay, but
And
what if
that'll
it's
be best-
what if somebody's like
that'll be best
actually
time. You
physically
guys will
beating
fall.
somebody up? What if somebody's actually physically beating somebody up?
Does the other person
Fuck
want to
them.
be beat up?
No. Why would
Okay,
they
then
call
we
the
will stop-
cops?
We will stop it. We will stop that.
Okay.
We getting in there.
You
Now,
good?
obviously, I jest, but,
It's almost
there's
like
no,
someone should apply for that job of
Yeah.
saving people or something.
Yeah.
They don't pay enough. But no, I mean, I
Okay.
really do truly hate cops.
And they're definitely not going to
individual
pay
level.
enough if you defund them.
Well, we'll pay librarians to do everything cops used to do.
Oh
No, I mean,
my
it's simple.
god.
A society. Here's the thing. Do you guys remember 2020?
Do you
Go
not
on.
need?
I
Do you
know.
not think you need any force? What happens if someone's gonna Roblox themselves? Okay, that's the question.
Kill themselves?
Should
Yeah.
you just let them do
In-
it?
People have the right to
Roblox.
kill themselves.
What about young people, the kids and teenagers?
They have the
I
right as
actually
well.
I kind of I agree with you on that, but I feel like it should be regulated. So I think that
I mean,
somebody
yeah,
should still intervene.
I'm not talking about like euthanasia, by the way. Like, I'm not talking.
Girls
No,
will
no,
not
I'm
be the
talking about killing
gatekeeper.
people. People should be able to commit suicide if they want to. I just feel like it should be regulated.
Regulation means getting the licensed professional class involved. And licensed professional classes don't actually know anything about the topic that they contend to be experts in. They just know a thing or two about filling out Scantrons and studying for tests. Anna Frills will never be able to tell me whether or not I can Roblox myself as Queen
Say
Jane.
Yeah,
that.
but I know, but I
Why
think
would
that's
you
a very
invoke that
specific-
name? What's wrong with you?
Anna Frills?
It's a very specific kind
This
of.
is
better
wild,
not
I
say
man.
like bullying her. I
This
like
is
to
wild,
bully Anna
man.
Frills 'cause I'm Dark
Creates
Triad.
so many problems for me.
Let my
You create so many problems for me, wild man. Why do you do this to me?
'Cause
Yeah,
it's
of course.
funny.
It's funny for you. Oh, it's funny for
Chat's
you, isn't
laughing.
it? Yeah,
Anna
chat's
Frills,
laughing.
you will never stand in between me and a running car inside my garage.
This is what I'm
Never.
talking about. This is why we can't have nice things. Like a running car.
In my closed garage.
Oh,
yes.
okay. You're going to take a tube and that's how you're going to do it?
This
Kinda
is very
swollen
dark
South Lake.
triad of you.
Gotta stay warm. It's a cold, cold world. I gotta stay warm. Run my car overnight. Anyways, what else is on people's mind?
Anything happier? Anything could move away
I
from
wanted
the
to talk
Roblox
about
thing,
Nate's
Minecraft
topic.
thing?
Nate
Talk about
brought up a
sunshine.
great topic.
Did I bring up one, or am I bringing up one right now?
You brought up one earlier. It was normal people being harassed with whack
Oh, yeah.
subcultures.
Yeah, I ordered for something from Amazon, and then it got here, and it came in like this little box. But on the outside of the box, instead of just a brown Amazon box, it was like all this My Little Pony like decoration and like advertisement. I'm just like, why am I being harassed with this like toxic subculture? You know what I mean? Because like I've been listening to a lot of like, high-end academics, PhD people telling me about critical race theory, performativity, Judith Butler, and now I realize that like everything is for the male gaze, and now I realize like this My Little Pony thing is also the male gaze, and like I felt kind of like I was getting
True.
Like,
Why do they
I was
have
getting,
thick
like-
asses? Why are their butts so
Yeah.
big?
exactly, and then the shit's all over this package, and it's like trying to get me to buy into this toxic culture of My Little Pony, and all the things that are
Exactly.
associated with it. So
Are you a brony
There's no
now?
reason for ponies to have Kim Kardashian's butt. Like I just don't get it. And then I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Why
Can
is
somebody link me? Link me. I've never checked out My Little Pony's ass before. I'm so lost.
I don't think you need to be honest. I wouldn't.
Imagine
No, I
That is
do.
bad.
I really do. Janie, I need a lot of links. Okay.
Imagine the fattest ass you've ever seen, and now double
This
it.
is my job. Okay, Janie? I need this
You need to
research.
put an ass to a name.
I actually don't know if it has like a really fat ass. I'm just kind of going with it. But
All visible space will soon be plastered in advertisements.
No,
Nate
don't
received an
imagine.
Amazon package,
Nate,
and the cardboard box itself was an advertisement for My Little Pony. You guys
Well,
like
that's
the
what you were
next guy?
saying. I thought you were saying like inside the package was a bunch of My Little Pony stuff.
No.
It sounded like a personal problem.
no, it was an
Yeah.
outside of the box
Dude, I
shop. It was
ordered
a
this- I
salt.
ordered a bunch of kids' toys, and they sent me kids' toys. What the hell? I'm an adult.
It's a psychological assault. Like you could tell. Like I could feel like now how like people are getting programmed. Like they always said TV was you're getting programmed. You're not watching a program. And now I
Oh.
understand that. You know what I mean? Like I
Now you're
understand
like
what
one
Marshall
step
McLuhan was
closer
saying.
to becoming. You're becoming a fairy now. Congratulations. This is step
Yeah,
one.
this is exactly how shit happens. People start watching Japanese cartoons, and all of a sudden they start agreeing
You're
with
weak.
all that stuff. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
And
then you
that's
start
now-
seeing anime.
Tsundere.
People putting like anime pictures in your Discord that scare the fuck out of you, right?
Anime
Like
avatars are
recently,
banned from the Wild Man Discord.
somebody put a picture of an anime in my Discord recently that scared the shit out of me. I didn't like that. Thank you so much for that. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. So
That is
What anime
banned.
picture?
That would be illegal in my Discord.
We're in the Wild Man Discord. We are a community that uplifts each other through
What are
bullying,
you doing?
and we do not allow anime avatars anywhere near.
But I think this is a case where the slippery slope is true because they're going to start with My Little Pony and like movies or whatever
Wait, don't
shows
I
they're going to be
have an
advertising.
anime?
I have to
Look
call
at
Stardust
me.
out here.
Why?
What?
I feel like you are
Mhm.
unjustly attacking somebody in your community for posting anime on your Discord because I am aware of you pushing Sonichu porn for like how many weeks on
I
your
haven't
stream?
been pushing Sonichu
Wouldn't-
porn. Absolutely not.
Listen.
I've just been observing
Just
a
researching.
figure in
I have popped
popular
on your
culture
stream.
Oh,
There's
who
always
is part
been
of
horny-
history.
There
He's
is
part of
always
history.
been horny Sonichu on your stream for like
Okay, but
a
that's
couple
not my
weeks
fault.
now.
Okay, this person is a historical figure in popular culture. I can't control
Sonichu?
what's part of. No, not Sonichu. CWC. Yeah, I don't like Sonichu. I really despise Sonichu, if anything. But
Historical
started spamming
figure.
SpongeBob porn in my DMs for like 3 days until I had to block her. I didn't ever spam
Oh my God.
SpongeBob porn. I've never spammed SpongeBob porn. I have tons of SpongeBob like out of context like screenshots
yeah.
that I'll send to people every once in a while. But like I don't think I have actual SpongeBob porn. Oh, you know
Somebody
what? I got
screenshot
book
the
smarts.
Discord
I got
logs.
book smarts. I got book smarts to look up minion porn. That was funny. That was really funny.
Oh,
like
I remember that.
Yeah.
Look.
I'm not ever. No, thank you.
So you
Oh,
value your ability to curate what you see, right? So you are not seeking out this pornographic material. Well, Nate was not seeking out to see any manner of anthropomorphized pony with big fat asses.
And on top of that, NFL said that porn was bad to begin with. So it's
Well-
already like,
a broken
like-
clock.
well, we're getting. And here's the thing too. I was going to mention this earlier, but like, I think there's a movement in the United States to start getting like psychologists, not psychiatrists, to be able to start prescribing. I think there's like they want to try to do that. So now we're going to
It's
be
not a
flooding the
good
streets.
idea.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
No.
already like, yeah.
They should allow CPAs to prescribe it.
We should allow, might as well just allow, get a community college degree and start prescribing. Fill the streets with pills, get the kids onto MLP and anime, and then soon you become this like depraved, kind of like totally controllable individual. And that's
They
kind of
already
what
are.
that's what we're going for. That's what I was saying. We live in a fallen society. The GLP was right.
Oh no, please
You know, if
don't
you're
say
connecting
that.
all the dots- if you're connecting all the
have
dots-
real issues with say things
Nate,
about
Wait,
mental health
Which one's
medication.
JLP?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh god, okay.
Nate,
I always
I would say, wow, man. Meanwhile, like we've had this discussion before. Just the kinds of the effects of society are not being. We're not actually doing anything to address the causes. We just address symptoms. That's all we do.
there's no
it-
human hand at the helm here. We are the
Well, we
Titanic.
try to, but the funding of those programs are usually unbelievably.
That's not enough. It
underfunded
needs to be
and
above
issues.
the programming level. A national party on downwards.
We need communist revolution.
Trickle down
We need
economics.
a single
No, thank
communist
you.
party
No,
that runs
no,
all
I don't
organs
think
of the state.
communism is going to solve everyone's mental health requirements.
what's communism?
Cringe, that's all it is. Lobbing
Communism
cringe.
is a
Lobbing
struggle.
cringe. Of lobbing. and
Communism
being
is a
cringy.
struggle?
Is a struggle to overthrow the systems of old, and it manifests differently in different times and different places.
And
You're not
it's
going to
never
be able
meant
to Webster's dictionary yet because
If
it
it's
is
if
an
it's
evolving
different
thing.
okay, if you can't explain it and it's different and every time it's ever occurred, then why do you know that you want it?
How do you know that you're in
We
capitalism?
don't.
How do I know?
Yes.
Because no, I can't do that. I'm not doing this.
You might say maybe private property, but then there are elements of nationalized property in the Singaporean
It's
system.
almost like you can have both.
So
Oh my
none of
God.
this extends from definitions.
Amazing.
The thing that makes China communist is that the commanding heights of their
China is
Yeah.
not fucking communist.
well, I don't think you're the
Right.
one to speak
Okay.
about what is and what isn't communism because you laugh at the very
Listen.
thing that
Listen.
people like me are
That's
willing
the
to lay their
most
lives on the
delusional
line.
thing I've heard in my entire life.
No,
So
it's not.
congratulations. However, you're wrong, and that's all
Follow
there
the
is to
thread
say.
Whoa.
Mark
China is
Mao.
still communist.
You just lost like
China
10 million
is-
social
You know
credit
what?
points, Queen
You
Jane. You
know
just lost a
what?
million
Social credit
points.
All you're
going
trying
down.
to say, is that I should be maybe re-educated, if you will, and I don't think that's working out too well.
Dude,
It's not
get
working out too
him.
well in China.
See
So,
here. Social credit is tanking. You will never be able to get a flat in Beijing. You will never be able to get.
I'm good with that.
You'll
I'm
never be
good.
able
I
to
don't
live
want
on
to
the
flat in
35th floor of
Beijing.
a brand new Beijing
I
skyscraper.
would rather live in
In the UK,
capitalism.
of course,
I
enjoy.
love me. I've got the best
Look,
of both. I've got my
I'm not trying to get
nationalized
political.
independence, and I've got my
The only reason it
private
came up was because I'm saying that
luxuries,
we
good.
need serious solutions to the My Little Pony problem.
Okay,
We need
well,
serious
you know what,
solutions
you
to the
can
My
do
Little
that.
Pony problem because Nate
Let me tell
was.
you something.
Go ahead.
Communism is not going to solve the little
I
pony
said I'm not
problem.
talking about
All
politics.
it's going to mean, listen, all I'm saying is that communism is going to mean we all have to
Wait.
have a little pony and we all become bronies. And do you really want to live in that world again? Do you?
Yo,
Wait,
but like,
what?
for real, like, why do they have cute butts? Like, I just Googled it right now. Like, why?
Can you please share your research?
Yeah, I'll share it. Just a second.
Thank you.
I
So,
feel
You
so
will
near
you would no longer have the ability to control what you're exposed to. Do you now? Every time you swipe through TikTok, you don't know what lies next. I had a very terrifying
Where
thought,
do I post
Sorry.
it?
and it was a slightly intrusive thought, but I was thinking, I want to share it with you guys because you're my friends, but I was thinking, what if I
Really?
scroll through TikTok kind of mindlessly, and all of a sudden there's a horrific video of extreme violence? Maybe somebody's head being split open, some type of body horror. And what would I do? Report the video? No one would even believe me. There'd be no repercussions. I could be exposed, and I was as a kid. I was exposed to all matter of meat spins.
Don't
You know
look
what I
up
mean?
anything when it do not Google My Little Pony butt, okay?
Do
Don't
not
do
Google
it.
half the shit.
check my Discord and Stardust. I'm scared. I'm afraid.
That's
I'm
that's a
concerned.
safe one. That's a safe one. That's all I'm saying. That's a safe one. I'm
So,
very
what is-
disturbed.
If they're
Wait,
putting
meat?
all
Meat spin
I'm
is
sensing
what
this
again?
stuff.
That's
meat
familiar.
spin is a pornographic
Oh
video
my
that
God.
me and my elementary school friends used to troll each other with. You'd be like, "Hey, look at this video of two guys taking a guy taking in the ass from another guy," and we'd be like, "Oh, gross!" And then
Yeah,
we'd be
but has
looking like
anyone
this.
seen Blue Waffle
Listen.
recently?
I remember being on the internet as a kid thinking like, oh, my friend's linking me porn and I'm gonna click it. But it wasn't porn. It was like somebody getting decapitated slowly with a knife.
Ugh,
That's disturbing.
I hate it. Yeah.
Yeah,
should
I
not
wish
be
it was
allowed.
porn.
We need to put an end to it. And what's stopping them? I mean, My Little Pony is obviously many degrees more tame than what we're discussing. But they don't
My Little
have
Ponies
any-
just start you off with it. That's all it is. It's a little bit of a drip feed. And then
Somebody
is
in
that
chat
right?
brought up lemon party. Somebody in chat brought up lemon party.
Exactly, Lemon Party.
Ban
First
them.
of all,
The worst party.
in retrospect, those old guys that are sucking each other off, that's so awesome that they did that. But the fact that it spreads, like the image spreads uncontrollably, is not awesome. And, we are exposed to so much that we don't choose. Soon, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are going to be putting banner ads in the sky at night. Did you guys get enough
As long
twinkle,
as my
twinkle, little
stuff's good,
stars in your
I'm
life?
good.
Because
I'm
soon,
good.
the sky will be full of advertisements for Family Guy
Wait a minute, wait,
season
wait, 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 wait.
73.
But see, we're only looking at this for like the one extreme end of things. There's also like the insulting, like going the other way. Like, everyone loves like Lumi Rouge stream, but I go in there and I just get the sense of overwhelming hostility
Yes.
because there's like this kindergartner warmth and kindness in there, and it's just like I'm a fucking human being. I've seen some shit, and like when people start acting like too wholesome, too kind, that's another kind of offensive too. So like I think like all this like eat,
Awesome.
pray, love shit is also offensive shit too. That's like almost as bad as the guy getting decapitated, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I kind of
especially
agree
because
with
I'm
that.
pretty
About my
sure you're
coffee
supposed to
background.
pray before you eat, so it's also in a really weird order.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and who wants to
Mm.
fuck on a full stomach? You should love, then pray, then eat.
Why do
True.
people make these things? What's wrong with
You
people?
could pray.
Oh, look at them. You're
I
training the
can't help
algorithm.
it.
You're sending a little feedback. You're a mouse pressing a button, and they're gonna give you more morphine until you
I
die.
hate it. I hate it. This is not
Kitty.
interesting at all.
So
Why am I
Nate,
still looking?
Nate had this
Oh,
Amazon
at the pony
package
butts?
that was covered in My Little Pony advertisements. Did your mom immediately send you to a gay conversion camp?
No, but that shit could have happened with some crazy ass parents, and I could see this happening. You know what I mean? Like for
I'm
real.
starting to think that Satan is real, and I'm starting to be like the Christians who blame Satanism on Marilyn Manson. And instead of Marilyn
Listen.
Manson, though, I think My Little Pony is Satan.
I have the pentacle.
Okay,
on my
of all
list.
the really whack,
it's your fault.
subcultures,
It was
all the
all
really
me. Mm.
So all the really whack
Yeah.
subcultures, because there's a lot of different subcultures that infiltrate like furry stuff, seems to like infiltrate everybody. Like or like I don't know, which one do you think is like the most toxic?
Stardust community.
Well, that's just fucking rude. And this is not a whack subculture, okay? We're like cool as fuck. So
Can you give an example of a whack subculture?
yeah,
Like
oh man, I'm gonna get
fairies.
into I'm gonna get into so much trouble. But yeah,
See
furries.
fairies.
Yeah.
Fairies.
Just blame it on Wildman. It
Yes.
was It's been working for you.
Why is me? It's not my fault.
It's-
I'm an innocent little boy.
Kind of remind me of Scott Disick. I won't lie.
You just insulted my
Oh,
community,
true.
Wild Man. How could you do this to me? You're part of my
Because some of them
community.
piss me off.
You're
I
These
part
thought
are
of
you
my
liked
things-
Scott
community.
Disick. Are you secretly Scott Disick?
Who's Scott Disick? Some
I
British
hate
celebrity.
K-pop stands, if that counts.
What he was?
That
He
counts.
was going out. She was.
Those are the
He was
worst.
like got the kids with
Scott-
Kourtney Kardashian.
Scott Disick is an American media personality and socialite. He is
Oh,
most
he was-
famous for starring as a main cast member on Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tight.
That's a nice way of saying he was famous for being married to like one of the least relevant Kardashians, but okay.
Not
Being
married.
famous
They
for
were
what?
married. They weren't even
Hold on.
married. They were just
Yeah.
had kids
And he
together.
was like pretty much like the worst. I don't know. He was like out partying every night. Like they should not have been
Yeah.
together.
You remind me of him because we're both handsome men.
Okay, well that's your opinion.
Because of my
So-
personality.
It's a little bit of the latter, I guess.
If my personality reminds you of someone on the Kardashians. I never seen the show. Actually, I saw one clip of the show where Kim and Kanye were fighting. I thought it was pretty cute. Kanye's kind of cute with it, He's a little goofy.
I like Kanye. Well, back in the day, anyway. College dropout era. That was my kind of vibe.
So, what's up, Talon? Thank you so much for the good vibes, bro. Good vibes.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot.
Everyone's arguing in my chat. Not with
What do
me.
you mean,
I
Kim
don't know.
Jong Rodman? See, this is what happens when you insult the community, Wild Man.
Bro, the community's fine.
I love Kim Jong Rodman. He's my
Unbelievable.
favorite.
Unbelievable.
Why
I
do
just
I remind you of
really-
Scott Disick?
You know what it is? It is kind of like the facial hair.
So I look like him.
I think what she's saying is all white boys look the same.
All handsome white boys.
Well,
That's-
white dudes with beards,
Handsome white dudes with beards.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? Wait, how come I call you beautiful? All
No,
three
no,
of
I
you
just
guys are
agreed. I
beautiful.
just agree with you.
When
I
did
said,
you call
yeah.
me
No,
beautiful?
you're
Just
very
now.
handsome, wild man.
Yeah, you are
Thank
very
you.
You
handsome.
are a handsome boy.
Can we have-
You're a handsome boy.
Can we have some more positivity spread towards men? Men do not get complimented enough.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't.
Nice.
It's true.
Every once in a while, I see a Reddit meme that's like, "Oh, that time the
Nate,
girl
you
said
know
that
what?
she
You're a
liked
handsome
my."
boy too. I want you to know that.
The Reddit
Thanks.
memes be like,
Oh,
"Oh,
also-
20 years ago, I was complimented on my eyebrows, and I never stopped thinking about it."
Yeah,
You
but
have
they all.
great eyebrows.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Nate.
I will
Sorry,
remember
Nate.
that
I'm
forever.
paying attention
No.
to you, Nate. What
Oh,
would
no,
you
I was
like to
gonna
say,
say-
Nate?
Like I
Nate
always,
needs
I know when I'm
attention.
talking because I'll see that shit like scrolling through Reddit or whatever, like when I'm bored or got
Yeah.
nothing to do. It's like I see this like, oh man, I was the last time I was complimented was 43 years and 17 days ago, and it's sitting here like you have to live a certain kind of life, and you have to be a certain kind of way for that to happen. Though, like this is the thing, like the other half of that equation is like
You
like-
have to give compliments to get them.
well, it's like not being comfortable in the with it in the first place is also a way of not getting them. I don't know if that makes any sense, but like if you're conducting yourself in a certain kind of way, you can easily get yourself into social situations that you don't allow that to even come up. You don't have that kind of like lighthearted like.
Stardust,
I'm
know what I
just
click that link,
afraid.
Stardust. This
I'm
is
just-
literally.
Why is that
This is the
link
meme.
so long?
I don't know.
I'm-
It's from
look,
it's from
okay.
Bing image search.
I'm just
It's a
afraid
Rick and
of.
Morty meme.
I'm just afraid of being inappropriate. That's all. I'm afraid of
would I
people
do
getting
that?
the wrong idea. You know, that's all.
Look, click that link. That is exactly the sentiment I'm talking about, where Reddit people are like, girls need to be nicer to guys. No, they don't. You want to know what? Guys need to start lifting each other up. Because I remember the days of MySpace, a girl would post some blurry selfie and get inundated with positive comments, not from men, but from women. So men need to start bringing the same energy to each other. Nate,
True.
you
Yeah,
look
how do you
so
feel-
handsome tonight, Nate.
No. Stop. How do you feel that the women on this panel complimented you before Nate did?
That's fucked up, Nate. Bro
Oh.
code destroyed.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say he
by
had
the way-
beautiful
by the way,
eyebrows,
Nate-
wild man, but
Nate, you're a
that?
very handsome young man as well. So
Yeah, I said
Yeah.
that before, but I don't think you heard. You're a handsome boy too.
yeah.
thanks. Wait, is boy derogatory?
Especially when you do your funny.
I
YouTube
no,
call
not
everyone boy.
not the way that I was trying to say it. No, I was not trying to say it that way.
Wild man is also a boy to me.
I
Okay.
have boy energy.
Sweet boy.
In the right light, I have man energy, but I mostly
So
have boy.
so
energy.
so Nate, now
No.
how do you feel that wild man didn't compliment you first?
hmm
You're sexy, Nate. I want to see pictures of your
It's
penis.
too late now,
Well, see,
wild man. We all know.
I
Both of
didn't-
you guys
I
didn't
wasn't-
compliment each other first, so it's fucked up. Now I want you guys to fight with each other. Fight.
I wasn't
Do it
ranking
right
the
now.
order, but you know,
Fight with
now
my
you
lip.
mentioned that.
Yeah.
Fine.
Actually, no, I did want to fight. Wildman posted this tweet, and I don't know if he has it. You can probably link it, but it's a photo of him on a couch with without a shirt on. And I was like this ape, like we had to fight now kind of thing, like that. Like as a man, I remember like Stars, you were on that Prime Kai thing the other night. We were talking about if you see a girl with cleavage, I don't know who it was, but they were basically saying you see a girl with showing any kind of cleavage, that you're just
They're-
every dude is just ready to go.
Oh, I think what he said was, "It's for me." That always makes me laugh.
What's for me?
When the girl is wearing has her cleavage out.
Is that not true?
I
That
think
guys will see a girl with her cleavage out and think, "Oh, she's doing that for me, for my attention."
That's for me.
It's like
No,
when I
it's
see
not-
okay.
Specifically for you.
But
You
like
know?
as a
For
guy,
me,
when I see
specifically
Wild...
me.
no wait, Wildman,
Oh,
actually,
oh,
Wildman has
for
a good
me.
point about this. Wildman, you have a good point about image, and we can get into that for a second. But when I saw you on the couch in that Twitter picture, I'm like, the first thing isn't wow, what a nice guy, or well, he looks really comfortable. It's could I beat him in a fight? How long would it take me to strangle him?
Wait, really?
Oh my
Girl.
god. You know what I just realized?
What?
Wait,
You look
really,
like
Nate?
The actor. Oh
Nate,
my
are you
god,
being
look
serious?
like the actor who plays Fred in The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, so I look like a famous a professional who's
I don't know
hired
an
for.
actor.
I look like
Wait.
a professional who's hired for his charisma and his good looks. Noted. I look like I look like I could be a famous actor. You see that
I
chat?
wouldn't watch the
Wild
show.
Man
It
is
might
going
break
like-
your perception of that, but
I'm not watching the show. That's a female
idea.
show. I will be watching shows made for men, like My Little Pony.
oh
It's
well.
already
fair
working.
enough,
Why?
yeah.
The chat say he looks like a rapist.
Because they're jealous. Exactly the sentiment that Nate is
Yikes.
expressing. I'm Nate's
Yikes.
good friend, but he still cannot help but think that he wants to fight me.
No,
after
no,
I post the chat
It's the
image.
it's the monkey
I won't
instinct.
lie.
Well, man,
In the
we talked
chat-
about this. We talked about this before. The ape stance. Okay, there's the ape stance. Every guy, when they see another dude, it's can I beat this person? Can I beat them up? And that's the very first thought. It's like when you first see a girl, it's like your eyes do an order of operations. It's like an automatic thing. Every dude when you see
Cat
another dude, is like,
wants
can this person kill me? Because what is society all about? It's about surviving men. Even with other guys, it's about surviving other guys. That's all what it's
Yeah,
about.
that's
Like,
true. Actually, I do think that when there's
Women
a dude
who
around,
look at
can I
other
fight
women?
him?
And wonder if they can fight them. I don't think I'd like look
That's
at
a
a
little
girl
bit
and think, can I
scary.
take her?
No, you
Yeah.
think,
I
can I
don't think
steal
we
their
do that.
boyfriend?
No.
Can I steal their boyfriend? No.
Well, if I was a girl, that's what I would say.
I probably
Good
think of
plan.
stuff like, can I fit in their clothes so I can like borrow or
Ah.
something?
So wholesome.
I don't
I
Wow.
would just know I do that because of my own body insecurity as opposed to wanting to borrow clothes off people.
We
That's
need-
me.
Let's hash this out, okay? We got a good mix of men and women on this panel. Let's hash this out.
We can do it.
Let's
Go
solve
on.
sexism. Because I watched a Prime Kai's channel, and it was a lot of girls talking about
Channel
sexism.
or a panel?
Channel, the panel on the channel. And it was all well and good, but you know what? There just was not enough male voices. There should be no
What?
conversation about us without us. Sexism is not a female
Oh.
problem. It's a male problem. And it's time
It's
to
a,
me
it's
and
a,
Nate
no,
solve
listen,
sexism.
listen.
What?
The
Are you saying that
patriarchy
Prime was
is
not an
everybody's
adequate
problem.
representation of your
That's
voice?
what the issue is.
No,
Are you saying
Prime-
that? Are you?
I'm saying that women relax.
Oh, great. Someone's in my chat.
So you're saying
Relax.
you don't like a panel
No.
happening with only one guy on it? That's not a
No,
full
here's what I'm
representation
saying.
of
Is
men's
it?
issues?
Wow.
I'm saying that you ladies
Wow.
need to take.
If
Hold
only
on.
we knew
Oh.
what that was like, Chaeiry. If
But
only
yeah,
we
that's
knew.
such a new feeling. Wow.
Wow.
I will tell
Especially
you
when
what
they-
I'm trying to say. Okay?
Never
Yeah, go
happened to me, mate. Never happened.
This is what
Give
I'm
give
trying
the
to
men
say.
time to speak. Hold on, go ahead.
I think that you ladies should take it easy and maybe go shop while the men talk about sexism. Because sexism is a male problem. It's not a female problem. It's a male problem. And it's up
What
to
are you
people like
talking
me and
about?
Nate.
I
Who does
objectify
sexism?
every man I come across.
Yeah, but that's
okay.
That's different. Sexism is a male problem. So, a panel of women talking about a problem that exists inside male spaces, it is up for the male community to pull everyone in and solve this internally. We don't need people from outside the male community commenting on what is exclusively a male
Okay.
problem.
Drew, actually,
Then
while
you
I'm at
can,
100% right here,
You
because
can donate to my Streamlabs for my shopping spree while you all go talk about your male
Oh,
issues.
shit.
I'm sending you guys
I'm
all
gonna be the trad
money.
wife
You
life.
guys
You
go
gotta pay
shop,
for it, honey. I ain't
relax,
cheap.
get your nails done, and me and Nate are going to solve sexism.
Yeah, I need a mic.
Now.
Yeah.
Oh, just
Live
like
on the
Jared
air.
solved peace in the Middle East? Yeah.
I could
Who's
easily.
We'll go-
I made a video on that before.
We'll go
That's easy.
shopping. We'll go buy some shoes. And we'll go look at these pretty sparkly
I'm gonna
shoes.
sleep.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
gonna shop. I'm just gonna sleep.
And then we'll do we'll iron our husband's shirts. And then we'll wake up and we'll make a breakfast. And we'll put a little bit of arsenic in there. And then we'll go watch that little bit of arsenic just set in slowly. Just a little bit slowly. Titrate that shit. And then I get away with a payback
Threatening
crime.
me.
Listen,
I
I
would never
think
threaten you.
I think
would just
Wild Man
heavily
is
imply
all
it.
the way off here. I feel like women can also be super fucking sexist.
Oh yeah,
I think
definitely.
we all need to have the conversation.
You think women can be sexist?
Yeah, I encounter some women who see me and think that I need like rescuing or some shit. That's pretty fucking sexist.
That's that's internalized misogyny, my friend.
Sexism in the female.
Well, they
Sorry.
assume that we have
You know-
they assume that we have internalized misogyny, right? Like I've had like
Yeah.
people who assume that like, oh, you've got internalized misogyny and all that, and it's like, nah, not really. Like I'm just super comfy being this way, I guess. So, yeah.
The
Yeah.
first thing that the male community will do to end sexism is to immediately move to ban all anime Twitters, all anime profile pics.
True.
From every
Also,
space.
I'm a big
That's like
believer
banning
in
yourself.
I don't have an anime. My
No, no, no.
profile picture is
All
Bugs Bunny.
All of the anime pictures on Twitter and on the internet are men.
Exactly. So first we will exclude them,
That's a
and
big
then
problem.
they can return to society after they've undergone repentance.
What were
do
you
you think
saying,
that we
Nate?
should also? Do you think we should also encourage men when they hear like sexist like talking in like the gym like or the locker room or something like that they should go beat the other person until they stop being
Stop
sexist?
talking.
Should
Here's
we
the
like
thing,
beat it
Oh.
out of them?
there's sex talk and there's sexism. Here's the thing. It's like, and let me know what you guys think about this. Like, there's being respectful and being like, yeah, you know, I met this girl. She's like cool. She's smart. She's so sexy. Because sexiness is like multiple components of someone, right? It's how they dress. It's how they act. It's their confidence. And of course, it is how they look, you know, and if it's your style, because it's so subjective. And then there's sexualization of components of a person. It's fetishized. It's almost like fetishizing. It's like underwear is not sexy until you elevate it to another status. Breasts alone are not sexy. Detached, disembodied breasts are not sexy until you become a creep and start fetishizing breasts, where you go, oh, this woman has she's got huge boobs. That's not how I talk about women. I can say,
Those mother
yeah,
milkers.
this girl, she's so sexy, but I will never say like, her boobs. Her boobs. Do you think that's a fair distinction
think
between
it's
sexualizing
crass,
and just
yes.
being a sexual person?
Yeah, like one is crass and one's a little bit more upscale.
Well, one considers the totality of a person, and the other is fetishistic.
So how do you want to
Yeah.
solve sexism?
Well, I want to solve sexism by creating space between these two things, because I was watching the Prime Kai's channel, trying to get educated as a man. I just want to zone in and listen to women, right? For once in my life. Just kidding. All my friends are women. I'm
No
something
chance.
of a ladies' man. I'm something of a feminist, but I'll continue. So, and I was listening to Joe. She's cool. Like, I respect her. She's not on
Love
my hate
Joe.
list.
That's
You have a very
really
long hate
curious,
list
right?
on Twitch. I gotta admit, Joe's not on there. But
Am
something
I
she was
going to be
saying.
on there?
No, you've already proven yourself. You will not be on my hate list. Neither will
Okay,
Chaeiry.
cool.
Stardust.
Don't watch my latest video then.
What? What?
What'd you say?
What, wild man? What, wild man?
Stardust, you are on my love list, my sweet
Oh.
list,
Oh.
my sugar list.
That's
So, anyways,
Wow.
Joe was talking, and she was being a little loose with her language. She was saying like, you know, we need men to stop talking about women like, you know, sexually, basically, and they need to stop you know, moving through the world like you know, looking at women a certain way. And I was thinking, you know, the problem is male violence, right? Because they're talking about slut walks and, you know, people being, you know, subjected to that particular type of, you know, whore. HORROR, whore. And I was thinking, you know, the problem is male violence. The problem is not like people like becoming politely smitten with someone, or someone's sexiness kind of being like a part of who they are, because, you know, it's true. Like I've met women like in the workplace or like in social situations, and like if they're sexy, it's just like a whole nother element to like their power. Like, you know, maybe you meet like your manager and you're like, wow, she's so fine, she's so bad, and like I respect her for all these things, and she's sexy. Like that's a cool thing, and it'll never not be a part of who you are. So Joe was kind of being like, oh, people need to compartmentalize like their sexuality. I don't think it's possible, and I don't think it's an expectation in a healthy society where sex is expressed politely and healthfully. I don't think it was ever the expectation
Wait,
that
what?
people.
Oh,
that
I'm sorry.
people
I'm just allergic to all of the bullshit that you're spewing right now. Go on.
tell me why.
I have no idea. I just sneezed and I felt like that was like a good time to say that.
What's wrong with what I said? People, you cannot.
Just finish. Just
I know,
finish.
kind of-
You said you
do it-
didn't want it to be healthy.
Just finish what you were saying, wild man.
That's pretty much it. Just to wrap it up, like we will always be sexual people. Sex and sexuality will always be a factor in people's interactions. You'll never
Okay.
be able to compartmentalize it. And the problem is not
No.
suppressing one's sexuality. The problem is acting inappropriately on
Yeah, I
sexuality.
agree
But
with
that's
that.
exactly what she was saying. She's saying that we can compartmentalize that. That's how we have the ability to not take a shit in the street, and we can hold it until we go to a bathroom, right?
Wow.
Like,
No.
we
You
have
sexism,
this
wild man.
ability.
You just stole
Speak
some
for
other woman's
yourself.
point and you took it as your own
Yeah.
point.
So that's the
Literally.
point. The point is
But she's not
right.
here to say.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
I'm here to
as,
say it for her.
yes, and as somebody who was on that panel, right? So yes, what she's saying is that you can appreciate somebody's body, you can appreciate somebody's beauty, but you still know when to act, right? You know when to not act. People, I don't know. There's a lot of people out there who just don't care about being out of pocket with things, right? So
Yeah.
So I'll take your interpretation. you know, as fact. I was just under the impression that she was suggesting that like people shouldn't exercise sexuality from their person, that they should move through the world and not even consider like whether or not their boss or their coworker is fine bad bitch, respectfully.
You should reach out. You should reach out to Joe and have like a one-on-one combo with her.
Off air?
I feel like you guys would agree more than you think that you disagree.
I'm telling you, I respect Joe. I'm just saying that I just wanted to say my piece where it's like, I just get the sense that like polite liberal society doesn't want people to be, you know, sexy.
Horny?
And I say we should be sexy, baby.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think with acknowledging the sexuality in people, I just think that we kind of view it in a very like one-dimensional way. I don't know. We view sexuality in a very like limited perspective. So,
The male way. And it's time for that to end.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
Where it's directional, it's predatory.
I feel like women are more elevated in what they consider sexy than men. Like I can 100% look at a dude who's rocking like a full tracksuit, just like sweatpants, looking like a bum. But if the things that he says are funny and he's like smart and stuff like that, I will find that sexy. Whereas I think like a lot of dudes need there to be like a visual thing going on at all points. I don't know.
What are you trying to say? That I'm not sexy in my pajamas?
No,
Look at me,
I
the sexy
find-
beast.
No, I am the person that would find those pajamas hella sexy.
Listen, I've got fucking polar bears on here, mate, and I've got my bed socks on.
Very nice.
If I'm
very
not
nice.
flexing on everyone, yeah.
Something that I always tell when I'm with my guy friends, here's something I always say. I think that some ugly people are sexy. You guys know what I mean by that?
You.
No.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
There's not you. There's people that are like not pretty, you know what I mean? But they're sexy for other reasons. I would
wish
never
there
say it
was
to their face.
even-
I don't, you know. But it's just the truth. It's like
Privately, can you give me like an example later? I won't
It's me.
expose you.
It's me, after I just stood up.
well, I just met you, but here's the thing. It's like I don't have any examples. And no celebrities come to mind. Just like people in my day-to-day life, where I'm like,
You show me.
you're like the impression I get. I know like beauty is so subjective and it's kind of hard to articulate, but like just like to be crass, it's like you're not very beautiful. This person I have in my mind, but the sum of all the other parts about you, your personality, like you make me feel comfortable. You're like bad in other ways. It's like, but you're still sexy. You can be not pretty, but you're like still a sexual person. You ooze sexual qualities. And I think Chaeiry, to expand on what you're saying, it's like, all these pickup artist type like male spaces, what they don't get is they think that there's one set of things like, oh, you gotta have muscles, you gotta be tall and wide, whatever. But they forget that like there is so much more to that. It's like
Yo, Sam.
a big part of sexuality, at least for me, is like, do I know who you know? Do I fuck with the people you know? Am I in the same sort of like realm like of understanding as you? Like, are we aliens to each other? Like, if I find some girl, like, no offense to this random girl, but like, if I find some girl who's in like some Alabama sorority and she's like white and blonde, it's like I'm not really gonna be like in your space, and like I don't know anyone you know. And then on the other hand, if it's like someone who's like friends with my friends and like fucks with the same things I fuck with, like that's also an element of like sex, because it's like a sense of like familiarity. You know what I mean?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you hate blondes.
No, I love blondes. I love all people.
Oh.
Except my enemy.
Moment.
Just the
I'm just
blondes
saying
from
it's one
Alabama.
component. A lot of components. I'm just saying like for advice for men is like they want to be sexy for women. It's like being perceived as somebody who's like attached to the world is a very good thing. Like
I feel
who your
like
friends are.
I don't know.
Like living in reality
Yeah, like being a member of a world. Like, oh,
of
he,
society.
he has friends. He's friends with girls. He likes these hobbies. He's like politically engaged in like this type of like
Communist
these types of
revolution.
groups. Communist revolution, whatever. It's like he's of the world.
Yeah, I think I
He's
like that
attached to the
more
world.
kind of guy.
He's not a loner. He has a job. Like all these things are sexy.
Yeah,
like,
I think all those things are quite important, but I don't know, like
You
just
keep
like for
saying
me
he.
personally,
What'd you say, Janie?
Yeah, sorry.
like for me personally, I always feel kind of like weird about myself. So like I'm never gonna be like super confident in the way I look. So I kind of like play down any of my sexuality by wearing a bit more frumpy clothes and being a bit more like boring. And then I don't think that anyone will like comment on the way I look, which is kind of like I think an unhealthy way of dealing with my own issues. But I I don't know. I
That's super
try and
common.
lead. Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
try
think
and.
that's
I mean,
pretty common. Yeah,
yeah, because I mean, I've had an eating disorder, so I've been off a bit of the deep end. But
yeah,
since I've been in recovery, I'm just kind of still getting used to like looking at myself.
yeah,
I don't really have like body dysmorphia, but like it's just obviously my body's changed quite a significant amount. I've gained 3 stones, so it's like different,
yeah,
to be a healthy weight. So because
yeah.
of that, it's like and I'm like new to Twitch, so I like quite intimidated by a lot of other girls because of the way I look. I like don't
I
jive with
definitely feel
myself.
that. I definitely feel that. So,
It's
yeah.
a
I
it's
would say
a
that's a
it's a
big W
shame.
for you, though, Queen Jane. I mean, like honestly, like it's brave that you're on here. Like, uh, I
Hmm.
mean, I think it's good. I think it's therapeutic. I mean, I think it's good that you're out there and like, it's hard to do that. Like, I do have personal experience in this field. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's uh, it's hard
it's
to deal
definitely
with, and it's,
therapeutic for me. I mean, I'm like getting better with it. Like I mean, I am in therapy. Like, I do kind of talk about streaming with my therapist, and then
Mm.
like try and work through anything, got anything like really negative that's happened, then I can kind of deal with it, and it doesn't really bother me too much. It's just like it's definitely been a because I'm not like blown up, but I've had quite a big growth in quite a small period of time, and so it's kind of like getting used to that and yeah, I think Twitch as well, like you hear a lot of like sexist shit on here about how girls are like titty streamers or like I've had like some sexual shit said to me and it makes me feel really uncomfortable because I'm like just not a sexual person like myself. And I think
Never open your
yeah.
whispers while you're streaming.
Oh
Just
yeah,
don't do
I
it.
got a death threat. I got a very, very violent death threat. So I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah, those are fun.
no, I'll report that
Those are
and
fun.
go
Yeah, I
It's
think
very,
back.
Twitch.
it's shocking in the beginning, but depending on like how you are with stuff like that, I would say it gets better. When I first started streaming, I had a lot of anxiety like looking at myself on stream, and I would like get an eye
Mm,
twitch. It was gone after like a month.
yeah. It's not so bad for me now. I mean, I feel pretty like because of the way I deal with things, I just kind of like get on with the way I look and I try not to pay too much attention. But I think it's only when I look back at stuff when you see like panels of yourself and I'm like, oh my God, like I was actually like people were watching this. But I try not to like read comments and stuff because I don't want
Mhm.
to excite myself out.
One thing I've noticed though is that with at least with the politics sphere, like people comment on my looks way less than I anticipated they would. Um,
Yeah, for
Wait, what?
sure.
yeah. People comment on my looks way less than I anticipated
Less.
they would. I was actually like a little bit fearful about like
Mm,
how much criticism I was gonna get. But I feel like I barely get comments on my looks. So I think that's pretty good. So yeah.
Well,
yeah,
you're
just stay in
beautiful.
the politics
I creep on
lane.
you, but that's just me.
I creep on you as well. So yeah.
I,
I'm sorry. I like making it awkward.
Reciprocal grouping.
No, it's so weird because like I kind of find like so you're talking about this like not being a sexual person, right? And I feel like there's also like there's like this it's kind of what I talk about when I say like we view it in a very like one-dimensional way, because I feel like there are plenty of people who are incredibly sexual who just don't like feel the need to present it out there, right? Like
Yeah.
who you know, who don't feel like they need to like be, you know, dressed up to go to the club all the time, right? But you can still be
Yeah.
like incredibly sexual, right? You can be pretty like reserved with like the stuff that you do, but still like when you're with people, still be like, I don't know, heavily into that stuff. But I don't know, I feel like it's just there's no in between. We don't, as a society, see people anywhere. Like we just see people black and white, really. So
I think
Like within all of
agree
us,
with
we
this
have like
view.
all of these complexities.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm deep and dark.
I think
Mysterious.
people assume
I'm a
how
lover
you
boy, but I'm a
present
hater.
in one kind of facet of your life is how you will in the rest of your, you know, compartments of your life. Whereas usually things are very different usually between what is shown in one aspect and what is presented in another.
Yeah.
It is interesting. I feel like a commonality between a lot of Twitch streamers. I can't say it exactly for myself, but I do find a lot of people who are coming on here. They're making a change in their life. They're you know, looking for sociality, you know, friends, new connections, and it is that sort of yearning that ties a lot of Twitch streamers together. That's why I feel like it's kind of sad when you see a Twitch streamer and they're all by themselves on an island and they just have a bunch of psycho fans in their chat, or even worse, a bunch of creeps in their chat. And it's
Yeah.
panels like these that create like a real connection. You know what I mean? As much as you can, mediated, you know, through a live stream.
Yeah.
But I do wish that like there was a more concerted effort by certain you know by like streamers who have like what would be called a community, you know, something cohesive like that, where they ought to be like, look guys, it's like it's all well and fine that you find something interesting in me, but you really should start talking to each other more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And respect me as well. That goes for everyone in chat who's mean to me. You should respect me.
They'll get used
You
to
don't
you.
have to.
They'll
Chat,
get
you
used to
fucking
it. Just
stupid chat.
look, it takes time, but they'll get used to you, you know. So
I don't want them to get used to me.
well, I mean, in a good way, they'll
I will never allow them to be comfortable.
Okay, it's like you said, like when somebody grows on you, right? Like they just need enough exposure.
They need to find out what's sexy about me.
I mean, a lot of it is just being comfortable with yourself, and whatever you have to do that is what you should do. I know it's like it sounds obvious, but like a lot of times, like people don't necessarily, they're not necessarily like ready to like take those steps, and that's where like, you know, I say, you know, if you have a serious problem, you know, therapy. If you're a dude listening to this right now, and you're in the chat, I will say that like working out, you're not going to regret it. Do your major compound lifts. You'll feel out better.
Your toxic masculinity.
You don't-
There's no
look, you don't
shame in
need to
getting
do it.
help if you need it, okay?
Yeah.
You want to see a therapist, he's never gonna to speak to somebody, and that goes with dudes too, because guys kind of raised not to speak about their feelings, but I think most guys, if you're another dude, like your bros will be there for you if you need them. It's a case of feeling comfortable enough to reach out to those around you and seek
Yeah,
that peer
I feel like
support.
guys will be there for each other. I think Nate was trying to speak to the men, and Janie just cut him off.
Oh,
Toxic femininity.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I would never
Nate,
disrespect
you want us to
you like
walk
that.
around with
I'm
tank
just
tops
trying to
on,
help.
Nate?
I understand that some men on these panels have a hard time speaking up, so I just wanted to make space for Nate.
Small
Oh,
boys.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and I like the what do they call that? Like when you like reach down and lift somebody up or something. There's some kind of SJW terminology for it.
Colin.
Whatever it is, I did something
microphone-
wrong. I'm
not
100%
microphoning,
sure of
it's-
that.
I forget what the hell it is, but yeah, like definitely you only have one body, you know, and do your best to love it. And I would say like when you are active, you don't need to necessarily be like pumping weights or whatever. But like being active and out there in the world and being in nature is good for your mind and it's good for your body too. So like even if you just walk like an hour a day or something like that, it really
That's
helps
a
you
lot.
connect a little bit better. So definitely incorporate the physical activity. And I'm assuming a lot of people on Twitch are computer people, so they're either working on here or they're coming here for their entertainment, and you might forget to be physically active, and you might lose some of those connections with your body. So I recommend working out, but because it worked for
I
me.
recommend spending time. There's actually, I was writing a literature kind of review, like an informal review, and I was reading over papers around time spent in blue and green spaces, so like water or like forests. And there is a practice in a lot of Asian countries called forest bathing, where you spend time within an actual forest, and it is so good for your well-being. It's especially good for people who have like mental health issues. And you see like really significant gains in the kind of quality of life if they spend like say, I think it was a few of the studies were like an hour every few days or maybe half an hour a day. But I thought they're really very interesting, very interesting. Green space is great. Go touch some grass literally and you will feel better.
So, chat, are you taking notes? Everyone, close your browser now and leave the stream.
You know what I
Chat,
really want to do?
Oh,
don't
no,
listen
no,
to
no.
anything that
Disgusting.
anybody here says, okay? Because we're all a bunch of random people. Why the fuck are you guys? Oh my god, Wild Man, why did you add another emoji to this? What's wrong with you people?
See ya,
Listen,
chat.
dirt is
Bye-bye.
disgusting. There are bugs in grass. Stay inside.
Bugs
And you guys
are
have
scary.
allergies. The modern man has
Mhm.
No, but don't
allergies.
you want to like? Have you ever not just want to do since you're a kid, like roll down a hill? Like I just want to
No.
fucking
No.
go down a hill. Roll.
I
Like,
always wanted to not
freaking-
fall. That's what I
That looks
always
like
wanted
so
to
much
do.
fun. I want to roll down a hill.
There are too many
But I don't know whether
trees.
there's a good
I
hill
know
near
I'll
us.
run into a tree. That's all I know. I know I'll run into a tree. So yeah.
Listen, I'll
do-
cut some trees down so you can roll down the hill. You'll have a great time. Just trust it. Just trust
I
me
like
on
the
this one.
beach.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
the
Yeah, I
the
beach.
live on
beach
the
with the
beach.
sand.
I'm seafront house, so I love. Yeah, well, I live with my
Seafront.
parents at the minute.
So what's
yeah,
the UK
seafront.
like?
Nice.
It's a bit cold. At
Do
the
they have
minute.
beaches in the
A bit
UK?
cold. Yeah, I'm in a fishing village, so old school. I'm up north in the northeast. Very cold. It's not actually that hype living seafront because it's fucking freezing.
Hey, listen, I know the UK is an island, but not all islands have like a beach. Some of them are just
Beach.
like land and then like rocks and water.
Well,
You can't
we
have
put
any
a
fun
beach
there.
in my town. We got loads of sand from like
So I
somewhere
don't know what
abroad,
this
and we
was.
bought all that sand at the UK and we put it on our beach, which is actually pretty sick the way it was done. Like they get a huge pump and they just put like a big, like they just like put loads of sand on like a small islanded beach that you have already, and they make like a huge fuck off beach. So it's really incredible. Okay. I know this is very boring for most people, but I thought it was pretty cool. Who knew you could pump the beach into an area? Yeah, I know. Everyone in chat, I'm sure you're all very thrilled by this information. But let me tell you, if you ever need a beach mate, you can get one. So,
I love hearing about pumping in beaches.
and this sex on the beach is good, but this is much better. Okay.
Oh, I was not thinking about sex. Whoa.
No
Wow.
sex
I'm
anywhere
sorry.
near sand.
I would never sexualize anything you have to say. That is very disrespectful,
Thanks.
and I would like to make a formal apology.
Janie, you are wonderful.
Thank you. So are you.
No
And I
sex on
also love your tights. I want them. I want those tights.
Thank
They're
you.
fucking
Target.
cool.
Or Target.
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 That's my
Yeah,
preferred pronunciation as well.
I wonder what the equivalent of Target is in the UK. Maybe
You
like
don't have
being in
Target?
bargains. No.
Nando's.
Okay, the UK sounds terrible again.
Nando's. No. It's a
That's the
restaurant.
worst one. We
Yeah,
have
I'm-
B&M bargains though. That shit's like heaven. Okay, Primark.
Oh yeah, we have Primark here. It's like some Irish company, I think.
Oh, you have Primark there.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know you had Primark. What the fuck?
You have isn't ASOS UK?
Yeah, ASOS, yeah.
There you go.
Clothes.
Yeah. That's where you go if you want something that's in. For
That's
cheap.
that's where you go if you want something that rips
Yeah.
in 2 weeks.
That's all you need it
True.
for. That's all you need it for. Because the
Why?
fashion
Why
is fast these days.
God damn it! I hate it so much though. I really do. It's like I get so upset when something like gets a hole in it after a month. It makes me so mad.
Wait, when what gets old?
When like a piece of clothing will get a hole in it
Oh.
after a month, I get
Oh, yeah.
so mad, irrationally mad. Well, maybe it's not irrational because it shouldn't get a hole in it after a month. So,
I have a hole in these stockings. This is the second
dude,
time
stockings
I
are
wore
the
them.
worst. Stockings are the worst. I get holes in them like the first time wearing every single time.
No, once the hole starts, I put nail glue on it.
Yeah. I do
And then
that
I
too.
just try to make it last as long as possible. Just
Yeah.
fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Hopefully I stay clothed. I don't know.
It does tend to work. I use that
Mm-hmm.
that method as well, but yeah, it's still annoying.
So, communism.
Oh no.
Please, let's not get on politics again. Please.
What do you want to talk
Okay.
about? See, the world's obsessed with communism.
Well,
Grimes
No.
cosplays as a Marxist. Elon Musk
mean-
can't help but tweet about
I'm
it.
sorry.
People with all the resources in the world, they're intrigued by communism. People are either ardent supporters of communists and communist history, like me, people from all walks of life, or they're obsessed with strawmanning it. No matter what, though, the word is communism.
Yeah,
know?
and nobody knows what it means.
But there's a peculiar fascination with it.
Yeah,
some
because everyone
have
keeps
power.
using it,
To
but
others,
nobody
fear.
knows what it means. I've been fascinated for a long time.
Well, we're
Who
here
are these
to
random people asking
clear
me
the
to
air.
get it? Who are you, Xenosty? Get me in, Stardust? You're not even a sub. Why would I even think about getting you in here? Hello?
Oh,
Does this say open panel to you, Xenosty? I don't think so. Okay?
Nasi, join the lobby and I'll come
No.
see what's up.
Subscribe.
Subscribe
Subscribe.
first. At least.
$5 a month.
$5 a month. That's it. You can't afford $5.
I don't care if you're joking, Xenosty. I don't care if you're joking. You need $5 to fucking joke in this channel, okay? You better fucking
Thanks,
cough up
Apollo.
$5 in my hand, little man, or you can't joke in here. Damn.
What if that's a little woman, Stardust?
Well, I'm sorry for misgendering you.
What if they're a dwarf?
Oh, shit. No, I think little people is okay. So, little should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Little. So,
Y'all look
Where
like
were
chicks
we?
that have dicks. Shut up, Willy Wonka's Wonky Willy. What the fuck kind of name do you have? You're not even a subscriber either. You don't get to make
Hey,
jokes in this
bitch.
channel.
Yeah,
14.
fuck you. I don't
Stardust,
know who you
stop.
are.
That's a literal child. I've used my ascertaining ability to determine kinetically that Willy Wonka's Wonka Willy is a literal child, and you are being under arrest for child abuse. Please hand in your stream key. I will be taking over the Stardust channel.
Yeah, they were the stream license.
Well, Zanasi just subscribed, so once
Thank
again,
you,
a female
Zanasi.
We did it.
streamer
You
raking
can-
six
Did it.
over the coals.
You
for
can now
$5.
joke in the channel, Xenosty. Congratulations. Thank you for subscribing. Also, I have to compliment you now. I appreciate you, Xenosty, for being a good sport about this.
A person
I don't
of,
appreciate that you
incredible
haven't
taste.
subscribed to me. I'm very disappointed in them here, but I'll allow it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Well, they only have $5.
Not
so.
you, them. Yeah.
You
Okay.
can't,
Even so
squeeze
easy.
stone and get blood. So, you're right, people are obsessed with communism. I mean, I started talking about communism on the last panel. All of a sudden, the numbers start climbing. People are in the Discord lobby wanting to talk about it.
Are they there? Are they?
And
Wait, talk about
unfortunately, communism.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, there are people who have made entire careers. People who earn whole ass salaries, who purposefully make communism or socialism, as they call it, palatable to their audience.
Why
You
is
know?
communism so popular today?
Oh, are we talking
Guys?
about Hassan now?
We're talking about
Yo,
Vaush and Hassan and
Oh,
all the
God.
other members of the
ludicrous radical. Thank you for the
self-anointed
gifted subs.
American left.
Lopping, yeah, left. The lopping left. as
Can
I
we
call
just
them.
can we just give a quick shout out to Mr. Ludicrous Radical or Mrs. Or
Hey.
whatever you prefer. Thank you for gifting subs.
Thank you for the follow.
Sorry.
Thank you for all the money that's going directly to Stardust.
Mister.
So, as I was saying, and unfortunately, you know, these people like Vaush and Hassan and every other person that Stardust one day hopes to have a cordial relationship with, just list them all out here now because I'm lumping them all together. These people have obfuscated communist history for their own ends because they want to obscure it to make it more palatable to their audience of
Well, they just want to
children
money.
and Americans. And in the process, they've inserted themselves into the culture war, and they have perverted real communist history. And in doing so, they've set it up to be this confusing and misunderstood idea, and so much so that both reasonable liberals who ought to be along the side of the communists, and many dispossessed, exploited right-wing people who find some interest in just any sort of disruption to the status quo, those people ought to be natural communists. Left and right both disintegrating this paradigm of these two different left and right. Communism should be appealing across this so-called dichotomy, but because people like Vaush took this language and used it for their own ends to stoke culture war.
It's 2 a.m. and I have
Nobody
no
knows
idea
what communism
you're
is.
talking about. Yeah, and I'm not any clearer. I think we're all going to sleep.
But Wildman, don't you
Chaeiry's
think
going to sleep.
that like certain communists deserve like a little bit more of the share of all the social production? Like, the guy who's leading it should get or the woman leading it should get a little bit more than the average
Yeah, a little
comrades.
bit more of the
Just
pie.
to be a
Well,
guy.
I will ignore your question and instead address someone in chat. Misa Rias123, can this guy shorten his diatribe? Unfortunately, some ideas require language to bring to light.
I
Not
just
everything can be reduced to sloganeering, because sloganeering.
If you can't explain what
misleads.
communism is to me, do you even have an idea that you're trying to describe?
Well, first, unfortunately, that is something that people ask of all complicated ideas, right? So the problem is you can't go to a philosopher like Hegel and say, yeah, I see that you've written 800 words on this concept. Could you turn it into Spark Notes for me? No, of course not, because in order to bring new ideas to the surface of your brain, you need to not only dismantle old ideas, but create a foundation on which new ideas can exist. That means new concepts, new ways of thinking,
Listen,
even a new vocabulary.
Yeah,
But no,
that's way more important.
It's not going to be sloganeering. But sloganeering
Right.
works for the simple-minded people like Hassan, who can sit here and say, workers deserve all their profits. Okay. Leaves a lot of questions in the air. But it sounds good for those who are already predisposed to those types of phraseology.
Listen, I just want to know, right? Why in America do you call chips? Why do you call crisps chips when crisps are crispier than chips? These are called crisps for a
Fries
reason,
are
and these
French fries,
fucking
Jamie.
random.
You have
No, they're
French
chips.
fries.
Well, what about those big, thick potato?
Those are steak
egg hot
fries.
chips?
There's steak
Or
fries,
wedges.
wedges.
That's
There's
Yeah.
chips. There's chips, and then there's crinkle cut chips, and then
Listen,
street chips,
there's
and
nothing
oven
correct
chips.
going on in the UK. You guys add U's into words that don't have U's.
You drive on the wrong side of
What
the
you-
road.
what you talking
Wrong
about?
side of the road. Your queen
Right
is
side of
all
the
the
road.
way fucked up.
I'm the fucking queen, actually. But
They have so much
well, you're
inbreeding in
the
that
only
family
base
too.
queen over there.
Yeah.
driving on
They
the
have
left
a
side
lot
of the
of
road. That's gotta be the
Sorry,
worst
I
idea
shouldn't
I've
have
ever heard.
said that. I shouldn't have said that, but there is a lot of
Okay.
inbreeding.
wait, what did you say?
Oh, incest.
Yes, there's a lot of incest.
Oh lord.
Top of all-
Yeah,
Oh,
but to be fair, on this platform, everyone's already said that like incest is fine or something like that. I
That's
don't-
true. That's true.
I think I missed those debates. I can't wait to go over that lore.
I think
And
Vaush and
top
Destiny
of
like
all
logically
the-
proves that it's
It's a
fine.
law.
And on top of all the complaints about different language for potatoes, the British are also responsible for setting back humanity by thousands of years as they pillaged, looted, and burned
Yeah, that was all
half
me.
the world. And that, to
But we
me,
did get the crisps
is more
out of this
offensive
place,
than
so-
crisps and chips. So
No,
I need
it's
you to
not. This is
apologize.
muffins.
I need you to apologize.
Yeah, actually, I
to
need
the
you to
victims of the
apologize
British
specifically
Empire.
to me. Specifically to me, okay?
Exactly.
This is like justice right now, okay, Janie?
What did I do to you?
I need your people.
Your pension is paid by the destruction of the
Your
cotton
people.
looms in India.
Your people
What
oppressed
if-
my people like a long time ago, so I need you to apologize right now for oppressing
All
me.
your bridges, infrastructure, subways, buildings are all built on the
Listen.
surplus value stolen from the colonies.
I'll do you.
Why
that
are
favor.
European cities so beautiful? Is it because they
I'll
are
get you-
just the most ingenious, or is it because they lived off the backs of everyone
Listen.
else?
Stardust, okay? Hear me out. I'll get you a plane ticket and I'll get you a visa. Come and move here and I'll get you a year's supply of crisps. I'll get you some aluminium tires.
What?
Aluminium tires.
Aluminum.
Ah.
I
I'll get you
actually
some
want every white
tomatoes and
person
some
on this panel
potatoes.
to apologize to me right now.
Sorry.
Thanks.
I'm only half sorry.
I'll help
I
you out.
appreciate it.
You don't need to worry.
Is this a specific
I will
apology or just
apologize.
for?
Just
for,
apologize for being white, to me specifically.
Never.
I mean, personally, I am trying to do something about that. I use
I'm joking.
bronzer.
I'm joking. Chat, don't cancel me. I'm sorry.
I will never
use
apologize for being white. I'm going to
bit of a
make
darker-
whiteness
bit of
the
a
gold
darker, a
standard.
little bit
White
of a
people
darker-
are going to be the most elevated, ascendant
And I
people.
use fake
A light-
tans,
You're going
so,
to
yeah.
make that the gold standard?
I feel
Wow,
like
man.
this is getting dangerous.
I will make it the new standard.
This is
Are you going
dangerous.
to
people-
make white
New
great again?
standard. It wasn't the
We're going to
standard
make
before.
whiteness great again.
It wasn't the
We're
standard
white-
before. Excuse me.
We're going to be extreme gentlemen. We're going to be hard workers. We're going to be kind, compassionate, empathetic to all people. We're going to lift
I'm
society
pretty sure
alongside with us.
the supreme gentleman was the kid that like shot up his university campus in
No,
California.
we
but
will,
that's
we will
another
be the
thing.
supreme gentlemen,
The
not
incel
Elliot
dude.
Rogers.
We're gonna reclaim that.
Bruh.
Why break down whiteness when we can elevate it?
I'm just joking. Chat, please don't cancel me.
You hate
It's
white
all
men.
men.
Everyone, Stardust hates white men. She
No,
wants
people
us
have
to
gotten
crawl
really
in a
upset
cave
at
and
me.
die.
People have gotten really upset at me. They get really upset about it. There's like a whole group
I
of
say
people.
no.
She was saying it to me and I'm not offended, so don't be offended
all the-
on my behalf. I couldn't give
Can all
a
the white
fuck.
people
No,
in
but
chat
you-
take a pledge?
You have to
Pledge.
be careful. There are some like women on this platform who like just go around telling people to like hate white dudes.
Yeah.
Unironically.
That's cringe.
Bad Bunny.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, she's
yeah.
cringe, so.
I could fix her.
Oh,
Yeah.
We just
Some
had a
people, yeah.
conversation about
yeah,
that.
a couple people have said that.
Hmm.
I can fix her. So, who wants to take my pledge? We are no longer white men. We are super white men. We will be
my God.
elevated. There won't be a racist bone in our bodies.
Wait, a wild man NFL's intervention on Bad Bunny? That's content. That'd be good content right there. Because you'd be trying to fix her and
Thing
You
then
know
is,
what I
I-
need to do though? I need to do the.
Sure,
Bad
they
Bunny.
would
I
try
need
to fix
start, like,
him.
begging people
See?
to subscribe to me. I'm gonna start saying, "How fucking dare you not subscribe to me?" Like I fucking sit here on my ass and do the bare minimum for like a few hours a day, and you don't even want to subscribe. That's the arc. I'm gonna take the villain arc. Like, I know
No.
you were on the villain arc, Stardust, but I might have to start my own.
That's fine. I'm still on the origin story right now. I haven't gotten to full villain yet. Yeah, so.
Just on the opening credits.
you gotta get those subs. You gotta ask for them. So they won't just give them to you. You need to ask.
See,
You
I would
gotta,
ask,
you
but-
gotta negotiate in the workplace. You know what I mean? Like that's
Listen.
part of feminism. We gotta negotiate. We gotta lean in. We gotta
I got
get some of these
gifted
subs.
50. I did get gifted 50 subs today, so I was pretty shocked.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Um,
Very cool.
bloggers.
See, I don't need your money, chat. I just want your admiration and attention.
I do need your
True,
money,
same.
okay?
I just
So
want
don't
your love,
promise me.
chat. I want you to love me. That's all.
No, I'd like a bit of both. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
just
Okay?
want your dad's.
How about that? Your dad?
I It's just a thing. Don't worry about it. It's not weird.
He's a homewrecker. She's going to make
Just
your
don't
dad
look.
fall in love with
Don't look
her.
into that.
Yeah, we don't need any dad discussions. I don't think.
Yeah.
So, are you guys excited about this emerging super white?
Yeah, definitely. Sounds great. Sounds like a great idea.
Thank
Super
you.
white.
See, elevate. You should if you guys were doing something like super Indians, I would be thrilled for you.
Thanks.
The anti-Modi super Indians.
Yeah. True.
I might just go super bird.
Yeah. What about dad's dick discussions? No.
Oh, it
Wait.
wasn't
Season
about
1.
dicks. Listen, don't make it. My dad is dead, and my cat just shares their dads with me. It's not a sexual thing.
Oh, I thought it
Yeah.
was like
No, it's actually really heartbreaking.
so.
I
Yeah.
don't think I should
Sorry.
Now
write
you
them
feel
during
stupid.
the-
Think about that, chat.
Mm-hmm.
Zanasti says, "Where's the Discord? Which Discord?"
It's
The Stardust
literally
Discord
the
is,
bot
in
links
the
it like
channel.
the bot links it like every 5 minutes. Do you not see it in chat? I can scroll up and see it. What's going on, bro? Do you see things?
You have to
So,
just go to
Chaeiry.
the lobby, and you'll get dragged in.
Cherry, I have a
Maybe.
question.
If
Guys,
I feel
have
like
to go
it.
to bed. I have
What's
to
up,
leave.
Mom?
Oh, you have to leave?
Cherry,
Have a good one, Janie. Thank you for stopping
And
in.
have a good night.
Guys, please check out Janie.
We love you.
Um,
I
Janie,
usually
what is
am a
your
bit more awake.
Twitch handle?
It is Queen_Janie.
Okay. Guys, please
can
please
find
check
that.
out.
oh my God, Lisa in chat. Lisa's very naughty.
We have good memes, and I'm usually slightly
Hi,
more
Janie. It
awake
was really nice to
earlier
meet
in the
you.
day. It was nice to meet you, Scott Disick. I hope you get back with Courtney. We like you together.
No, she's getting engaged to Travis Barker.
Yeah, that's strange. I liked him. I liked her with. That's another story for another day. I just, whatever, yeah. Fucking get back with her, okay? You've got kids together. It would be nice. It'd be nice to be together. But then again, it's a bit of a toxic relationship. Okay. Anyway, fuck, that's a different story for another day. Have a nice day. Nate, it was nice to meet you. Cherry and Stardust, it was nice to see you. And Wildman, it was nice to see you too.
Bye.
Take care,
So,
Janie.
Bye.
take care,
Bye.
everyone. Bye bye. Night night.
How does
Ben,
everybody in the world know about U.S. politics and U.S. reality TV? How is this possible?
British
I
people
feel-
need to go to bed earlier. Go to bed. 9 p.m. Get in bed so I don't have to see you.
True.
I don't have to think about you.
True.
Is super white like super straight?
It's no. It's
Yeah,
based
it'd be
on
problematic if it
elevating.
was.
Well, it's a work in progress. This is, I'm just an open faucet of ideas. Somebody needs.
Do you agree with Infrared that the left needs more patriotism, Wildman, not less?
I think I mean, a rose by any other name would still be a rose. I think America needs an entirely new concept. If you're gonna refer to it by the word patriotism, but it means something else in the minds of those who use it, can it be done?
I'm saying because like you get into these conversations in these places, and there's always somebody's like, America's a fucking empire. You know, it's like they fucking kill. They everyone. You know, you're recounting all of the horrible sins of like the American history, and it's just like when you talk to a regular person in 2021, as an average person, they're gonna be like, okay, like
Oh, damn, Janie,
How-
thank
how
you
you
for the raid.
how are you gonna communicate with like regular people? That's what I'm asking.
How am I? Okay, well, first, you don't attack the things they hold dear, you know? And you guys know me on Twitch. It's like, I don't hold back. But when I'm in the real world, I don't start shit-talking cops, you know? I only do that among friends. You can't make anyone feel insecure. So, same, to answer your question about patriotism, should the left be patriotic, you know, as posed by Infrared? The left, communists should not be anti-patriotism. They should channel these feelings of, you know, national identity into something positive. for
So
once.
should they be wearing
Why-
American flags? Should we have how many flags should each person own? You know what I mean, like to get the ball rolling here.
Why is there like discourse being started by infrared? How does that happen? How does somebody watch his stream, hear something that he thinks should happen politically, and be like, I need to spread this message.
I like Infrared. He's smart, very educated, and
I
funny.
like when he's wondering how many holes are down there. I didn't know about his politics, though.
Well,
His politics are very good.
Soviet biology was a little off, but he
They got
knows a
you
lot of
thinking.
political theory.
And also there's truth in it. And it made the thing about genes and the discourse around Lysenkoism, which is this opposing theory about gene spread through like lineage of organisms, is the fact that introducing the Cold War battle between Mendelian genetic theory and Lysenkoism shows how much science is influenced by, the demands of the state. Because today, Lysenkoism might go by a different name, genetic expression, and then even there's an increasing body of work about how trauma changes the way that genes express themselves, which raises the question that the simple Mendelian model of genetic transference might not be all that there is. It is true that traits we gain in this life will be passed on to our children. That is no longer a rule of genes. But even when we were taught about genes in high school, we were taught that no traits that are developed during an organism's lives are passed on through genetic material. But that's not true. So, yeah, do I believe in Lysenkoism as it was written during the Soviet Union? No. But do I believe that very true scientific advancement was smothered in the cradle because of political reasons, because of the state's agenda? Absolutely, and that's a very instructive example of that exact phenomenon.
I don't know about that, because it just sounds like you know what?
It's true. Trauma changes the way.
It does. Yeah.
genes
But that
express
doesn't mean
themselves.
Lysenko.
Through generations.
You had you did a little what do they call it there? One of them fallacy things where you're moving the goalpost a little bit. You know what I mean?
How,
Then they're
bro?
There are.
you're criticizing Mendelian genetics, but then it's the regular theory or whatever is wrong. But this one, they'll pay attention to the other thing we just brought up. I mean, what did Lysenko's theories come to at the end of the day? I mean, yeah, sure, maybe we need to learn more, but that's not the argument you made originally.
Who, me? I
Yeah.
didn't make any argument. I just said that I thought the discourse around Lysenkoism was interesting.
Okay.
I don't know anything about what he wrote. All I know is that the Mendelian purists took that hardcore dogmatic stance partly in opposition of research that was being supported by the Soviet Union. Is that not true, Nate?
Okay. My dude.
It's true, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, I was just
Bro,
gonna say that
I didn't
I
even
think
bring this up, bro.
I was gonna say Infrared is a political genius. He's actually a genius when it comes to philosophy and theory. I don't know about the other stuff, but for sure. When it comes to,
I
politics and all
do.
that.
I do have to give him credit. He's a very smart guy, very very funny. He's just a really shitty person. That's all. So
Why is he shitty?
I think he's really fake. I think he's the fakest person I've ever talked to. So yeah.
He seems to me to
No,
just
he's
be having a little
authentic.
fun.
He's authentic in his political beliefs for sure. But as a person, he's just fake. He's very fake. So yeah.
Because you had a bad experience with him?
Well, I did have a bad experience with him, but I've always thought he was kind of fake. So, I didn't really expect much more from him, I guess. So, yeah.
Did
I
you hear
run
anything on NPR today? Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool. I was just gonna say I've run into personalities like that before, so that's all.
Interesting.
What about this NPR?
I was just asking why if you heard anything on NPR lately, or any one of those radio labs, or
No, I don't listen to NPR, bro. They let me down.
you just listen to Comtown or something.
Oh, why are you fucking with me, Nate?
I don't know. I don't really
Sergey,
listen. I don't really mess with podcasts, but a lot of people for example, I never understood people who do the audiobook thing. Cause like it's like, oh, I'm working out or I'm cleaning or I'm driving and I'm listening to the audiobook. It's like I tried that. Like literally I tried that and it's like I cannot do those two things at the same time. And I always thought multitasking was kind of bullshit. You know,
See,
to me it
here's-
seems like you do 4 tasks but like 25% there. Like you're not really like you can't be 100% on like multiple tasks.
Here's the
like-
thing: is that some words are meant to be spoken, and the way we write words is going to be different than the way we speak words. So when you write something, especially when it's like something like in the realm of like critical theory or philosophy, it's like they write it in such a way to be read. So audiobooks just doesn't translate. Like that's not how people talk, you know? And in the same way, when people write scripts, like movies and TV, you can tell they're writing it instead of, you know, speaking it onto the page.
Really?
Because
Well, that's interesting.
Of course.
I thought
Because
that
it
was
comes
exactly how
across-
dialogue worked in real life. Yeah.
Because it comes across as, you know, very written. So audiobooks suck in that regard.
Same with podcasts, right? Like
Well, podcasts are just spoken word, just dialogue.
Yeah, I think it's more natural, right? Yo, Johannes Burgertown. All I gotta say is, look, when two people kiss, I'm telling you, it makes an infinite butthole. Okay, like you've connected the two mouths, and you've already learned it. I've already explained this to you, but you've connected these two, and it's like, and the only outside is like the butthole. So you're just like a giant butthole with somebody else. So
They're not
It's
not
disgusting.
speaking the same words.
because humans are they're tubes within a tube, right? That's the body plan. So
Yeah.
then when you just connect two tubes together, yeah, you cease to have a mouth, and you just have.
yeah, it's disgusting. I'm a little bit disturbed by it. I didn't think about it until recently, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I want to address someone in chat. Somniostatic said earlier when I was mentioning, you know, this is what I said. I said, maybe the stuff we were taught in high school about genes was not the full picture. Because if you remember, filling out your little scantrons, you fucking nerds, it was proposed to us that human experiences, like during this life, do not have an effect on what genes get transferred to our children. Turns out that's wrong. It's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. People wrote about how horrific traumas change genetic expression in children. Somniostatic, after I said that, Somniostatic, 2 IQ loser says, this sounds kind of race realisty though. Oh, really? What about it sounds race realisty?
Hi,
Bro,
Vaush.
Somnio-
You want to jump on? Sorry.
Oh, what's up, Vaush? Vaush!
Wild man, please.
You want to school me, Vaush? Give me some social advice, you know.
Yo, anyways, back to the topic, right? Johannes Burgertown, why the fuck would you say this? Stardust, what if two people get a double-ended dildo and cram it in each
Shit, is
other's
my mic
butthole?
on?
Hi. Yes, it is. What if two people get a double-ended dildo and cram it into each other's butthole? What anomaly would that be? I don't want to know, Johannes Burgertown. I don't know why the fuck you're bringing this up in chat. It's disgusting. I don't want to think about it, all right? Yes, sure.
No, I'm not talking about phenotypes, prick. I'm talking about change in genetic material that gets passed on.
Hello?
I'm not talking about eye color.
Isn't that epigenetics? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Bro,
Like,
I'm not an expert about it.
oh, okay.
So I'm not going to be able to answer everyone's questions. The only point I raise
But
is
that's
that
not like that's not like Lysenko wasn't getting onto that though, was he?
Bro, I didn't say nothing about Lysenko. I said
Oh, okay.
that certain institutions, certain powers suppressed exploration of science for political reasons. Oh,
So-
what's
How you
up,
doing?
Vaush?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
So, what?
Is there-
Shut up!
Am I good?
Wait,
Am I here?
wait. Wild man, just a second. Yes, you're here. I can hear you.
Okay, there's no delay. Wait, Marco.
Polo.
Okay, was that your brain delay or was that
It
the
was
call
my
to
brain
it?
delay.
Marco.
Polo.
Okay, gotcha. Just
Marco.
making sure. Okay. All right, hello.
Marco.
Pull. Yeah, Polo. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I don't believe it now because you're delaying.
No, say it.
Marco.
Pull.
It's no. You're so slow on it. Is that you or is that?
What? That was like a quarter second from my end. That was like a quarter second.
Oh
from my
my
end.
gosh! There's so much delay.
What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Wait, I'll be right back.
There's no delay.
Hello,
Hello.
Marco.
Hello.
All right. I think it's as good as it's gonna get.
Wait, Marco.
Polo.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna. All right. It's
Polo.
probably fine. Hello. Howdy.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing good. Playing a puzzle video game. I'm stuck. I'm here to.
Oh. What's a puzzle? What puzzle is it? What kind of puzzle?
It's a game called Superliminal, which is based on perspective puzzles, and there is a gap in a room I need to get across, and I don't see any means by which I can do so. But I'm gonna keep trying. Positive attitude.
Yeah.
Did you
yeah.
come here to finally face Wildman? That you've been dodging?
He faced
Eve,
him
that I've been
before.
Courage. She did the breathing
Oh,
exercises.
did you?
and
I missed
came
it.
on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I talked with Wildman a little bit recently, and I haven't gotten an email from him since. So if anything, I think he's dodging me. But I'm happy to talk to
Email,
him.
bro. I'm busy
Wait, how
sending
did you
real
talk
ass
though?
emails, bro. About work. I'm not gonna send you an email. I'm not trying to be a fucking loser Twitch streamer that makes $23,000 a year, spending 8 hours a day debating and playing video games. I
Please
send
don't call me
emails
out like that.
about $1 million deals, bro.
Nice, that's sick. Do you have a big house like Hassan?
I have a reasonable sized house,
Oh,
That
okay.
means it's
but
big.
I have several pieces of real estate which I, rent out to my
Okay.
very grateful tenants.
Gotcha. That's sick. I'm glad you're having a good time with it.
Why do you talk like that, bro?
He
It's
Are
just,
you-
he just talks like
I'm
that.
not being fake
This-
to you.
He
It's
just
not
he just
fake.
talks like that.
It
He
is
talks
fake.
like that to me too. That's
Yeah.
just how he talks.
It's how I talk to everyone, Wild Man. Exactly like
fake,
this.
controlled, measured, manipulative.
I'm a very controlled guy.
You're very manipulative.
My voice is always wearing a suit. You know how it is.
Yeah, what is your real voice, Vaush?
So
Show us the real one.
Yeah, my actual voice is like this. I deepen it artificially for streams.
what
there's nothing
possesses
wrong
you?
with that.
What possesses you to join this little chat here?
I was playing video games, and
He wanted to hang out with
Yes.
me. Okay.
yeah, I want to hang out with Star. The rest of you are just getting in the way, but that's okay. We can still have a good time.
Sorry, I just
Damn.
I like to I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Listen, if I'm getting in the way, I will go.
No, don't
No,
go.
No. It's all good. We're all having a good time here. So wait, was there a debate going on? What were we talking about? And why do I
Not
hear an echo?
really. We were gonna be talking. Well, I mean, this is like a very informal panel. We don't really talk about politics so much, but it comes up, I guess. So I don't know. Oh, right. The last thing we were talking about was I was explaining to somebody when two people kiss, they become one giant butthole. So
Whoa! No politics.
That is
no
true.
Yeah.
That's not politics, Wildman.
That's highly political. And also true.
And true. Yeah.
So wait, hold on, no politics. Wild Man, you're not afraid, are you?
Afraid of what, bro?
Politics. You're not afraid of talking politics, are you?
Afraid of politics?
Yeah.
Afraid to talk about politics?
Yeah,
I speak
that would be
I
out.
speak truthfully about everything I
You-
believe to anyone who asks, uncensored. I'm not afraid in the slightest. I don't have to be
That's based.
afraid. Other people
Wait.
in the world have to be afraid of politics because they're afraid that maybe a manager will bring the hammer down on them, or maybe HR will see them saying something that's a little bit too mean online. Me, my money comes from contracts. My money comes from ownership of property. So I am invincible. So I'll gladly speak
You're a
to you
landlord?
honestly. I have some income-producing assets, and I have a lot of
Are
contracts.
you a landlord? Legally, you have to tell
I'm a
us.
landlord, yes. They send me rent checks, and I cash them. And I make
That's
sure
pretty basic.
the necessary repairs and maintenance are done on the assets I own. So, Vaush, I'm not afraid to talk
Very
about politics. And I'm
responsible.
not afraid to be honest with you about how I feel about you, because I don't need any VGGers sending me $2.50 a month. So that's why, as far as this Twitch politics goes, I'm a maverick. I am beholden to
Mhm.
no one.
That's pretty Chad stuff. Wait,
Yes,
you
it
never
is.
lie? Wait, how do you
I don't
feel
lie.
about racial minorities?
I love them.
All right. You it
I
was a
love all
trap. You didn't
people.
fall for it. Yeah, okay. Oh, me too.
I
Me
love all
too.
people.
I also love all people. That's awesome.
Hell yeah. Oh, you should tell him about super whites.
Well, you know what? Earlier, somebody made a
sure.
disparaging comment. And I said, you know what? No. It's up to white people to do better. We don't need to have other people inserting themselves into conversations about what we can do better. We must end racism. We are the cause of it, aren't we? We must end the bigotries that have gone unchecked in our community for so long. So I proposed that we become something other than white people. And Vaush, you can join us if you're willing to abandon your history of perversion and creepiness. You can join us in this new group called Super Whites. We're elevated, ascended white people.
Well, I'm not white, so I don't know if I can.
You're not?
I don't know if I fit the criteria.
Stardust
What
is
do you
Vaush
think
white.
that you are?
No, I'm Irish. You know, they said nasty stuff about us. You know, back in the day. I don't know if I don't want to claim the white man's struggle.
Well, nowadays
Well-
you'd be considered white, right? Because the idea of white has been constantly changing. But yeah, like I guess back in the day you'd be considered POC or something.
Something about you refusing to accept your whiteness. In one generation, South Asians like Stardust will be white. I already see it. What school districts do Indian immigrants send their kids to? Are Indian immigrants in the United States? I'm talking about the United States. I'm not talking about some Brit Bong context. In the United States, do Indian immigrants send their children to school districts that are in Indian-only ghettos? No. Indians are going to graduate into whiteness in a generation. I see it. I went to a nearly all-white school district, and I'm telling you, whiteness comes at you fast. My dad is much darker skinned than Stardust and Chaeiry. He's Sicilian, Southern Italian. Mussolini thought they were dirt, garbage. Mussolini erased my family's language, my family's culture, and tried to make us Italian. Then when my family came to America, my dad was considered not white. Boom, one generation, I don't speak the language. I'm not a part of the culture. My dad married a white woman. Good on him. Just playing. And I'm white. And you want to know what? It doesn't just happen from interracial marriage, because you can still have two parents who have brown skin, but if all your friends are white, if you're in a white school district, and if for the most part the only real racism you experience is just interpersonal bigotry, I'm sorry, but you're white. And Vaush, you're white. I don't care about this.
You
this
are
little
white.
shtick, this Irish, oh, I'm Irish. You're white. It happens like that. It'll happen to Stardust kids. It'll happen to most people. The thing that defines.
Oh,
Sorry, you first.
No, it's okay. Continue.
No, you first. You first. I mustn't not speak over Stardust. It's her stream. After all, her chat will be so mad with me.
I don't really see race, so
Chat,
Yes,
I just-
chat
you do.
likes you.
Stop with the jokes and be honest. I'm
think there's
honest
one
with you.
race,
The
the
least you
human
can
race.
give me is honesty.
I just believe in one race, the human race. I think
I'm
that's
gonna,
the real way
go get a
forward.
glass of water.
Okay.
And I hope Vaush is ready to have an honest conversation, because this panel is not about cheap memes. Stale,
I think this
cheap
is really-
memes.
No, I think this is really brave of Vaush. I think he's
Thank you.
opening up to us and admitting like how ashamed he is to be white, to the point where he will go back in time to a point where like Irish people were considered POC, and I don't know, going all the way into the future where race doesn't matter. He's not ready to face reality, and I think we need to give him time.
Read between the lines, wild man.
I just wanted to clarify. I think I look significantly lighter because of the lighting that I have here, the ring light. I think I do in person. I think I look a little bit darker. I don't know, but yeah.
Also, can you clarify one thing too? I was going to ask, like, is this panel actually about cheap stale memes? Because I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought it was too, but
What?
I thought this panel was
No.
about memes. I thought
did
this
Nate just
panel
say he's
was about
leaving?
me-
No,
no,
I was
no.
asking for clarification.
Clarification?
Yeah, that's all. We
Well,
settled
what?
it though. You could get your
Don't worry
issue
about
out.
it. Don't worry about it.
I missed
This
it.
is-
I was getting a little,
You know what we
little
did in
something
this,
sweet,
Wild
a
Man?
little treat.
You talking over women of color.
Oh my god.
That's fine. These particular gals here, not much value was lost. Sorry, sweethearts.
Oh my god, Wildman, how could you say that? I thought
I
we
loved
were
all
friends.
We are friends. Look,
You
little
said
late
We're
night
not friends.
soda. Well, Chaeiry, we're quickly becoming friends. A little late night soda.
None of you keep trying to cut me off, okay?
Yep.
Friendship will end.
Little
I will
late night
fuck
soda.
your
Late night
dad,
soda.
become your stepmom,
I revoke
and put
your
you on timeout.
I
don't care
revoke
how
your
old you
friendship.
are.
I would love
I
that.
revoke
I
the
would honestly
friendship
love that.
because you said nothing of value was lost. I revoke the friendship. My feelings are hurt. My feelings are very hurt right now. So I unfriend
We all
you.
relax.
Your
Can
feelings
everyone
are valid,
grab?
Stardust.
I'm sorry?
Your feelings are valid.
Thank you,
They're valid.
Cherry.
Just keep them to yourself.
True, Stardust. True.
Can
Oh
everyone
my
relax
god.
and everyone
Wild
relax
man, why
and
are
get a
you
little
like
drink?
this?
Get a little treat. Grab something sweet. Me and Vaush are about to eviscerate each other. One of us
Wait.
will leave this room.
Is
And so I
that-
want you guys to get a treat, maybe light a cigar, get somewhere comfy, put on binaural headphones. It's best to listen to this coming debate in surround sound.
Who says
Because
there's a coming
I
debate?
am
I'm going to
Wild
destroy
man.
you.
Wild
Wait,
man,
it was
you
like a
really
kink
are
thing,
a
a little bit.
landlord.
How-
Is that
who-
a bougie bottle of 7-Up soda? Like, where did you find that?
This is served at the all the Mexican grocers carry the produced in Mexico sodas.
That's
People
with the
know
real
that.
sugar, isn't it? Is it the
I'll,
real sugar?
yeah, I'll reiterate. The produced in Mexico sodas don't use corn syrup. They use cane sugar. See, I am a sophisticated urban
Real socialist
liberal,
drinks 7-Up
and
out
I
of a bag.
get takeout, and I like Thai food, and I like spicy food. I'm that crazy white boy that likes spicy food. I'm that crazy white boy that likes hecho en Mexico soda, a little sweet treat.
But how can you identify with the proles if you're not ingesting high fructose corn syrup?
So I'm not a
That's the question.
pro. I'm a landlord, baby.
You're part of the elite revolution.
No, I believe in communists. It's just not my struggle. Communism's not going to happen in the heart of the empire. It's going to happen on the frontiers, the colonial fringes.
Enjoy your childish sugary soda. Okay?
Yo, but for
Life
real,
is
Wild
short.
man.
I will.
Wild man,
What's up?
why are you being mean to me all of a sudden? I thought
I'm not mean to you.
you are. You're being mean all of a sudden.
It's alpha posturing. He's trying to impress me. I'm so sorry that he's hurting you to get to me.
You've hurt
Listen,
me.
Wild
Vaush,
man, you should cut it out.
You came in here hostile because the group of us are friends. If you had been watching the stream prior to you barging in, you might understand the vibe that's going on right now. It's called joking around. And no, I don't mean joking around in the sense that you're used to by recycling stale memes, but joking around, ribbing each other, being friends. Stardust is joking. I'm joking. Except about the
Wild
rent
man,
checks.
don't-
They're due on the 1st, and there's
don't
late fees on the
dismiss-
5th.
Do not dismiss Stardust's feelings like that. I don't think she's joking. And you are honestly getting in the way of Vaush saving her.
Vaush,
Yeah.
save her quickly, Vaush.
Save me,
Ask
please.
her about makeup. Ask her about her underwear next.
Whoa! Are we projecting a
I
little
don't
bit?
know where
maybe,
that was.
with that one?
I got your
Something
number.
you want to share with the class a little bit?
I got your number. Vaush, we can be friends, we can be enemies.
Are you
Which do you
offering to
choose?
send pictures of Stardust in our underwear to my know? What
We
the fuck
can be
is wrong with
friends?
you, dude?
Or we can be enemies. Which one do you choose?
Whichever one involves you sexually harassing Star the least. Whatever route that is. I don't know.
It'll
It
be the
seems like
same no matter what.
Don't worry. He
Okay.
keeps
That is
it.
not on the
He's very
table.
respectful. He's never ever
Yeah,
asked.
he's a good
He's very respectful. So
he's
Oh,
a
triggering
supreme
me, I
gentleman.
might be in your DMs. Woohoo, woohoo.
Is he drunk off
180
the 7-Up?
calories. No, I'm not
Nah.
drunk. It's called having fun, bro. Something you
wild,
have never
man.
done in your life. I've seen pictures of you in high school. Friendless, funless, creepy, loser, Vaush, king of the incels. On Twitch
What is
and
going on?
Discord, you're a king.
I don't know either.
But to me, you're a clown.
Is it the one picture of
Don't
me when I have
disparage
my beard
clowns.
shaved?
How?
Usually people
Why would
post
you
that pic.
disrespect clowns in front of Stardust?
I love clowns.
Usually
I'm sorry.
people post that picture and they're like, "Wow, Vaush looks so much better without his beard." And then I'm like, "I'm 17 there," and then I make fun of them for being a pedophile. Is that the
Always on your
picture?
mind, never
Are
far
you
from
looking
your
up
mind.
like child photos of me, wild man?
Always on your mind, never far from it.
Well, you brought up child photos of me. I
You
don't
delight
know.
in perversion. You get a jouissance by pushing boundaries.
A little bit of
And you're not
projection
gonna do it
from
with
this
me.
guy, I think.
You've said projection a number of times. What you're failing to realize is that you can't keep up with me, because I'm on a different level. Usually, you carefully select your victims so that you can appear as the master debater. But here, you're playing with yourself. You're a master baiter. I am on another level. And like I said, we can be enemies or we can be friends. And I'd like you
Beautiful.
to choose on the onset.
I want to be friends with you, wild man.
Okay, then friends will treat me with respect.
Okay.
Okay?
I thought
Topic.
people were just joking around in here.
Yeah, we
you're-
are-
you
yeah,
said
we
you're
are
a
As
joking.
your
star
friend,
and
can
sharing
I
stuff.
push your boundaries, wild man?
Of course.
Okay. But I think I get that pass because I am a minority. So Vaush, that's probably why we're not going to have the same privileges here.
Well, I mean, I'm Irish, but no, I understand.
I'm still not a minority.
The
2021.
Irish control everything. Forget about the J question. It's the I question, right?
I don't know. Slavery happened a long time ago. We know that its effects still last today. You know, the
Yeah.
oppression of the Irish wasn't even as far back as that. It's a long-lasting
I'm just
legacy.
joking. I'm just joking.
I am not playing the oppression Olympics here,
Yeah.
okay?
Sorry.
I'm just fucking with you.
So, Vaush, what about me makes you seek out confrontation with me?
I came here to fucking talk with Star and Chaeiry and who's the
Stardust
other
was
person?
streaming all by herself for 8 hours yesterday. Literally twiddling her thumbs, wondering what to do. The Christian Weston Chandler series was over. You could have talked to her
Then
yesterday.
we found DSP.
But you
It's
waited
fine.
until you saw Wildman was on the air to talk.
Uh-huh.
Because you're intrigued. What is it about me that you like?
How do you know that I didn't talk to her at any point during the 8 hours that she was streaming yesterday?
I watched it on 2 times speed. No, just kidding. Did you talk to her yesterday?
Seems like you're paying a lot of attention. Maybe I'm leaving space so that you can shoot your shot, my man.
Did you?
He's married.
Hey, listen, I'm a married man who's got a lot of sweeties in line. I love Stardust, and she's one of my many queens. But listen,
He's a landlord.
we're not
Who
gonna.
knows how
You
many
and
he's got stashed away in buildings.
No.
your and my battle does
Your one
is
property
not
for
over
each girlfriend.
Stardust. Do not make Stardust a prop in yours and my contest.
Okay,
Gotcha.
let's introduce a real topic here. Okay, earlier we brought up the idea of really whack subcultures infiltrating normie lives, right? Nate brought this up actually very well because he got a package, and on the outside of the package it was plastered with My Little Pony, and they all have fat asses now. So, what is your opinion on the infection of this degenerate culture into our normal lives?
Ooh,
Wait,
infection.
did the actual designs have fat asses, or was it like fan art where they were drawn with fat asses?
No, it was just the normal My Little Ponies, but they have cute butts, you know. So
Oh, I don't know, but I believe it when you say
They
that.
have tramp stamps on their ass.
they do have tramp stamps. That's very true. It's a little bit inappropriate in my opinion, but
Very inappropriate.
yeah.
I gotta say that I don't envy the people who have to like do production design and advertisement work for that series now that they have a fan base split evenly between 10-year-old girls and 30-year-old men. That seems like it's an incredibly difficult like tightrope that you have to walk, you know?
Do you what do you think is the most toxic subculture?
It's toxic subculture. Fuck.
The answer is K-pop.
K-pop's pretty far up there. That's a pretty good answer.
Rainforest
Fuck.
makes me think twice though.
Who?
What'd you say?
Rainforest.
Rainforest?
Is that cheating?
First, the furry convention
Oh.
that went horribly wrong.
Yeah, they like threw a diaper onto the car and shit. There was like a revolution online for like a month of people talking about that shit. It was incredible.
Yeah, fucking furry revolution, man.
Oh,
God
you know,
damn.
I actually went to a furry fest once. The very second time that I came to Seattle. Um, I was driving around because we had a few houses that we were going to check. To see, you know, like years and years ago, like which one we went to go to, and we saw there were some like furries walking around or whatever, like, and we were like, well, that's not a normal fucking thing to see in a city. It turns out there was a con nearby at one of the hotels. We decided to check it out because we had like 2 hours before the next like housing appointment or whatever. We went over there and I was recognized by like 2 people.
Oh my god.
They seemed like they were nice enough.
Yeah.
Listen, someone in chat brought up a good one, and that's the crypto bros. And those cringe fucking people.
They're annoying. I will say they're annoying, but at least they're not like a health hazard, right? Like
Here's what's
That's
going on.
true.
yeah.
So I got a lot of clients, right? You know, I have a consulting firm, you know. So one of my clients, I love him to death. We get along real well, but I'm gonna say it, he's an idiot. But here's the thing.
Rude.
He's got a couple businesses, but he's just keeps pouring money into the stupidest crypto assets like Bitcoin, of course, you know, always.
Dogecoin?
But then Dogecoin was a huge one. NFTs, and here's the thing.
Ethereum.
When he tells me about it, because, you know, I like to put money places, I like to invest, and my clients always, you know, they give me a piece on a lot of these different businesses that get off the ground. And, you know, investing in stocks is or, you know, these types of speculative assets, you know, it's an easy thing to do. But he's always been like, hey, look, you know, I'm putting more money into Dogecoin, like right before it went off, right? He's like, it's a really good coin. It's a really good coin. He explains all these protocols to me, and in my mind, I'm like, that's bullshit, bro. Like, that is bullshit. I process, you know, millions of dollars of payments a week through my firm, and the thought of using crypto for any real business use it's for idiots, right? It's for stupid people who don't know how the world works. Wrong.
Literally for criminals.
Wrong,
No,
though. But he
it's
made
for
so much. Here's
criminals.
why. Yeah, sure. But I was wrong about its value because I was thinking, wow, that's the way that stupid people think the world works. Well, stupid people have money. And turns out my client, bless him, has made so much fucking money off meme coins that I'm done. Next time he tells me an investment, no matter how stupid it sounds, it could be anything. I'm signing up. I'm putting down.
Yeah.
I'm putting down 20K.
People are benefiting off of creating a system that criminals will benefit from. So you
Think so?
you can create value right now from like crypto, or like this is the initial like investment stage, but just don't do it forever because
All
like
I'm saying is that stupid people, they know what other stupid people want. So if someone comes to you, they're like, "Yeah, this is my new product. We're gonna put a shampoo for men. It's gonna be shampoo for men. It's gonna be in a beer bottle shaped shampoo container." Invest.
Wildman, I
The
know
dumber
that
the
you
idea,
know.
invest.
Listen, Wildman, I know that you understand like the whole revolutionary people and stuff like that. I'm sorry, Vaush, but you know, socialism cringe, communism cringe. That's a lot of who's like pushing crypto. Like the people who
Just
think
like
that
your
crypto is
opinion.
actually going to become like a currency, or the people who are like posing for a financial like revolution or something like that. It's
Well, I think it's mostly libertarians because they really fetishize the idea
Dude,
of
don't
having
say-
a kind of
I don't know what that word means.
like you know those like
Like a
know, bit-
narco-capitalist.
Regulation
right,
bad.
right, like
Pretty
Bitcoin's
bad.
gonna
Guys
no
just
no
using more
fiat currency,
complicated
like
words.
that kind of thing, right?
They
Well,
want
because
free
they
banking.
tend to be pretty capitalist, I think.
It's
I
people
think
who
I don't know.
think that they're going to get political power by knocking down fiat currencies and creating a decentralized currency that will then make it so that nobody can control like the value of wealth, and then they can create a like political revolutionary from there. It's like ground zero for what people think of how a revolution is going to start now.
Right, but
There's-
not our revolution, right? Because they're doing it to get out from the government's thumb, you know? Like they
I
want to
think
own
it's-
private businesses. and
Honestly, I
stuff.
think it's like your revolution.
Oh, I hope not. Here, I
I
want to get into NFTs. Okay, that's the thing I really want to get into. I think I
You-
should like.
Those are
If I
also
dr-
bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. If I drew some shitty pixels, do you think somebody in my community would pay 10K for it? I
Yes.
bet you one of them.
Really?
Yeah, like,
Yes, they will.
Yeah.
yeah.
Absolutely. Now here's
should
the thing,
do it.
Cherry.
Especially if it's a horse cock.
Cherry, I don't want to
Yeah.
speak about what some loosely defined group of people believe about one thing or another. I'll speak for myself. I
Okay.
think that we should bulldoze every Bitcoin mining facility in the world. I think that we need to go to war against Bitcoin. Do nothing else. No regime change, no other resources.
What do you even mean?
Just
Who's
unplug
Bitcoin?
the computers. Go offline.
We don't even know who
Bitcoin.
fucking created that shit. It's still
We'll
under an
find them.
alias.
We need to
Okay.
destroy all cryptocurrencies.
We'll find him, and then we'll
Just
fuck
kill
his
the
dad,
internet.
and then we'll get him to unplug it.
Y'all actually forgot to mention one toxic subculture, which I think always gets off the hook. I'm gonna say it's the Yimbys. Those I hate them.
Yimbys, yes.
What is a YIMBY? Explain
They always
it
want
me.
to tear down a historical parking lot and put up more fucking housing because they think
Parking
increasing supply will somehow alleviate all of the housing problems of the world.
Historical.
And in reality, it's just like, you ever see the houses they put up? I don't know about you guys, but I'm in Philadelphia. They throw these things up like overnight. Half of them, literally, like they have like fungus rotting through the floorboards by the time they're on the market.
The fungus
And
grew in
yes,
Did
one
the
night.
Yimbys do
Maybe.
that, or was that?
They're like the 5/1s or whatever. The
I'll
Yimbys
tell
are
you
the
what-
yes in my backyard. They want like the
They
nuclear
want
power
good
plant
housing,
or the
but-
landfill in their backyard. Yeah.
I'm sure like the cost cutting and the house construction probably wasn't like the Yimbys signing off on that, right? I think those 501s are pretty good for like mixed development or like mixed zoning
No.
areas. If you
Oh,
wanna
well,
get
I'm
some
just saying.
housing in there.
I'm just saying, as a NIMBY, I think they're ugly as fuck. If they look good, I'd think about it. But like the Yimby stuff, it's
Oh,
like,
see, that's why you have a stake
thing.
in this.
Well,
You're a
well, no, I
NIMBY.
think I'm saying like they're clearing the way for bad like cutthroat the cutthroat capitalist development that you actually get in the real world, which is like cut corners wherever you can, throw something up there, and you're throwing it
Drywall.
into an appreciating prices of of a housing market, whether it's in San Francisco or wherever else, basically everywhere in the country.
Well, we
And,
can
like-
fix both problems at once, right? You can push for better standards in housing construction and better regulatory boards while also pushing for the ability to like, because there are tons of cities in the U.S. where like you literally just cannot build more residential, or like they have like parking
Done.
space per area limitations that are like pretty bad sometimes, you know?
Here's the thing, guys. So for everyone not in the know in chat, there's this belief that there's some housing crisis, right? And the Yimbys are these loosely associated like liberal groups who say, city rent and city homes prices are so high that it's preventing people from moving to a city who want to move to a city. And it's displacing people, and there's all sorts of like downhill social consequences because we are not building enough housing. So Yimbys advocate for the loosening of construction regulations, the loosening of restrictive zoning in order that private developers can build more buildings. But here's the thing. We don't have a housing crisis. We have plenty of homes. 80,000 buildings in Chicago were demolished. Far more on par with how many housing units were created. We don't have a housing problem. An entire city of Detroit, along with all the electrical infrastructure, all the running water, all the sewers, all the roads, the entire city of Detroit was left to crumble. We don't have a housing problem. We have a problem that the entire economy was turned into a white-collar service economy, while the real industry that we just built up less than 100 years ago, was allowed to collapse and offshored to our superiors in China.
Wait, this isn't our issue.
What's not our issue, bro?
You're talking about a couple of cities in the Rust Belt. The vast majority of the housing crises we have across America aren't determined by the offshoring of manufacturing.
Yes, they
They're
are,
determined
because the economy
they're determined
has
by zoning laws.
concentrated. No, the economy is concentrated in these parasitic cities like San Francisco. The economy used to be more distributed when it was industrialized. St. Louis used to have a sizable population. Downtown St. Louis.
Wait, it was
looked
concentrated back then,
looked like a
too.
neighborhood
Back
in
then-
Manhattan.
The economy was concentrated in the Rust Belt back when U.S. manufacturing and steel were like the big industries here. That was a
incorrect.
different kind of
You
concentration.
can,
but it
look,
still
I've been in. Don't tell me about the Rust Belt. This is where I'm from. I've driven across this country multiple times.
What's your
here's
solution
happening.
to this
Listen,
issue? We bring
I'll tell
back
you what the
manufacturing.
solution is, bro, but it's not always solution oriented. I can
Oh,
get into
Are you gonna
solutions,
get
but
on
right
camera?
now, get on
Me?
camera.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
harder
putting
to
pants
run
on.
it on a
Solution.
panel.
I'm not
Here's
putting
the
pants
problem.
on.
Here's the problem with solutions
Understandable.
before addressing and
Thank you.
analyzing the problem. The problem with solutions first is that if you think you have a housing crisis, then your solution is going to build cheap, shitty, unsustainable housing. But the problem is that we don't have a housing problem. Vaush, the industry wasn't concentrated in Detroit. You found industry all over. You could drive to any small town in Illinois, and not only might it be some historical downtown.
Why
from
did
some-
millions of people
Shut
move
up,
up north
bro.
from the south?
Did I
There was
finish?
this
What did
huge
I say? I didn't even
concentration.
finish anything, bro. I didn't tell you. I
It's
didn't
stupid.
explain to you what's going on. Listen, and then I'll tell you when I'm done, and I'll give you a minute because it sounds like we're getting into it. Okay? Is that fair?
Mhm,
Do you
mhm.
agree? Okay.
Yeah.
You can drive across Illinois and end up in any small farming town and find an old industrial base. Like I said, St. Louis had a sizable population and a downtown that looked like a neighborhood in Manhattan. Columbus, Cleveland, take a map and you'll find that was never just Detroit or just Chicago. It was a massive population that was spread from the Mississippi River all the way to the East Coast. Now the economy looks quite different. All of a sudden, airlines are starting to concentrate, and they're a bellwether of a dying city. An airline might concentrate and stop servicing direct flights from a once major metro like St. Louis. And all those corporate offices that were in St. Louis are now in Chicago. And all of the tech jobs that used to be elsewhere are now in San Francisco. And now, because the economy doesn't actually produce anything, now the economy is like the high wages are concentrated in a handful of white collar workers who are all flocking to a handful of cities. I'm going to finish here. I'm going to reiterate something, then you're free to respond. We don't have a housing crisis. Detroit was left to rot. 100,000 homes in Chicago will be demolished next year in black neighborhoods where this economic abundance that we find in San Francisco is not being distributed. So what we have is we have a economy that's been hijacked by vultures who allow 90% of the country and its infrastructure to rot while using the very same market forces to make a fortune off of real estate in San Francisco, LA, New York. We don't have a housing crisis. Plenty of houses, plenty of land. We have a problem with the concentration of the economy and the deindustrialization of the country. Is that fair to say, or do you disagree?
No, it was really dumb and borderline economically illiterate. Industry is always concentrated in major cities. For the past century and a half, we've seen a huge influx of both immigrants and domestic workers towards areas of centralized economic activity. That took place then. It takes place now. That's not really the issue that we're dealing with. And especially because in cities like LA and San Francisco, where all this wealth is being concentrated, you still have huge housing issues. It's not like all the wealth is being like hyper concentrated in those areas and it's being spread out equally. The real issue that we have right now with regards to the housing crisis is a combination of really poor zoning and really poor construction laws. The construction laws were set in place decades ago and are kept there by, well, mostly NIMBYs who don't want to see more housing put up in their neighborhoods because it would devalue the properties they own. Not surprising, a landlord would disagree with me on that. And additionally, with regards to the zoning laws, you have these idiotic city layouts that are car-oriented, meaning that you have these massive, massive outdoor parking lots that stretch out, providing very low tax revenue per square footage with high levels of relative maintenance costs, meaning that cities go bankrupt, paying for the consequences of car culture, which was
Thank you, Dr.
developed as a
Hindo,
product of
for the
advertisements
raid.
being done by companies near the turn of the century. This is a problem with capital, but it's not exclusively like the industrialization thing. It's a thing happening everywhere. At the end of the day, people want to live in cities like LA, and you need poor people in those cities because who else is going to work all the low-wage jobs? Economically, you can't say like, oh, just let the wealthy people move there, because then all the infrastructure of the city dies and you have problems for everyone. You need to make it affordable and livable for everyone. The best way to do that is to revisit these zoning laws. Maybe cut down on the highways, invest in public transportation, and put some big old 5/1s up in there. Make them pretty, make sure they're built proper, and you'd fix a whole hell of a lot of problems. Now, if you want to add in other laws, like say, for example, doubled property taxes on properties that are kept vacant so that you disincentivize foreign investment companies from buying up properties in the States, or you have greater laws to disincentivize like fucking,
This is gish galloping.
Well, no,
I've learned
well,
that.
There's
wait.
a lot of cool stuff you can do, okay? That's my
Wait.
solution.
So wait a minute.
2024.
Wait
Thank you.
a minute, guys. So we did give Wildman his allotted time to go as long as he wanted. I think we should at least give that to Vaush. So
Yeah,
Can I,
that's
can I ask one
And in
question?
summary, We should
Okay.
build lots of houses, many houses, and we should invest in public transportation because that requires far, far, far less maintenance and space being given to car-centric infrastructure. We need to get rid of the suburbs unless they're adequately designed and planned, and that way we will have an influx of city revenue that we can use towards things like, say, subsidized housing construction or rent control.
So what I'm
They-
hearing from
that
Vaush
is
is
like
wait.
fine.
Let me say with it. So what I'm hearing from Vaush to summarize in my own head was that we should make 2 or 3 mile high Judge Dredd super towers
Yeah,
so that we
you
can get
fucking-
and the government should
Yes.
fund them, and we should
Oh, fuck
everyone
you,
in
Vaush.
Everyone in America who wants to move to Los Angeles to be an Instagram influencer can go live in them, and then everyone
In
else.
the Instagram tower, okay? It'll
Right,
go
yeah,
up
yeah.
above the cloud line.
I
Absolutely.
dig it. I dig it. So yeah, okay.
No, I don't dig it. I will not live in a fucking super city. Vaush, your assessment of American history is dead fucking wrong. I invite you to pull up a map and look at the Midwest. Where are you from, bro? Where were you born and raised?
I was born right in Detroit, right in the
Hey,
right
then
in the
you
hood.
of
I
all
was
people
born
should
in
know
a
this, bro.
burnt-out
Was there industry in
car factory.
Toledo? Was there industry in Toledo? Toledo. Was there industry in Toledo?
I grew up in Beverly Hills. I have no idea
Oh,
where
you
Toledo
did.
is.
Okay, well, if you were from Detroit, you would know that there's a city called Toledo that was on Lake Erie and had a huge industrial base. That's an hour away. Let's drive another hour. Was there industry in Cleveland? Cleveland is a real ass city with real fucking historical buildings that were built around public transit. So Vaush, at the end of your little solutions, you love to gloss over these solutions as if they really address the problem, but they
Didn't
don't.
you say you're not a
So-
solution-oriented guy?
We're first trying to discuss what the problem is, okay?
Oh.
And you said that LA has a housing crisis and that we ought to build to get out of there, right? LA does not have a housing crisis. It's that these cities, and I'll name a few more, South Bend, that had an industrial base. Elkhart, I had a client that manufactured RVs in Elkhart, Indiana. Fort Wayne, these are all mid-sized cities that supported human life, that supported public transit, that had abundant housing and infrastructure, that are now disinvested from. We do not have a housing shortage. We have a disinvestment problem where an entire form of economy was removed, ripped out from underneath us. One, okay? Number two, here's the thing about building more, right? Let's use Chicago as an example, because there's a wide group of liberals like you who say, yimby, 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 we need to build these 5+1s. What they don't understand is that for every unit that gets built in Chicago, another unit in the ghetto, which is a political determination, right? In the ghetto, which Chicago has decided to not invest any dollars, where Chicago has allowed people to live in some of the worst conditions in this country, in the ghetto, they tear down houses. So Chicago doesn't have a housing crisis. Chicago has a crisis of racism, where the political system in this country, from the federal level down to the city level, has decided to starve black people inside their own city.
And let's
And
not do
that
that
is
then.
clearly abundant in the city of Chicago, because no matter how much housing we build on the north side, black families will never be able to afford them. And that's
Yeah,
by
let's-
design.
let's
Because the black
fix
people
that
in
then.
Chicago, they work jobs that aren't sitting at a fucking desk at some corporate Grubhub job. They're the ones driving for Grubhub. And that will and we do not have a fucking problem of housing in Chicago. And we don't have a problem of housing in LA. The problem we have is that people all over this country are forced to leave the city that they're born in. If you're born in Detroit, which you were joking around as if it's like some sort of a joke that someone might be born in Detroit. Well, you know what? It's not a joke, because people are born places and they're forced to leave. How many people do you know, young little urbanites, who are basically forced to move to New York, Chicago, or LA in order to participate in the new economy? That's the crisis we have.
None. I only know people moving to Detroit for the economic activity.
Okay, stop being fucking ironic, bro. It's post-irony. We are sincere now in this world, because the world has real problems and it cannot be addressed with snark, okay? And at the very end of what you were saying, you will never be able to refute what I just said about the disinvestment problem, because that actually is the driver
Wait,
of homelessness. That is the driver of displacement. Here's the last thing I'm going to say, bro. You start going off on these fucking stupid talking points that anyone with a Twitter feed has seen. Oh, we need to get rid of surface parking lots. We need to make transit. No shit. Who said we didn't, bro? Who said we didn't? But the truth is that we will not have 3 mega cities in the United States. We need to spread
4.
out. Why should people live in towers? Why should they? What should the ideal city look like? Should it be an endless, sprawling Tokyo-style megacity concentrated in the 3 polar regions of the country? Or should we live like we've been living in the past and have normal human-scale cities with
Return to
normal
tradition.
human-scale buildings? I'm not talking about a fucking 80-floor building that you need to take a fucking elevator up 15 minutes like it's part of your commute. I'm talking about 2 flats and 3 flats. Normal human-scale buildings that are sustainable. Because you want to know what? In the climate crisis that's coming, fucking big, giant, tall greenhouses are not very resilient. You want to know what's resilient? Is the vernacular architecture that humans before us used to house their families and that we should continue to develop. That means 2
Vernacular
flats,
architecture.
3 flats, small apartment buildings, buildings that don't require elevators and constant air conditioning in order to live in. You have adopted developer brain because you've adopted these talking points by Yimbys as your own without ever actually considering what cities are, who they serve, and how should we design them in accordance to human need. Not according to the markets, which you have a market brain because you're a liberal, but according to humanity, which is where I stand.
Okay, so I want to give
I can just wrap it up
Vaush's-
real quick.
Sure, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, none of that had anything to do with the fact that we should build more houses. Like that whole thing actually never touched on that.
Don't
in
need to
any
build
way.
more
It
houses.
was like, well, racism's also an issue. Like, yeah.
We
of
don't
course,
need to build
for
more
sure.
houses. We need to stop destructing
It's
houses.
okay. So you can do both. It's okay. Also, a lot of the houses that are destroyed are in pretty bad shape. So if you could destroy them,
Why
then
are
the
they in
state
bad
could-
shape? Because
Hey,
because
Wait,
people
wait,
are
well,
racist.
man. Let's let him.
Huh?
Let's let him go. Let's let him go.
Right, they're in bad shape because the cities don't have that much money. That's true.
No, cities
So
don't
what you
do
could
maintenance on buildings, stupid asshole, in this
Well,
country.
are we talking
People,
about like Section
family
8
budgets?
housing?
Family budgets maintain buildings, and for the most part in Chicago, people have been subjected to slumlords who allow their buildings to rot.
Yeah.
That's not
Wait.
a city
New
budget.
York
that
City
should
makes
go
like
on.
Wait.
New York City makes a lot of fucking money to the point where they pay Kentucky's bill like to live.
Yeah, so okay, a
Like
couple
cities
steps.
generate our money, and then the useless fucking states in the middle of this country just take it all.
Yeah, first of all, family budgets don't maintain these households if you think that slumlords do. And the one thing the city could do is they could have better incentivizations or punishments to lead landlords to better take care of these buildings.
Yes, they
None of
could,
this
but
go-
without a national
none of
policy
this
on
changes-
economic, then it won't happen,
None
bro.
of
Okay,
this changes the
let's let
fact-
him actually have some room to speak here without interruption.
None of this changes the fact that we should build more houses. We got plenty of evidence on this, plenty of studies.
That's not the fucking
Oh my
problem,
God,
bro.
He's very mad.
Because we're
we
at a crossroads now. We don't.
We got. It's
need
okay. Wait,
to
hold on.
build-
Well,
One
man,
more
well,
time.
man, well, man. Please.
It's okay.
Please,
So-
I'll give you space to
Let's go,
respond to him.
Let's go shorter. I'll talk to you. I'll let you talk, but just tell me, without going on a rant about parking
Right,
lots
hey,
or public transit,
we're-
just tell me, why do we need
Very
to build
eager to
more
talk.
houses in Los Angeles?
Because it drives the cost of existing housing down. And that's it.
Who cares
That's
about
the main
that?
reason
Why do you
Oh,
care about the cost of an asset?
Of the millions of people who live in LA who can barely make rent because it takes 60%
You want to know
of
what
their
will
wage.
drive down
Wait,
the cost?
can I finish?
I
Is
heard
that-
you.
Yeah,
The
let
millions
him
of
let,
people can make
let
rent.
him let him
He's very-
finish.
he's
Let him
very-
finish.
very
Let him
eager.
finish.
Anyway, building new housing drives down the cost of housing. That's just how markets work, which, in this case is very beneficial to the millions of proletarians who live in pretty much any city in this or any country. This is just kind of
Gotcha.
a fact of
Okay.
life. So,
Okay.
and
That's
wait,
fine.
wait. He's actually incredibly desperate. It's okay.
Okay.
So, anyway, all I really hear is a landlord trying to keep the value of their properties high. So
Shut the
I
fuck
get
up.
that.
You said
Well,
what you
man,
said.
well,
You said-
man,
No,
please.
he said what he said. He said building more
Uh,
houses drives
Right,
down prices.
okay,
Now,
okay,
Allow me to
okay,
respond to that without you talking about me.
Here's
He's
the
too mad.
thing.
He
Here's
can't
the
control it.
thing.
I'm not
Here's
mad,
the
bro.
wait, guys. Okay, here's the thing. One of you was able to elaborate without interruption. I think it is fair we give the other person.
He's no longer elaborating. He's talking about me being a landlord. Here's the
No,
thing. I want
we're
to
done.
respond.
No, he
point
hasn't
by
even
point,
had a
bro.
chance to finish what he's saying. I'm sorry. He has to have a chance to finish what he's saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So,
Finish what you're saying.
building new houses is good, actually, because it drives down the
Okay.
cost of
You
rent
said
and
that.
house ownership, which is beneficial to people all
Okay.
over this country who have trouble affording stuff. Of course, targeted policies might be more specifically beneficial in certain parts of the country. In areas where large swaths of property are being torn down, if they're being torn down because they're falling apart, then obviously greater standards have to be set for how those houses are constructed and maintained. In other cities, like say New York and Los Angeles, where you don't have huge problems with housing being torn down because these cities are newer, it has more to do with the influx of people arriving at these cities and the necessity of keeping up the housing construction to meet them, which you can do by building more houses. I genuinely have no idea why you wouldn't want to build more houses. You don't have to buy like skyscrapers or anything. Fuck skyscrapers. But like having nice like urban communities planned in the outskirts of cities, we've got 5x1s and mixed residential zoning, actually has the highest relative tax rate per square footage for the city, which gives them more money to build stuff. And it also has the highest level of human happiness that you can get. Mixed zoning is really beneficial for humans.
Wait,
That's why
hold on.
Paris
I'm
is
going
such
to
a
cut
happy
both of
city.
you off because these are things that exist and happen, right? Like when these big tech companies look for their tax write-offs or tax incentives to create jobs in a big city, right? Part of that negotiation is the housing that they're going to create. When Amazon was going to go into New York City, creating housing was part of that agreement with like tax whatever benefits. New Yorkers still didn't want that shit, but like these agreements already occur with building housing for like jobs like coming into a city. This isn't like a new posed solution, right? This is just reiterating something that already occurs.
What I'm describing has been reiterated by like city planners for about a century. It's just really common knowledge. The only people fighting against it are
No, but
essentially our
like it's
homeowners
not a
and landlords.
solution. It's just current practice, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's not done enough. Usually, the housing that they build with their like little move-ins are specifically housing for their employees. It doesn't fix the broader economic problem. It's just a way of making sure they have a
the
little
problem
company town.
isn't new tech jobs coming in because they create housing for anybody who, for like the number of employees that they are going to then bring to a city. The problem is outside of that, correct? People may be moving to big cities looking to self-employ or something like that. People moving to big cities looking to enjoy that lifestyle. Nothing to do with the tech companies or other businesses joining into those cities because they create their own housing, right? So this housing issue that you talk about and the solution for it don't actually pan together, do they?
Well, no, we need housing built to drive down the cost of housing. The tech companies and the people who move in with them represent a tiny fraction of the people who move around this country for jobs. You know, it's not like LA is full of tech workers or anything. The vast majority of the people in Los Angeles are
I'm just saying that I don't
baristas
like
and
agree
cashiers.
that the solution that you posed makes any sense. It just sounds like current practice.
It drives down the cost of housing. And if you want to take a look at these cities and see how many houses they're building relative to the land they have available to build on, you'll find that it's not current practice. Tech companies building a few hundred houses is not the same as a city building the hundreds of thousands necessary to
No,
sustain
we're
a
not
growing
talking about a few
population.
hundred. Okay.
Bro, okay, couple things, bro. You're interested
Huh?
in lowering the costs
Uh-huh.
of these buildings, right?
Yeah, how would you lower the cost of housing in like LA or New York?
First of all, you just simply decrease the need to live in Los Angeles.
Okay,
How
would
many
you do that?
people, how would you do that? Well, you would make other cities, perhaps cities that are more sustainable, easier to live in.
How so?
Simply by creating jobs, creating transit, and building infrastructure. Health infrastructure, utilities, housing itself. You create livable cities somewhere other than Los Angeles.
How do you do that?
How do you do that? With a strong communist party that plans the economy. Here's the thing, Vaush. How many people? I have a question for you. You've asked me questions. How many
Like
people?
a city communist party? How does that
No,
work?
like
Or is
a
the whole
real, like an economy that
country
actually responds to human need, as opposed to the need of assets. Here's the thing: how many people should live in Los Angeles? Give me a million figure number.
What do you mean? I don't. However many people
How
want
many
to live there.
people? Okay, people don't want to live in Los Angeles necessarily.
They do.
It's a better option than what currently exists, because what currently exists
That's all
is cities with no jobs, cities with no colleges, cities with no hospitals for dad's cancer treatment. Now, I'm going to answer your question for me because you don't play ball with me. how many people should live in Los Angeles? Let's talk to some random Yimby and say, oh, 20 million, 30 million.
There's
You think
nobody would ever
you
answer
think-
that question. With
Why
a
not? How many
number.
people live in LA now? How many
The
people live
city
in
or the
LA now?
county?
You
I think
tell
in the
me.
city,
Oh,
it's
The,
like
man,
3
you tell
million.
the
me.
metropolitan
County, it's
area.
like-
The metropolitan
the-
area.
It's not like 12 million. Hold on.
Yeah.
LA
13 million.
County
Who
population. Yeah,
13
wow.
million.
cares?
Okay,
lot of
so
people.
so a Yimby would say, oh, 13 million people? How about 15 million people? Right? Does that sound reasonable to you?
No,
From
it's
13
however many people want to live there. If it's 10 million or 50, I don't care.
15 million, fine, 15 million. Well, I
100
believe.
million.
Okay, fine, 100 million. See, this is where
Or
you're
1
burying
million.
yourself. Okay, here's what's up, bro. No more people should live in this tiny little basin where they get their water from the fucking Hoover Dam. There is not enough fucking resources to support that type of population.
Would you ban
And-
people from moving there?
No, bro. I would reorientate. Okay. Oh, would you? One, I'm not in fucking charge, so we're. Do you agree that we're delving into the fantasy now? Sure, fine. Let's put on our little chairman hat, and I'm going to decide the economy because that's what you like to talk about. You like to talk about fantasy. Let's talk about fantasy. Fine.
Well, we're talking about
I
policies
am
we
going-
can use to
Yeah,
improve.
Yeah,
Describing
no,
of
I'm
any other
describing the
topic.
problem. I'm not talking about. I never once said X,
Bro.
Y, or Z should happen. I'm describing the problem. The problem is that 20 fucking million people can't live in Los Angeles. They don't have enough water. First of all, doesn't matter how many 5+1s you build, how many fucking
True.
BRT stations you build. They don't have enough water. So if I'm gonna put on my chairman hat and redesign the entire world according to my whim, which is apparently a thing that you Twitch streamer losers do, then I'm going to say we need to build cities that are sustainable. We're going to build
Okay.
cities that are a reasonable size so that you can get from point A to point B without spending 2 hours on a Tokyo fucking subway across the Midwest. Because that's where the population can be supported. We cannot
You do like
move
public transit,
everyone
right?
to Los Angeles. Huh?
You do want public transit, right?
I fuck
the
with
Tokyo
public transit
subways.
so hard, bro. I take the
pretty
train
cool.
just for fun. I fuck with public transit. I grab my bike, put it on the bus, go to the lake, and ride up and down the lake, bro. I
Based.
fuck with public transit more than you or any of your suburban, incel, bedroom-ridden fucking freak fans do. So don't talk to me about
I don't live in
parking
the
lots and
suburbs.
public transit, bro. So again,
Well, man,
that's how we're gonna lower prices. Because
if I
right
took-
now,
by
so long
building
as housing
cities.
is what?
what if there's a solution that can actually appease everybody here? The people that want to
Go
save
ahead.
the historical parking lots, the people who want to move to
I
the
don't like
cities
parking
because they're
lots.
popular. Okay, the
Can
brownstones
you
to
not
save
say
them.
historical parking lots? That can't be a real thing.
Historical parking lot. Why not? So
We need
okay.
them there so that housing prices are
what
high.
is
so
the
that
first
Wildman
parking
makes a
lot
lot
ever
off rent.
created?
Well, what if something happened there? Like, what if like that's actually where Jimmy Hoffa's buried, or what if that's actually like some historical event, like Haymarket riot or something?
What
and we're
about
gonna
the
save
parking lot where Trump spoke when he?
Yeah, exactly. That should be a
yeah.
historical site.
There
when
should
I-
be like
The
a
Four Seasons.
podium there.
When I think of parking lot, I think of like dude in a trench coat gonna like flash somebody.
Well,
That's what I
well,
think.
hold on.
happens in
Let me make the
parking-
point down.
That might be a me
yes.
problem.
Let's let Nate
We
speak.
need,
Yeah.
we need more housing, and environmentally speaking, humanity not a great track record either. So we gotta get everybody dense and close. So there's this plan called the Cube. I don't know if you ever heard of it. I linked it in the group chat. All we need is a
no.
1 kilometer by 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer cube. We can fit the entire
Hey.
planet's population into one cube, and then
I
we
will
can save
not.
all the buildings and all the wild spaces and all that. We can all be in one spot. We don't even need public transportation because we're all in one fucking cube. We just
But
need
then
that.
That's
why-
what I'm talking about. Build the
I
cube.
just sent it to you, Vaush.
Build
I
the
don't
cube.
like this.
Oh, I know the cube. Don't worry. I'm a
No, we don't
scholar
fuck
of the
with
cube.
the
Cubist thought.
Like, why not give it a try? Because we all want to be closer anyway, and maybe it'll solve some of these geopolitical issues too. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to worry about like wars
No.
and stuff. We can just have like conflicts in the
Any
cube.
of your guys' housing solutions, I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, Bosch, but your ideal like housing situation is like I would no longer get a backyard anymore.
Well, where do you live? If you live in like a downtown urban area, then probably not, right? Where do you want a backyard?
Around my house.
But I mean,
don't
like,
have to
if
tell
Do
you
you live
where
in an
my house
urban area?
I'm not asking what
suburbs,
city you live.
suburbs.
You live in the
Okay, yeah,
suburbs?
suburbs.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I think the suburbs should be bulldozed. I do think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
get there, don't worry.
ridiculous. Do
It'll
you
take a
understand
while.
how you lose me on that? I like my backyard. I
Well,
hope
it's
for
like
there
the-
to be a
Not a
pool there
popularity
one day.
contest,
It's like
though.
the communist revolution, okay? You're not going to get the bourgeois with you. You just have to unite all the non-suburbanites against the
No, but how-
suburbanites.
I've watched you, okay, defend Hassan and his $2.7 million mansion that y'all keep fucking calling a house.
Oh.
You want to abolish my backyard?
Oh yeah, wait. In terms of like city revenue and efficiency of city resources, yeah, Hassan's house is actually significantly better than any suburban area that you'll find outside Atlanta. That's for sure.
What the
No,
There's
fuck?
actually like really good math on it. Yeah, Hassan
like-
pays a
You
method
haven't even
fuck ton
seen
on
my
property
house, but
taxes.
you're still simping for his house over my house?
You said suburban, right? Suburban areas are
suburban.
very economically inefficient. Yeah.
So Hassan's house is inefficient.
Hassan's house, relative to the square footage to property taxes that he pays, is relatively efficient. I've been to West Hollywood, okay? That city generates a lot of money off of property
I
taxes,
thought-
I'll tell you that much.
But I thought in the suburbs, no one should have a backyard. And he
Well,
has one.
There wouldn't be suburbs
Does he
ideally,
have
but
one?
his backyard costs way more per
The
square foot than yours
simping
does.
never stops with you guys. You were
I just
really
don't like
quick to say
suburbs.
no
Oh.
backyard to me, but
What's wrong with
Hassan's is
simping?
okay. Is this sexism?
You're,
Yeah,
it's not-
it is.
yeah, but no, but
Not really an
hating on Sims,
issue with the
that's
backyard
sexist.
so much as it is the suburbs. But if you want to build like a really expensive backyard per square foot in an urban area, then go for it. That's going to cost quite a bit.
Okay.
Well, I can agree that suburbs are ridiculous because I was driving through one to get somewhere the other day, and I'm like, what kind of fucking mindset did the boomers have that like, oh, I love this, I love being in traffic, I love the traffic, I have so much freedom on the American roadways, and they're not maintained.
Dude,
and
it sucks.
I
Holy
really don't
shit.
get it.
Yeah.
I do
Cherry,
not
let
get
me
the appeal.
say, Cherry, here's, you know, this is just a perspective, right? So I have a friend, it's like one of my closest friends in this life, and he and I were really into agriculture when we were in high school. We would go summers. We would spend volunteering on different organic farms, kind of like what Touring News is doing right now, like just traveling, spending a couple weeks here, a couple weeks there, working on farms. This friend stuck with it, right? And for the last 10 years, he's been farming this little land that he rents out in this valley up in Boise, Idaho, right? So he's like my connection to that world, right? And I visit him all the time. I was there a couple of weeks back, and he's been trying to make all these improvements to the land. You know, they're in the valley. It's like it's some of the very limited arable land, like where you can actually grow stuff and have enough water from the irrigation system to actually grow food for the city. And he's rents this land from landlord. Like this lady owns a bunch of land, and he rents whatever, an acre from her for however much. And he wants to start making permaculture improvements, right? He wants to plant fruit trees. He wants to dig irrigation ditches, stuff that costs a lot of money and labor today, but is going to produce food for generations to come, right? And he goes to the landlord and says, hey, I want to make these improvements. She says, I don't know. I think I'm going to sell next year. This suburban developer came in and offered me money. So now, because of the way Boise is developing, and he has to move out of Idaho, and he's going to try to buy like a homestead here in the Midwest where like there's more land. So all of this is to say, it's like, I love the outdoors. You know, I go backpacking a couple times a year. I try to get out, touch some grass. I love grass, you know, as much as I can.
No.
And I have a tiny little sliver of a backyard for my dog here in Chicago. But the thing is, it's like the suburbs, if everyone lived like in the suburbs, it'd be unsustainable. And now I'm not in charge. And, you know, like Americans really like their suburbs. So it's not a popularity contest. But Vaush, and I hate to fucking say this about him, but he's speaking in like what would be the ideal, most optimal outcome, as he often does. Because
You
he's
guys
fucking-
have bonded over
No, I haven't.
my
I
desire
think-
to
I
have a
think-
backyard.
I think
So this
the
is
way he
sexism.
speaks is alienating. The
This
way he
is
speaks is
sexism.
alienating. Because Vaush goes, oh, absolutely, the suburbs should be demolished. And it's like, bro, this is a suburban country, and they got the mindset of the suburbs. You need to uplift people. You need to say that, you know, if we're talking about rhetoric, because rhetoric is so important for you Twitch streamers. Well, you can't go attacking people's yards. You need to present them with a new
anti-rhetoric, though.
world. Huh?
I'm only
What do you
speaking
mean?
truth here. I'm anti-rhetoric.
No, you
build.
mean
Maybe
Auntie, what?
maybe if housing was more affordable and people made enough money, our need to go outside wouldn't all be fulfilled in the back of our house, and we can go on vacation or into actual nature.
You could have like a big, like a really nice park. You know what's really cute?
It could be a
I forget
communal
what the-
backyard, guys. It's almost
That
like
made a
we
lot
could
of
have a
sense to me, Wild
Unironically,
Man.
there is a
communal
really
backyard.
cute type of housing development. I forget what it's called. It's like cabin suburbs or something, but it's like 6 or 8 houses that all face inward to a central front yard that has like a little garden and pond and stuff. And the exits from that
Oh,
front
you're
yard
talking
are
about a
gated.
courtyard, right?
There's a specific term, but yeah, essentially. And it's like super, super cute. You can get in there with like your friends and stuff, and you've got like one family, the other family. I feel like that's
Yeah,
a really, really cute.
I had one of those in New York City. There was always a guy down there masturbating. I hate those things.
I think
I ran into those in public transit,
might be
so I
thinking about
mean,
different things,
people
but,
can
'cause
advocate for
it's-
public
Vaush,
transit.
you will never be able to advocate for, you know, these shared public spaces so long as we live in such a sick and disgusting society. Sure, I agree with you, Vaush. Ideally, our backyard would be the front yard where it opens up to a park. And our kids would be allowed to roam free because we'd be safe, because we would know each other's neighbors, and because there wouldn't be, you know, a car going 50 miles per hour down the next road waiting to run over our kids. But that's not the world we live in now. So first things first is we need to bring safety, security, and prosperity
By
to all
building.
people. And that will engender trust in each other. And then you could talk about all these other ideas about demolishing
man.
people's way of life.
How are
Seems
you
like
going to
what
bring
you described is
safety?
more utopian.
Can
How are you
can
going
Am I
we?
gonna
to
do
bring
it?
safety to the community if you defund the police, Wild Man?
True.
Well,
Big
that, by
true.
defunding the
Very
police,
true.
By defunding the police. Look,
Okay. Who's gonna
Chaeiry,
wait?
you're
Wait.
asking me about
Wait.
hypothetical.
What about? Okay, let's actually talk about the public masturbation people. Okay, I actually did have the experience with somebody on. As much as people advocate for public transit, they really don't have the security there, because I remember one time there was a dude. I was just riding the train into work, and there was a dude there in the same train as me. Just pulling on his dick, like it was something to do. And I looked over at him, and he looked at me, and we were making eye contact. And I looked, and I saw what he was doing, and I was like, "Oh no!" So then
I feel like that's.
so anyways, I got up, right, and I told the security, and they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, we've seen that guy before." And then by the time they like looked over, the guy was getting off at like the next stop, and they like didn't get him. And then ever since then, the security knew me. They were like, they saw me, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you're the girl who told us about the guy jerking off." And I'm like, "Yeah, that's really how I wanted to be known, but okay, thanks." Anyways, how are you, Wild Man, abolishing the police, gonna deal with all the public masturbators, all the people tugging
Yeah,
their
Wild
dick
Man.
in a
I mean,
public space?
I understand it's a lighthearted prompt, so I'll answer, but not without saying, look, this world is not a world of my design, and it never will be. So this fantastic speculation on what you would do as Supreme Leader is just for fun, right? We're going to say it's just for fun, okay? So when I answer, you're not going to like it, but when I answer that we need to start identifying the source of these symptoms, right? Like what's the true sickness in society? And then we just need to build from there, and it'll have a bunch of positive downstream consequences. And then maybe we'll be in a totally different, context where the questions might evolve themselves. So the top line level, like I said, is just broadly cure societal sickness. That means, again, you're not going to like it, but we need a shared prosperity. We need to destroy these artifacts of the old world, which keep us from sharing prosperity, and we need to rebuild from there.
Can I bring up one more societal sickness
Please.
that someone in chat brought up? I would really like to discuss this. Public poopers. Have y'all seen the videos of people literally like taking a shit in the supermarket and just shaking their
I
pant
have
leg?
not seen that. That
Oh,
is
yeah.
horrible. Wait, Vaush, what's your solution for public shitters?
I think a lot of these issues, honestly, seem to be a product of mental illness. Like if you oftentimes when you have cities that have a lot of stuff like that, and you look at like police logs, it's like a very small percentage of the population doing this stuff over and over and over again. Usually that's because they've really got. Look, I see how the homeless are in LA. Okay, if I was in their position, I wouldn't feel that bad about shitting in a fucking Safeway either. I think that providing these people homes and having Medicare for all that accounts for mental health care would probably be the best thing we could do.
Okay, what about
Because
public,
I
public jerky?
I've been to. Well, I've been to other, in my travels around the world, it seems like there's a positive, or I should say a negative correlation between investment in social programs and social welfare and like the amount of like weird homeless shit you see, or the amount of like weird.
But the man jerking it isn't necessarily homeless, right? The dude who pulling on his dick in the fucking parking lot or in the train with you is not necessarily homeless. He's just a guy who likes to pull on his dick with unsuspecting women around him,
No,
right?
not
Yes,
necessarily.
the people.
A decent
The people
chance
in
that
the
maybe
supermarket. Hold on, let a woman speak, okay? The people in the supermarket, they were not homeless people. I saw those pants. I know what the butt mark is on them. They were American Eagle jeans. You can't be homeless and wear American Eagle. They're still just shitting in public.
Technically,
This is a new fetish, I think.
it's also a mental health issue as well. It's not just homelessness.
Yeah, but not
There's-
from homelessness. This is just like people with money.
I don't
and
think
mental
public
health issues.
masturbators are necessarily mentally ill, right? They're just people who are so like unashamed about like and get off on like public masturbation so much that like I
I'm not
don't know.
saying all of them are homeless and mentally ill, but there's a pretty strong correlation between these types of antisocial behaviors and mental illness or homelessness. So if we want to address that, that's a good like first place to tackle, I think. And I think it was because I grew up in California. A huge portion of the homeless people in California were mentally ill patients who were released when Reagan disbanded all the mental institutions back in the 1980s. So at least over there, and we have a lot of homeless, there's a huge relationship between like homelessness and mental illness. And a lot of the quote bad behavior you see is a product of that. I think if we started by tackling that, there were a lot of like other externalities that might be corrected, and we could see what that does to the relevant rate of aberrant antisocial behavior. It
Definitely
be a positive relationship.
Well,
No,
I want to
Stardust.
push back. I want to push back on Chaeiry's thing about you can't be homeless and own American Eagle, because I think you can. I think you can be homeless and own anything.
True. I thought about it. Someone can throw
Even
away
a
those
home.
jeans, and then they can go to a homeless person.
Yeah, the homeless guy in the Maserati.
Here's
classic.
the thing: is that they're homeless spiritually because they don't feel connected to the world, their own sanity, their community, the people around them, and that's why they think it's okay to jerk off in front of you, or they're not home. They're not home
They're
up
not-
here.
They don't want to be part of society, right? They
But
just want
why?
to hurt
Why
us.
should anyone be a part of this society? This
Well,
society
man,
doesn't care
True.
about the
This is
individual.
a Joker pill moment.
It is
Oh,
Joker
shit.
pill.
In China,
what
do they have a
else
social
does.
credit system that President Xi and the Communist Party sort of implemented? Don't you think we could do something
Shut
like
up!
that here?
You just lost 1,000 social credit points.
Oh shit!
That's pretty bad,
1984.
man. You don't want to be down. I mean, as soon as you get to 600, I think it's the lowest score. Like you lose all of your privileges. You can't even post
I'm
online.
gonna buy your parents' house and evict you from their basement, Nate. It's coming. I got the
Vaush,
mortgage
do you
application
regret
lined up.
talking to us?
No, I'm having fun. What,
Okay, cool.
going? My bet be kicked off? Hello?
No.
I'm just asking.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
no,
we're
just
talking
kidding.
about
If I-
people shitting in the supermarket and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, this is like typical conversation for us. So just
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, what we're talking about fundamentally is one of the problems with social alienation. Back when humans lived in villages, the term village idiot used to be almost a sympathetic term. As Foucault wrote, it described a person who was not really capable of taking care of themselves, but was considered kind of the collective responsibility of the village. I'm not saying these people were treated great or anything. I'm just saying that people recognize them. But today in modern American cities, homeless people are unpersons. Like you turn your eyes away from them, you pretend they don't exist. People will actively go out of their way to ignore their existence. It didn't used to be like that. And I think a lot of that has to do with a sense of detachment from the community that we all experience. It's the same reason why we let people litter on the blocks we live on. The same reason why we feel comfortable like driving 40 minutes out to get some food from a place that's nowhere near our home, but we're okay when the shops near us get boarded up. I think that the more investment we have in the health of our neighborhood, the more likely we are to A, not feel alienated and thus engage in that antisocial behavior, and B, responsibly police others' antisocial behavior. I don't think calling the cops in to beat the shit out of some guy for like jerking off in a subway is fixing any social issues, even though I do think it's sexual assault to jerk off in a subway. I wonder
And
if
then
there-
also, when I beat him up, I shouldn't get an assault charge.
Look, use pepper spray, okay, and we can work on the ethics of all this. There's some sort of middle ground.
Pepper spray is.
Sounds
I
like you
didn't-
got all the answers.
I'm just
What's your solution to public shitting?
mandatory butt
That's
plugs.
not my fucking circus. Not my problem. I'm not in charge. Find the people who are in charge and ask them. Why is it that any person who grabs a microphone on this and a camera and wants to talk about the world as it is needs to have some fantasy level solution, as if they're writing a novel about some utopia? We need workers' councils. We need we need.
Didn't you just go on a
talking
whole
about-
spiel
dude,
about livable cities and not being? I feel like you've been just as flowery with your language as I have with mine, buddy.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
plus Chaeiry and I brought up public masturbation and public shitting, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This ideal world, okay? Maybe it's
Ideal.
not so far.
Oh,
from-
you don't want to shit on the train. Oh, you're a
I don't
utopian.
want somebody to tug their dick while looking at me, and I don't know who the fuck they are. Is that so far from?
Oh, I'm saying it's like, okay.
Well, what if the wait? What if all the
Actually,
shit?
they
What if all the
know
people
who I
doing the
am.
public? If all the people doing the public shitting all read Foucault, and then maybe they interpreted like the bathroom as being also a prison, then maybe they're doing an act of resistance. To the
Maybe
system
yeah, it
itself,
is resistance.
You know,
I hate
just
it.
saying,
I
maybe
hate it. I
shitting
hate
might
it
be the
so much.
revolutionary act.
I hate it so much. I hate
wasn't.
it.
I think Hegel also, right? Isn't shitting the Aufbau or whatever it is, the synthesis, like the result of shit,
God,
right?
not philosophy.
There you go.
Fucking Nate ruining it for everybody. So yeah, thanks Nate.
We need better healthcare. We need better social services. We need better housing. We need better support networks. We need better communities. We need better societies. We need better police. We need anything else? Did I miss anything?
Better police. Not
What's
no
up,
police.
Leslie?
What's up, Lib?
What up, Leslie?
Leslie, you're muted.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Bye bye.
God, I was supposed to have chicken nuggies an hour ago. Where does the time go?
Uh-oh.
Seriously? Yeah.
Yo. Oh, just give me a second.
Get angry.
I haven't had
I like
chicken nuggets in a
chicken
long time.
That sucks. Why
Are
not?
they actually nuggets or are they like tendies?
Well,
Or
the ladies are
No,
gone.
I have the nuggets. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like there's just a difference between deep frying and cooking something in an oven or whatever. Like I don't know. Like I guess baking them.
I have air fried ones. I'm very
I've
fond
never-
of them.
I've never used an air fryer. Am I
Wow.
missing
Hi,
out?
Leslie.
They're a lot healthier.
Guys,
I think
this
they
is
have
my
a much more
friend.
neutral
This
flavor.
is
that
my
means
friend
they-
Leslie. Say hi to Leslie right now. Say it. Say hi.
Hello.
Hey Leslie, what's up? How you doing?
10 a.m. for me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
I'm okay. How's everyone doing? I've been listening in. Holy shit, man.
Tired.
Yeah. It's fun. We've been having fun.
Yeah, we're getting into a lot of deep stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be
It's
deep.
not deep. It's not deep. It's not...
Yeah, like we literally don't have any of these things in Singapore. Like we don't get any of this at all. I'm like,
Yo,
Yeah.
Chicken
what's
nuggets?
your
You mean chicken nuggets?
what's your solution
what?
to
Chicken-
public masturbation?
we don't have that in Singapore.
Oh wow.
Like literally none of it at all.
Why do you
Don't.
not have it?
I don't know. Like maybe I should go around asking people, right? Why don't you masturbate in public? No, but the thing is, it's very very different in Singapore. Like we are very because maybe it's because we're an Asian country or something. Like people are just built different, I guess. Not saying that like anyone's better or anything, but it's just the way it is.
Do you think it's because of policing? I know that Singapore police
Yeah.
can be a little bit harsh.
I mean, it can get a bit harsh. Like you can get fined and shit just for throwing something out of the window. Because we unlike you guys, right? We usually stay in apartment buildings. So yeah, we don't really own our houses per se. Like the whole housing situation is very different for us.
Yeah, isn't it like a unique public-private sort of combination of how the housing system works?
It's kind of complicated. So it's public, but not really. Kind of, and it's private, but not really as well. Unless like condominiums and things like that. Yeah. So we don't own like big houses like mansions or whatever it is. Like not so much unless you're super wealthy. Yep. That's how it is. That's how it is.
Cool.
What is the housing
Not-
policy in Singapore? Do they make an
Housing-
effort to try to build enough homes to make sure that everyone's
Yeah, they do.
Wow.
They really do. So the thing is, because we are a very small country, right? And I think we're pretty close. I'm not sure if you know about Hong Kong. So the housing situation in Hong Kong is pretty bad, right? Like if you've seen pictures on the internet about how the houses look, like
Yeah.
how people are living there. Like, it's
Yeah.
really, really cramped. So I think we are not there yet, but potentially we could hit there if our population keeps growing. So what the government did many, many, many years ago, like my parents' generation, which is probably like 40 years ago, what they did was they came out with this idea where they built really, really tall kind of apartment buildings, and everyone gets a house. So in the past, when we first got independence and things like that, people were still living in villages and all that. Like it was legit villages, and then the government was like, "Yeah, we're gonna move all of you out of there. We're gonna put you in nice looking buildings, building apartments, and we're gonna make it affordable for you."
Nice. Yeah.
You think in the future, as population increases, it'll just be like one big cube instead of lots of different like tall buildings?
Wait, are you talking about the cube theory that you mentioned earlier? The 1 by 1 or something
Yeah,
like that?
yeah, something like that, like a proto cube. Maybe maybe it could actually be like Singapore sounds like the place where they could test that out or something, because it's hard to get anything done in America, to be honest.
Trust me, it's pretty hard to get things done here as well. I'm not even kidding. We don't have
Nate?
we don't have protests and things like that. We don't have riots. The last time we had a riot, like the whole country just lost their shit, man.
Damn.
We get
Yeah.
stuff done in America. Bezos sent a spaceship into space.
And I still don't have my robot body. So
It's also
you
an
know?
oddly shaped spaceship, in my opinion.
Yeah.
What are
Very
you talking about? I like the shape of it.
it was like a toxic masculine symbol of just like embedded patriarchy, and now I understand what
The
Judith Butler
penises
was
are
talking
toxic, huh?
about. Yeah,
True.
we're
That's
surrounded
news
by
to me.
phalluses everywhere. Everything's a phallus. Every one of those buildings in New York City, that's a message.
So,
True.
what's going on? What's the problem?
I'm hungry. I haven't had my nuggies.
Hell yeah.
Oh no.
What?
Are you having a nuggies with Szechuan
I hate chicken
sauce?
nuggets.
Why do you? Who hates chicken nuggets?
People allergic to chicken?
Me.
Are you allergic
Oh,
to chicken?
come
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Wait, really?
Chicken nuggets piss me off.
They're jealous. I understand. I would be
Yeah.
too if I
Not
couldn't have them.
jealous.
They're very good.
I would want like grown up chicken. I think it's adorable that you still eat like a child's meal.
Oh,
Yeah, that's just part of growing up. You got to decide which parts of childhood you want to hold on to, and for me, it was video games and chicken nuggets.
But yeah, if you open up a guy's freezer, like for the ladies on the panel, if you open up a guy's freezer, he's in his 30s and it's full of fish sticks, tater tots, chicken nuggets, other sorts of like battered frozen food.
Call me a fucking
deal
I'm
breaker.
going home.
Fucking hot pockets and what is it? Pizza bagel bites? Whatever.
Men
I'm
Stuff
running.
like that.
Men should eat ragu. Men should
Ooh.
eat. Men should eat vegetables, meat.
I can't after the Booksmart stream. I can't eat like any red sauce at all.
Oh, yeah. After that was so bad.
Men should cook dishes like osobuco.
I like curry. That's good. You can put a lot of stuff in
I like
curry.
curry.
We can do a lot there.
You're just saying that
You like
because I'm
curry?
here.
Oh shit! Is
Like
that why
curry,
you said that?
Shut the fuck up. Don't make this weird. Curry's good.
Very, very, very. I know it's like benevolent racism, but it's still racism. Okay, so.
Are you one of those streamers who spends thousands of dollars a month paying people to cook and deliver your food for you? Because I see Hassan, and he's got like a line of DoorDash delivery guys trying to drop off the food that their family
Nah,
made.
I try not to order food. I've been dieting. It's just not good. I
Good. You cook
I-
your own food.
well we get the what have they called it? Hello Fresh, where they send you like the
Uh-oh.
pre-prepared
Pre-made
ingredients for your own.
meals.
Yeah. Those are pretty good. We have those like a couple times a week.
It could be worse because I do have a problem with all these streamers who get all their food from DoorDash. Because
Yeah, true.
you've
Grubhub
got-
is better.
Well, Grubhub, both. Okay, you've got this beautiful history, of cooking food inside the home. You have people over. You cook food for your family. You cook food for your people inside your home. It's sort of domestic production, right? And now all of a sudden, when somebody has enough disposable income, some yuppie or worse, a Twitch streamer who moved to LA and bought a mansion, Now that they have so much disposable income, they can outsource a part of what makes a human to someone else. So it's no wonder to me that Hassan likes immigrants. I like immigrants too, but I think the reason Hassan likes them is so that they can fill
Bring
all
his
the
food to him?
low-wage positions at all of his favorite restaurants, so they can cook all their food from all across the world, and so that they can deliver him his chicken tendies,
Are
metaphorically
you
speaking.
so you're like you see immigration kind of like bringing over slaves from Africa?
No, not at all.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Whoa.
I said
Well,
no.
that's
Did you guys
correct.
hear me? I said no.
I respect
Okay.
it.
But
Well, man,
what I do see is when someone uses their disproportionately high income in order to outsource production that should be a domestic concern to low-wage workers, it does demonstrate quite keenly just how much of someone like Hassan, just an example, how much of his lifestyle is predicated by the hard work of other people. And I don't mean in the iPhone sense, like, oh, that's woke. I mean like, okay, bro, why do you order all your food out? Why
Not the case for all of us.
why when people watch you, it's just a constant stream of you eating other people's cooking?
I mean, even
Sure,
if you
you
didn't
went off
order all that
camera.
food out, if you
I
existence is completely dependent on
Say it
supply
again. You're
chains
breaking
that are.
up.
you're cutting
Oh,
out.
well, I mean, it doesn't really matter whether or not you're ordering food from out, right? If you live in the West, then your existence completely depends on supply chains, which rely on the exploitation of immigrants and the third world. If you, like ordering from DoorDash, like maybe adds like one domino to the 57 before,
It's
but
conspicuous. It's unnecessary. It's extra. It's like
think-
it's like cleaning someone to. It's like paying someone to clean your home. I don't care how much money I get.
you're a joint.
Clean your
I
own
think your
home.
mic is off.
Mine?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Vaush, what I'm saying is it's
Wait, he left.
conspicuous.
Uh-oh.
He
Vaush, you suck. Answer. Oh, you can't answer. I win. I won, VGGers. You win.
Congrats.
Every time somebody leaves, you mess up the titles that I just made.
So, what I was saying, Vaush, is that it's like it's extra. It's conspicuous consumption. When they pay someone to cook their food, when they pay someone to clean their home, no matter how much money I make, I will never pay someone to clean
Like
my home.
bragging about being a landlord?
What'd you say?
Like bragging
Wait.
about being a
Those are
landlord?
business assets. bro.
Landlords are people too, Vaush.
Oh, sure. No, I was just wondering how conspicuous the consumption is when you brag about being a landlord.
Oh.
Consumption. Bro, I own that shit. They pay me rent. You
doesn't-
understand how that
doesn't-
works?
Doesn't he own the DoorDash? I mean, he doesn't
Bro.
seem to shy away from that.
It's you own the DoorDash. DoorDash is not when you buy a meal, it's not an asset. It's totally different. When you pay someone to
Oh.
clean your house because
you think
you have too big of a
conspicuous
house to clean
consumption-
yourself, that's different.
You think conspicuous consumption is more defensible when it entails the accumulation of capital from proletariat? That's
not
interesting.
conspicuous consumption. Here's the thing about me accumulating
It
wealth.
is when you brag about it.
Here's the thing about me accumulating wealth. Okay, this is capitalism, right? It's horrid. It's inefficient. It's anti-human, but it's still capitalism. And underneath the days of feudalism, we had serfs and we had kings. And if given the choice, I'm pretty sure you'd rather be a king than a serf, right? So under capitalism, I'd rather
If
have
you-
a little piece of paper that says I own this or that asset, as opposed to being the person who has a little piece of paper that says I rent this asset or that asset.
What
Someone's
if you'd
got
rather
to
be
own
a
it. Pal.
DoorDash enjoyer? Listen, there
Hold
are
up.
two. Marx wrote on
Say that
two
again?
economic classes: the DoorDash enjoyers and the DoorDash non-enjoyers. Okay.
See, you
Yeah.
can't say anything to me. What I just
Uh,
described to you, you have no answer to because
Well, do you
Um,
enjoy DoorDash?
I don't fucking pay someone to deliver my food. I walk down the block and get
It
it.
sounds like you're a fucking loser, bro. Seems like Chad Hassan is dabbing all over you. You have your land that you rent to people, and he has his DoorDash, and you're just
That's
kind
not
of
the
the
same,
pick
bro.
in the
I
end.
have assets and I
same,
make
yeah.
wealth, and I'm fucking carving
He's
out
got DoorDash. Yeah.
my deed. This is my deed, right? Under feudalism, you have the little decree that this is yours. Under capitalism, I have the deed to property.
Yeah,
I
he's
have
got DoorDash.
my assets. That's consumption, you stupid fucker.
Well, it's not
It's
exploitation at
not
the very
nice to
least.
call people stupid.
Well, he's
Or
being dense on
fuckers.
purpose. He's being dense
Very
on
rude.
purpose. The parent to anyone.
He's
No.
being oh, do you think he's being a himbo?
Ooh,
He's not
I
sexy enough.
That is
can't
a
wait
political strategy.
to lose enough weight.
The real
that people
himbo
call
on
me
this
a
panel
himbo.
is Leslie NGGG. Okay, he's a true alpha Chad in here. So
Yes.
Yes.
King.
true.
I'm
king.
just
Thank you,
shit.
Leslie.
Don't mind me. I'm just here.
Poor Leslie.
Would you
this is
describe
his
yourself
first-
as a himbo?
I'm not sure he
I'm-
knows what a himbo is, right?
A male bimbo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like
There
you
you
just got showed the fuck
Oh
up.
wow, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Guys,
Sure.
come on.
Yes.
We have those in Singapore as well.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm sorry. This is Leslie's first panel with us, and I feel like I feel so bad that your like introduction when you were like listening earlier was just like all politics, but
We were chill earlier.
yeah. Well, we're chill now.
We're still
too,
chill. Yeah,
so,
we're chill as
yeah.
fuck
No,
right
you
now.
provoked me by appearing in a place you weren't invited.
Damn, sounds
I
like victim
didn't-
blaming.
I
Or
mean,
watching toxic
technically, I
masculinity.
saw him in the chat and I invited him on.
Invite-
so,
yeah. Maybe Wildman is jealous that he has to share the space with Vaush.
Yeah,
Maybe
like I
this
said,
is
it's like an
white
alpha male thing.
Fragility.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
an
he
ape
feels
thing. No,
offended that Vaush was denying his whiteness.
Or
It's an
maybe
ape thing.
it's-
It's when two apes meet up and they're male apes and they're all like, that's what it is.
Yeah, yeah,
maybe,
they're like,
maybe it's a friend thing, you know? Like,
yeah.
don't worry, your friendship is very valuable to me, Wild Man, okay? And it will never
No,
be
but-
diminished by anybody else, okay?
Reverse the roles. What if I'll put myself in Wildman's position. I, a black woman, encounter another black woman on a panel, and then they deny that they're black. It's almost like I felt like we had something in common, and then they just broke my heart. Vaush, maybe you
white
hurt his
people-
feelings by denying your whiteness?
Do white people
Maybe. I
really
can- I
relate
can
to
make
each other like
amends.
that? Do
I have
white
no
people?
idea.
I don't
I
think
know you
white
guys are
people
joking
do.
around, but this is what's happening. Is that I know entirely too much about Vaush, and he pisses me off. What he talks about, what he stands for, what he advocates for, I think is bad. I
He's
think
mad that I'm
it's,
anti-landlord.
Oh.
I think it's self-serving, and I think it's ahistorical, and it's anti-communist. So it's simple. I fall in one camp of people who take communism seriously, and he falls in another who bastardizes it for his own idiosyncratic views. And
So
I
true.
think is creepy, just generally, the way he interacts with people.
He was doing that. You know, you
Gives me
opened this by
huge,
talking about Star's
huge
underwear.
creepy
I
vibes.
feel like all I've talked about is building housing for people, but whatever makes you happy, man.
It's about how you say it, bro. You're
About
creepy.
how you bring up
Well,
a girl's underwear.
I'm just
apropos
bringing that
of
to the surface, just so our new friend Leslie can understand that we were vibing, laughing, chilling, right, Chaeiry, Stardust, Nate, having a good time, and then Vaush stuck his nose in a place he wasn't invited because he wanted to provoke me.
And then
But-
everyone was happy except Wildman.
Well,
Well, I'm having a good time. Yeah, I'm having fun.
Look, I to be fair, I saw Vaush in chat and I invited him on because he entertains all my stupid questions and stupid hypotheticals. But it doesn't need to be tense, Wildman, because even if we disagree on things, we can still be friendly, right? So
it's not true because you've seen how I interact with even the smallest concerns of Twitch streamers, right?
yeah, I suppose so.
I'm real and authentic.
Yeah.
So
I don't
you
know
know
why you
what?
tolerate me.
Well-
I don't know why you tolerate me then.
because you have a sense of humor. Simple as that. So you don't take yourself so seriously, like Vaush, for one.
I don't think I'm taking myself too seriously in this conversation.
You take
but
yourself so seriously, bro. You're so purposeful with everything you say.
take my nuggies seriously. That's for sure.
And your memes are stale, trash, and not funny, bro. Derivative, repetitive, boring, snoring. Yawn.
Can I ask the panel a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is better? And I'll tell you the answer after you guys are done. A crunchy cookie or a soft cookie?
I'm gonna go with soft.
Soft cookie.
No, the answer is crunchy. What the fuck?
Why?
I don't fuck with cookies.
Why?
Out of all the treats, I'm a big treat guy. I like ice cream. I like
With
cake.
treat?
I like
Oh.
pastries. I
I
like
love
treats.
cake.
But
The
how
outer
do
rim
you
of the
like your
cookie.
cookie?
The outer rim of the cookie should have a little bit of a snap to it, you know, to contextualize the gooey center. But as a whole, the cookie should be soft.
No, but I feel like the way that people that like soft cookies, like they think of it like a steak. The inside of the cookie should not be raw. It should be cooked all the way through. So
It's
it
not
should
raw.
be crunchy.
It's cooked. It's
I
just
think it's
chewy.
okay to have the inner dough a little bit, like maybe a little underdone, you know? Not like crazy, like
Underdone.
it's a goo bite in the middle, but like, you know, a little, maybe just a little bit below perfectly done in the center with a chocolate cookie, man. The best part was when you bite into the double chocolate cookies and you can't tell what is dough and what is the melted chocolate chip in the center.
That's
That's
not.
so good.
I don't like to be confused about whether my food is cooked or raw.
Nate, what's your opinion?
Soft
Me?
cookies, bad.
Oh, but you just like, why not just eat like a biscuit or something like
Yeah, I
you
like
know, like
biscottis.
Poor Nate.
mm,
You don't know?
Like, no, I was just gonna say, like, I think there's like there's a context to it. Like if you were ever gonna try and dunk a soft cookie, if anyone even does that in like a liquid, then
Which is
they would suck to
sweet,
it.
right?
But or if you're gonna put, like, I don't know, if you're gonna put like a soft cookie in ice cream, like if you're gonna crumble it or whatever, and you wanted like the crunch with the ice cream, I don't know. But like hard, honestly, it's just more likely you're gonna make that at home because you're probably gonna fuck up the recipe in your oven or whatever. So I'll go with the hard for now. I still
just
think
think-
so. Yeah.
you need contrast, right? Can we at least agree
about-
on that?
What about Leslie? I want to hear Leslie's opinion on this.
I think the best kind of cookies are free.
Just free.
That's based.
Yep, doesn't matter.
All cookies are
communist
beautiful
Free food.
as long as they're free.
Free food, best food, guys. Come on.
Based?
That is true. That is true. Wild man, are you
If
okay?
someone gives you free food, whether if it's a hard cookie or a soft cookie, would you still take it? I mean, I'll just take any cookie, man.
No,
The
if
best-
I get a soft cookie, I'll give that to a homeless person.
I have such fond
Oh.
memories of cookies because that was like my college dorm sharing food. Like in the dorm or with the friends or whatever, when you get one of those like Pillsbury cookie dough like rods that you cut up into little things and put there. Those cookies are pretty fucking good. Then you make like
Bro, there's this
15 of
fucking
them. Split
place
'em up.
in Wicker Park, this like kind of bougie neighborhood by me, called Insomnia Cookies. And I know it's spreading to every fucking gentrified neighborhood in every American city. Insomnia Cookies. It's a little storefront that bakes fresh little cookie treats for all the people. And every time I bike past Insomnia Cookies, there's a line out the fucking door. They're open late too. It doesn't matter. They do delivery all night long. And all day long I see people riding bikes, driving cars, delivering Insomnia Cookies. I'll ride past Insomnia Cookies at midnight. I'll line out the fucking door. Bunch of fucking losers lining up for their little treats. I'm a treat guy. I like sweets.
What if
I
they like
cakes,
the cookies?
I like brownies. What if they like the cookies? No one should be lining up for cookies.
What if they just have a high degree of investment in a business that
Cedar Mom, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it.
Friends, the line up outside of a cookie place like it's a fucking VIP club, then they're losers.
I mean, if they're with their friends, isn't that like
No,
I don't know.
they're
I feel like
losers.
I could
They need
be
to find
I could
something
be at
better to do.
I could
Go
be at the
grab some
DMV
beer,
with
go
my
drink in the
friends.
park like normal adults. Adults should not be lining up for little treats.
I feel like I could be at the DMV with my friends and I would still manage to have a good time somehow, you know?
Why
Um,
to the DMV
what?
with your friends?
You don't go on
Why do you-
errands with your friends?
To the DMV?
Yeah, I
I'll
used
come
to
to the
go.
DMV with my friends.
Yeah, when
No
you
one's
have friends
ever-
around you and you have
Look-
errands to run, why wouldn't you run them together? Right?
That's a little
No
bit
one's
different
ever
than lining up
invited
for
me.
cookies.
And then you've
DMV
got
is
the
just
cookie
a
errand.
place to spend time. Cookie
Cookie errand.
Palace, Cookie Palace. And you know what? People in chat, you guys
Wait,
are a bunch of treat
Hold on,
treat monsters. You guys like treats? Oh, we gotta line up for treats. And you want to know another thing about Insomnia Cookie? It's expensive. You're gonna line up for premium cookies.
If they
No
taste
one sees
good,
a
I
problem
mean,
with that. Everyone in chat's like, that sounds good. I would like the Insomnia Cookies. It's a
Are they
fucking
gluten-free
like,
cookies?
I'm
Do
sure
they take the
have
gluten
them.
out of it? Oh.
Sure they have, and people are so fucking offended in chat. Oh, what
I
if
think
they
you're
like
making that up. They
cookies?
look okay in chat. You know, there's a
What if
place
they
in
like
Seattle
cookies?
called Biscuit Bitch, which is kind of like they've got like a I guess like a punk aesthetic,
you-
I suppose. But what?
Nothing. Go on.
Uh,
Tell me
they've
more
got-
about Biscuit Bitch.
Yeah, they've got like a punk aesthetic. There are a couple of locations. I'm sure at least somebody in chat's been to one, but it's really really good. They have they're biscuits. You know, you got some that are sweet, like with honey and peanut butter, and some that are savory with like gravy and stuff. They're really good, and they usually have like lines outside, but it's more because they don't have indoor seating, so you just kind of wait for them to give you your order. But the food there is really good. It's like $4 for a biscuit too. If they raised the price to like $8 per biscuit, I think they'd get the same amount of traffic, but they don't, and I respect the hell out of that.
No more lines. I see so many people lining up for food. When did this happen? When
The
did
USSR.
you decide to line up outside of a restaurant? Oh, but the tapas are so good here.
That's true. If I see a
Go
line, it's
home.
like, fuck this place. I'm going somewhere, anywhere else. Like, I'm not gonna wait.
You imagine
outside.
that the service is bad, right? Otherwise, why would there be this long ass line?
No,
That's
no, no,
true.
because in
That
the
is
city,
what I assume.
in Chicago, there's these places that get so hyped and the reputation is way overstated. And you'll have a group of fucking yuppie friends who are fresh from whatever fucking state school they came from. And a group of 6 of them will walk up, be like, table for 6. Oh, and then you got the server voice that Americans are like, inoculated to at this point. Oh, we don't really have a table. It's going to be an hour and a half late. And one of the friends who's talking to the hostess turns around and goes, it's going to be an hour and a half. Okay, yeah, we'll wait. Here's our phone number. Bro, nobody respects himself. If you're like between the ages of 22 and 35, you need to grow up and learn to respect yourself a lot faster. College is over. Little midnight treats at your little treat store is over. No more. Go get some normal food at a normal restaurant. Stop taking
this take.
Instagram photos and go home.
I love this take, Wildman. I love when the capitalist is the one crushing small business.
What do you mean?
You're telling people not to go to Insomniac Cookie anymore.
Yes.
That's
Don't go to
that's
Insomniac Cookie.
that is capitalism. Insomnia Cookie. They are doing the American dream, providing a service that
No, they're
nobody
not.
needed
They are
and creating a lot of
appealing
money
to
out of it.
overgrown child, like Pokemon cards. They're appealing to overgrown children. I don't like that. I don't
What do
like
you
when
do-
if you go to a nice restaurant and they have chicken nuggets on the menu. That place.
Out
needs
of
to be burned
curiosity,
to the
what
ground.
do you do with your free time? You seem very contemptuous about how
Me?
other people
I
spend
make
time.
movies. I
Make
movies.
movies.
Making a movie. I hang out with my friends. I have
What do you-
bonfires in the backyard. I
What do
go
you
on
do with your
camping trips.
friends?
I bike around the city. Those are some things I like to do with my free time.
Interesting. Interesting. You seem to be very contemptuous of other people who spend their time in other ways. I don't know.
Yes, because this is a country that's made for people like you, overgrown children, where you can have your little iPad laying on your back in your bed watching YouTube Kids or whatever the fuck they give to toddlers to keep them occupied. Ordering cookies. Insomnia delivers cookies. Do you not see
Nice.
anything wrong with that? What type of society would dedicate infrastructure to delivering cookies to adults?
Yo,
I don't know.
Wildman.
It just kind of seems like you're anti-degeneracy. Like you have this vision of how society ought to be, which is rooted
Did I
in
say
some
that,
sort
bro?
of.
You don't need to speculate. You can ask
Well-
me. If you're actually curious about what I think about these things, you can ask me. You don't have to speculate. I'm right in front of you. Don't
Well,
put
I
words in my
wasn't-
mouth.
I
I
wasn't
have a
putting words in your
question.
mouth. I was
Yes,
sharing
you
a
just called me
feeling that I-
anti-degeneracy, whatever fucking that means. The layers there.
Do you
I have a
not
question
know what
for
that
you,
means?
Wildman.
I think I know what how you're using it. I know how you're using it. Because apparently, in a
Why are you
liberal
ignoring
society,
women?
we're supposed to be okay with the infantilization of every aspect of life.
It's okay.
That we're supposed
If
to
I
be
wanna
okay
talk,
with
I'll find a way to
managers
talk.
treating workers like they're in a kindergarten class. That we're supposed to be okay with people like you eating chicken nuggets for dinner. That we're supposed to be okay with someone like Hassan, who lives in a house with 5 bathrooms, has 0 friends, and has a line of poor DoorDash drivers bringing him his spicy little treats. That's my problem with this
So-
world.
It's just funny because this, like, Wildman's actually the first person that I've had to treat like a child in a while. So it's interesting because if anything, I mean, if I'm on the man baby order cookie iPad in the bed level, I wonder where you're at. You know, do you enjoy
Real
your
fucking
camping
adult
trips?
who lives in the real world, bro.
Okay, Wild Man,
By
I've been trying
going on
to ask
camping
you a
trips?
question. Can I watch one of your movies?
When it's
That's a good
done,
question.
It's gonna be 6 to 9 months,
Okay.
Okay.
and
What
then I'm
kind of
gonna
movies
dox
do you
myself.
make?
When the movie's out, if it's finished timely enough, I'm gonna dox myself. I'm gonna have a whole new source of income, and then I'll be untouchable.
Is it an
Okay.
adult film?
No,
What kind of
Alright, just
movie is
curious.
it? What kind of movie is
I
it?
can't say,
Oh, okay. All right. That's
but
so cool.
it's got funding. That's the
That's
thing about being rich and being friends with people who are rich, is that we're gonna shape the world. We're gonna shape the world. We're gonna make the movies. You know, when somebody gives you $1.5 million to make a movie according to your vision, that's going to be more transformative than any fucking debate panel, Vaush, that you find yourself on. Because
What's it
my
about?
ideas are going to be distilled into the cinematic form from where they'll become viral. They will
What's,
instantly transfix people. They will instantly transform
Uh-huh.
people's thinking. That's the power of movies. The power of your Twitch stream, which is watched by fewer and fewer people every month, is nothing compared to a single movie. A single movie will inform the American's vision far more than any debate. So how much does your rhetoric really matter when it's people like me who make movies? We're the ones who are shaping
just
the
wanna know-
image of the earth.
I just want to know what the movie's about. Like, what
I can't
vision
tell
are
you,
you
bro.
sharing?
I
Like,
can't tell you
generally,
what
is
it's
it like
about.
lefty values?
It's my worldview is represented in the movie.
Boy, is it
Me and my
left-leaning
co-writer.
stuff or
This dichotomy of left and right, we don't even see the same world, Vaush. Because I described there's no housing
is it?
shortage.
Wait,
and
is
you
it
say
an adult
otherwise.
film? Wait, I'm revising my earlier question. Is it an
Stop
adult
pretending
film?
to laugh, bro. You're so fake. It's not an adult film.
Okay.
It's a real ass movie about politics, business, the real world, human connection, human desire.
Is it like a Yang Gang film, like centered, like the only directions forward? Is that why you reject the left-right
I can't tell
dichotomy?
you anything about it, bro.
Like a little bit.
No, I can't. It's a real movie, bro.
Is it on alternative medicine?
No, stop asking me questions, bro.
I'm
All
just
I'm
curious
saying,
about your life. You're a world changer. You're a game changer. I just want to know more about you, man.
yeah, because I'm in the real world, bro. How many people can you call up right now? You got an idea? How many people can you call to fund that idea?
Like, to I don't know what idea. What idea?
You don't have
Tell me, and
ideas, bro. Because
I'll
you
let you
don't
know.
work with
Wait.
people. You don't
You have
move
to
through the
tell
world
me.
with people.
Now, I pride myself on being an independent journalist. Thank you. But like,
You're
wait,
not
what
a
idea?
journalist, bro. You're a fucking bedroom freak who plays Dark Souls, talking about fucking your vision of socialism, your idiosyncratic
Dark
vision of
Souls
socialism.
journalist. That's the thing. I'm a Dark Souls journalist.
No, you're nothing, bro. You have a couple fanatics.
You're
that give you-
nothing until you're playing League of Legends.
True. League of Legends journalists are one up of me. That League is a war zone. Okay, being a
What is
League
your
journalist
rank?
is like. Yeah.
What's
I
a video game?
I haven't played in a while. I was platinum back in my day, though. Not too good, but you know. I played top lane. You played top lane, Wild Man? I was a Scion main. I was smacking
Fuck
people with that
game,
Q.
bro.
Listen, hold on, Vaush, can you please look at Stardust chat? Is Stith one of your viewers?
Wait. Sith.
Is that a
Pure Blood.
VGGer? Yeah.
They might be. I don't recognize their name though. I have
Sith,
my own
okay,
website. I
let me
don't
do
use
a
Twitch chat.
specific call out to Sith, okay? Sith, you can shut your stupid fucking mouth.
Oh.
Stop typing shit in my fucking chat, okay? All of these people are my friends, and you can shut your fucking mouth. I don't need your bullshit in my chat, so shut up.
I love Stardust.
Okay, sorry.
And
Wild
I
Man
am
is my
honored to
friend.
be grouped with Chaeiry. And Chaeiry, I apologize to you if that is to your displeasure.
No, Wild Man, it's an honor to be grouped with you. I just don't understand why we're at the end of the list.
Because you dare to have an opinion that was different from Vaush. So, is he a VGGer? Come
Well,
on.
I don't know. They could be rating them based on attractiveness for all
See,
I
now
I
they
don't know.
apologize.
They
Now-
could be rating based
You
on
know that's
height.
not true.
Sith Pureblood Tenebrae, I need you to now apologize individually to my friends, okay?
They gave a little thumbs up.
It's not
So,
enough.
Vaush, you want a kindergarten society. Let's talk about this. Let's see what that means to you.
I don't know what that means. So I guess it means
You want
nothing
a
to me at the
world-
moment.
where here's the thing that I have a problem with you socialists, right? You self-described socialists.
Uh-huh.
Is you are not willing to admit, for the most part, in most of your rhetoric, you never talk about the real work and the real limitations that come with organizing industrial society. You're kind of like the, not entirely, but you have the same essential vision of the future as the so-called fully automated luxury space communism type of meme that was going around some 5 years back. It's this idea that technology can be unleashed and politics can be arranged in such a way where all of our desires can be met, and there will be no social stigma attached to any sort of consumption, any sort of activity, and that we could all live happily ever after, enjoying our treats in our air conditioning in our house, moving around LA, all 30 million of us living in one city, all living without a single want or a
I
single
feel like
desire.
you might be inferring a few things. You should ask me, I'll tell you what I believe if you just want to ask me. I'm right here.
I just asked you. I said that's what it seems to me. So do you want
That's
to
not
live
really
in
a
this
question.
in a kindergarten world?
I don't think it's asking a person of their beliefs if you just describe a set of beliefs and then ask them if they want to live in that.
I said when I listen to your rhetoric, this is the
It's a feeling you
essence
get, yeah?
that I infer from it.
Do you watch
That
my content
socialism
often?
is going to solve all of our problems. But I'm here to tell you, you can address this as you'd like, that that's not the way the world works. There are limitations.
The interesting thing is, right now you're accusing me essentially of utopianism when I think I'm actually like the least utopian leftist on the platform. I feel like I'm constantly being like bombarded with lefties who think that screaming phrases like dialectical materialism or decommodification are going to make the world a better place. In reality, all good has to be fought for inch by bloody inch, and whether you're doing it at the ballot box or through revolution, there are never any clean or easy answers. I think we should focus on solutions that make sense now, that can be implemented within our current system, while building a necessary power base to challenge the institutions that we can't reform our way out of. So to that end, no.
You want treats. You're a treat socialist. You
I-
want little
I-
snacks, little
I
pleasures.
acknowledge that
air
under
conditioning.
socialism, people will be able to have snacks. Yes, that is the thing that I believe.
Who's going to make the snacks? Someone
Well, I
else.
guess
Who's
people
going to
can make
deliver the
their
snacks
own if
to you,
they really.
Vaush?
Wait, are you?
Someone else.
Throw out all
you-
the soft cookies that no one's gonna eat because they're
Are you-
half raw.
Exactly.
Well, I think
Chaeiry.
there are many social functions that will need to be performed in a post-revolutionary society, and some of them, I imagine, will include service work, like producing food for people. We have agricultural work, after all. We can't just wave our hands away and not have people work on that.
So you, in your planned economy, you're going to say,
I don't
you
want a
people,
planned economy.
you people go to the farm. You people
I don't want a planned
ride
economy.
around on mopeds and bring me my treats.
I don't want a planned economy.
Are you
They don't
like you're into like the free market?
Not
I guess.
free. I think that I advocate for market socialism in
Market
the short
social,
term.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
in the short term, I think it's necessary
No.
to build a political power base that we can use to meaningfully address the more substantive economic issues. Like, for
Listen, I
example,
know what the phrase
decommodification.
is. It doesn't make any sense though.
Market socialism?
Yeah.
The socialism is described by two political principles. The
It goes in your Twitter bio, and then that's all that matters, right?
libertarian social or market socialism.
What
Yeah.
emojis represent market socialism? Is it like a flower and like a thing? Like what is it?
I don't know. We can go with like a flower, globe, hammer, and sickle just to really throw people off. But no, there are two characteristics that describe socialism. One is decommodification. The other is democratic ownership of the means of production. If you have the latter, but not the former, you have a market socialist society. With
The
selective
latter one is the
decommodification.
co-op.
Yes. Worker cooperatives would be one way of doing that. Heavily unionized government, labor, perhaps. I mean, there are ways of achieving it, yeah. It's a good idea. I love democracy, huh?
But isn't the whole like history of markets and capitalism just awash in people basically using the levers of like power in the state wherever available at whatever scale to constantly tip the balance into a small favorable few? So like, how do you really stop
Exactly.
that from happening in market socialism either?
You don't have a small favorable few. Under market socialism, there would be no bourgeois class. You couldn't have one because there would be no private ownership of the means of production. You would just have the working class. And while it is certainly the case that some members of the working class would be wealthier or more privileged than others, they would all have the same class interest. The working class is the class interest. So I think that'd
Do
be
you
a good
think that
first step.
all people work equally?
equally
Or
hard.
do you think that some people work harder than others?
Of course, some people work harder than others.
Why would we all be in the same class then?
Because class in a Marxian sense is determined not by how hard you work, but rather what your relationship is to the means of production. If you make your wealth by owning things, not by working, then you're a member of the bourgeois. Though in practice, many members of the bourgeois also work, but like Bezos doesn't make his money through his job, he makes it through owning stock. If you're a member of the proletariat, it means you make your money working. So if you don't have private ownership of the means of production, you can't have bourgeois. They don't exist as a class anymore.
This makes
And
his
since-
money by owning stock?
Yeah, well, if you take a look at like where the wealthiest people in the world get their money from, it's pretty overwhelmingly by owning things, not by being paid like a salary. Like
Wait,
their
stock.
work. Well, stock, equity, I mean, a number of things, right? I mean, Bezos and Elon Musk's worth comes mostly from the shares that they hold in the companies that they own and operate.
No, okay, but that's different than they got their wealth from stock, as opposed to their wealth is held in stock.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no,
Right?
sorry. To be clear, yes, my apologies. Yes, their wealth is held in ownership. The money they make. When you see like Elon Musk made 10 million this week, it's not from him getting a $10 million check for his work.
No,
It's
I
because,
understand that, yeah.
right. Okay, sorry. Yeah, to be clear. But anyway, yeah, you get rid of that, and kablamo, market socialism, step one, and well, I mean, that's the idea at least.
Very cool little particular vision of the future you have.
That's just a step. It's not the end picture, right? I mean, I still want communism, of course, but I think you have to lay a really good foundation for something like that to work. You can't just like have a revolution. I mean, I guess you could,
But
but
isn't
I don't.
socialism also something that would need a revolution?
I think there's a reasonable possibility that the bourgeois, if such democratic policies were to be implemented, might try to force a coup so they could maintain their political power. And if that's the case, a defensive revolution would secure the interests of the proletariat. But I don't think it's technically necessary. Even Marx thought that technically you could.
You use a hold on.
Oh, bro, Mark's
I
doing
have
alright.
this problem
Yes,
with
you
you,
did.
Vaush. I can't have this many like big words in one like sentence.
Same.
So you're saying that people in power, you use very fancy words for this, but people in power maybe would feel threatened by people not in power that want to take the power away. So you're saying that that might cause a revolution.
Yes, and if they attempted a coup, and then the fight against them would be a defensive revolution on the part of the working class.
But to want to get them out of power would be the socialist starting it, no?
Right. Yeah. Well, we would want to legislate
Instead
them
of
out
like
of power.
working with them. Oh, so okay, so everything that socialists want to do is like working through Congress and stuff.
It's capable of being done through legislative action, but I think in practice you're going to find there are political barricades that you can't really overcome democratically. That
so then
would be
you don't want to do it completely legislatively.
my hope is to do it that way. But imagine this. Imagine in the United States there's a growing like working class sentiment, and they want to start doing stuff like making sure that a significant portion of the stakes held by any company are owned by the workers. Like there's that bunch of really pro-worker reforms that are happening, you know? And
I completely understand what you're saying. It just gives me
Uh-huh.
the conversation with Professor Flowers vibes, where it's like, yeah, maybe some people are eventually going to want to just like deport all these people, and maybe it happens violently, but that's not the situation that I would like to see happen. So I'm going to pretend like I'm not like calling for a revolution.
So, no, to be clear, I am not against revolutionary action. If it means
So you are
securing
pro.
democracy for hundreds of millions of people, then yeah, I think that you could do a lot to politically justify that. I'm a supporter of the American Revolution, after
So,
all. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't carry
To
that standard
justify
forward.
that, you would have to know that after a revolution and after like, I don't know how many fucking people get hurt in the process, that somehow socialism still wins in the end. Isn't that
Well,
also like a gamble?
Isn't that the case with any revolution? It was with the American
Which is why
Revolution.
I don't support a revolution.
Wait, do you, in retrospect, support the American Revolution, or do you think they should have continued to languish under the crown?
I don't know.
Oh, well, I
I
think
don't
that in
like.
that case...
I don't just like remember what the American Revolution is.
Well, I
to be
think there are
honest.
examples of revolutions that have had positive and negative effects, but I think that it is quite a dice roll. So my goal would be to avoid a revolution at all and use legislative powers to avoid whatever conditions would lead to one. But if one did end up happening, I do think that total democracy for the working class is something that's worth fighting for. Yeah.
Do you think it's fair to like look back in history when we were maybe like less civilized and less organized to to like reflect on the violence that we used in those times to get out of it, and just kind of support it. I feel like we're in a different position today that we don't have to like reflect on like some barbaric times. No?
Well, it's not a matter of barbaric times. I don't think that people were like more barbaric back then necessarily with their opinions on this sort of stuff. Well, generally they were, but I don't think that's the issue at
I'm pretty sure
stake
like the
here.
king and queen shit is pretty like barbaric times, right?
There are kings and queens in the world today. Would you support their serf population rising up against them?
Listen, Queen Elizabeth can go fuck off. That bitch is
No,
all
like
the way wrong.
what? Okay, what about Kazakhstan, for example, or North Korea?
I don't
What
know
if the
shit about those places.
So, can you imagine a situation where it would be justified for an oppressed underclass to rise up against the circumstances of their oppression?
Yeah, but fuck. I don't know. I'm a little bit out of my depth on this one. I think you already know. I don't really know very much about like socialism. It really puts me off when I hear people just not acknowledge really like the type of revolution that I think that they're calling for, and just pretend like that's not on the list, but really it's on like a lot of people's lists.
Revolution
Well,
isn't fast either. It's I mean, people think it's going to be this fast thing that happens in like seconds, and they don't realize that it's going to be long
Yeah, they're horrible
and
and
painful.
bloody, and they often don't
Yeah.
work. What about the Civil War? Do you think it was justified to go burning Sherman down onto the South in order to secure the reunification of the Union and also to free the slaves?
Yeah.
I feel like
Worse.
I'm not.
I mean, the thing
I'm
is,
not-
though, worse like atrocities were being done like to the slaves, right? So I mean,
It's true. We don't
Yeah.
have, at least not in the sense we had back then, modern slavery in the United States. But I think that as a general rule, we can accept that sometimes social conditions are intolerable enough that it's worth fighting for them. Like, for example, this is an example that I've seen used widely. If Biden actually had stolen the election, if there was some kind of proof that he had, that Trump had won fairly and Biden had stolen that, I wouldn't be that mad at the January 6th Capitol rioters. From their perspective, they're literally fighting against a stolen election. That's tyranny. But thankfully, they were wrong. I think we can imagine a lot of scenarios where actions like that can be justified, but you would want to avoid them at any cost because, like you've pointed out, and I agree, revolutions have a horrible track record at actually securing good, prosperous states afterwards, especially in the U.S. You know, talk about Russian Revolution. They were fighting over farms. Today, we're fighting over a modern, technologically advanced economy. The damage that could be done by a single building in New York or San Francisco being leveled would be enough to send like thousands of people around the world into poverty. This is not a condition that you want to fight in. But with all that being said, if there are democratic reforms being pushed to make this country economically democratic, and some coup is staged where they like kill Congress and the president to secure permanent bourgeois rule and implement like some sort of autocratic overlord, I think that's something worth fighting for. Hopefully it never comes to that.
Can I ask you, just to see like where you're at, the stories last year about Amazon, about people peeing in bottles and shitting in bags. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Not the warehouse. The ones where they're bringing it up about the truck drivers.
I think I remember that, yeah.
People literally pointed at this and said, this is why capitalism is bad. Destroy capitalism, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Take down the system, blah. And all because truck drivers for Amazon pee in bottles and shit in bags. But this is like really common practice for any truck driver.
yeah.
Most
Way
of
of
them
the way
can't
of the
find
road, I
like
believe
a
it's called.
What was that, Nate?
The way of the road.
Yeah, the way of the road. Do you think that that is the articles that came out about that? All the YouTube videos about people just like dying on the hill of this is what's wrong with capitalism. Offer like some really common practice for truck drivers. Don't you think that's pretty like outrageous?
Well, are the other truck drivers not also being motivated by capitalism, right? I mean, our truck drivers are like stretched really, really thin.
Hold on. Peeing in a water bottle because you don't want to use like a gas station restroom has nothing to do with capitalism.
Okay, so you're talking about just like
I need you to just tell me I'm not a crazy person. That has nothing to do with capitalism, right?
So to clarify, because I think you might be right, you're talking about like the standard practice just to keep going on the road, but not like those stories where the Amazon workers had to pee because they had no time to like stop or use the restroom, right? Okay,
Exactly.
if that seems like something truckers generally do, yeah. Like
This
that
was
they
just
might do that
trucker
even
practice,
without.
yeah.
Yeah, they might do that even in like a perfectly fair economy. I mean, fuck, people on road trips do that sometimes, yeah. It would
Like
depend on the circumstances, but
there was a situation with like a Amazon warehouse where it was happening, and then they like interviewed people, and then they interviewed truck drivers who admit that they do this, but for the truck drivers it's normal, and they just like they void that in the articles. I just find that to be fuck, what's the word that people love? Bad faith?
Dishonest.
well, yeah, sure. I mean,
Dishonest?
I'm not going to
Isn't it
defend.
just bad reporting?
Yeah, I'm not going to defend the idea that the media is always like super like responsible with the way that they cover some issues. I do think that Amazon tends to run its workers pretty fucking dry. Maybe their truckers have other issues that aren't like them peeing in bottles that would have been more worth analyzing. I know the trucking industry is really rough, like working in there, because I've talked to truckers and have had some friends who have trucked before, and it seems like it's a like it really fucks you up, you know?
I think
Yeah.
it's actually getting better with whatever AI thing that they're doing to revamp trucks. It makes like their job really easier. I think we're on just different sides of this.
Well, sure. I mean, as long as you're in favor of good conditions for people who work, then I think that's a good step forward.
Yeah, you should look into the tech advancements where everybody who thinks that they're getting rid of like truck driving jobs, they're automating like driving and stuff like that. Trucks aren't like being fully automated. They are being made like better standards for driving them. Makes it a lot safer, a lot easier.
Yeah.
You should look into that.
It's still a shitty life though. Like first off, if you're ever on the highway and you see a truck with no load on it, like it's literally just nothing on there, that's either a guy who owns his own truck who is like freelancing and is losing money by the mile, or it's a company losing money. It's like it's a really grueling job. Part of the reason why they don't stop to piss is because you gotta make time and you gotta get to the next
Yeah.
place, pick up the next load, and you just never stop. You're just like literally like the way that they used to hunt whales and they'd be out at sea for 3 years. Like you're just driving around the country for like 8 or 9 months out of the year, maybe even longer, and all you're doing is just picking up cheap Chinese like crap from Los Angeles and taking it to Des Moines. Something, you know what I mean? It's really lonely. It seems like a really shitty life. So I mean, obviously they should automate that, you know. But I just wanted to say like the one thing with like Vaush talks about, I agree. Like yeah, you want society to change and you want it to not be in a violent way, but it just doesn't seem like with the way media works these days. Like you're going to get like accurate information reported to people so they can make the correct decisions to vote for the right people on the right issues, and it just seems like we're going to be in an endless morass of what we have now. Like I don't understand like how like through the ballot box necessarily we can ever get something like mental health care for everyone in this country. You know, I still
I
don't
don't
ever
know
see that
either.
happening.
I don't. I'm
Especially if
super
we
black
keep
pilled on politics in
popping
this
out
country.
psych majors like this.
It's just eternal suffering in this fucking country for anyone who's left of center. So, yeah, I don't know.
Like literally, Dr. K is going to be the therapist for thousands of gamers for like for
Yeah, yes, thank you for subsidizing the whole fucking mental health needs of the online community. But no, really, like I don't know. I don't like every socialist project that's ever been tried on a large scale has failed. Do you think I come into this with a ton of optimism? I think that you work with the systems that you have as best as you can, and if things don't always work out, then I can take solace in the knowledge that a bunch of lefties who died before me were probably also disappointed with the way things were. The
Yeah, but
only
you're
ones
supposed
that
to
were
be-
ever optimistic were the ones who died in 1918 and didn't hear about what Lenin did to the worker councils immediately after the revolution. Those were the only lefties who ever died happy.
Yeah, but your Vaush, you know, you're supposed to be pessimism and intellect, optimism, or whatever, optimism of the will, or whatever it is, right? Like you gotta be all like, yeah, come on, guys, let's do socialism.
I'm optimistic about people. I'm pessimistic about the ability for people to affect those systems. The systems are very heavily entrenched, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to have conversations about politics in this country in particular. I know that European discourse isn't always great, but I've seen how it pans out, and I feel like they're just a little bit more connected to reality. But everything here is so ideological. Nobody talks about anything that matters. It's incredibly frustrating. And the last thing people care about in this country, by the way, like if you talk to the average working class person, is socialism. Not, by the way, because it wouldn't be good for them, because I think it would be, but because they have so much other shit on their plate, and because the definition of socialism has been stretched so thin to encompass encompass everything from anarchy to Chaz to BLM to Biden to China to North Korea. Nobody knows what you mean. So our terms have been stigmatized to the point that you can't use them. Bernie had to like pretend that he was a socialist while pushing social democrat policies, but it was all democratic socialist this and that. And even then, he couldn't actually talk about anything meaningfully socialist. He had to focus on healthcare and housing and whatever the fuck else. And he couldn't even talk about foreign policy because God forbid you broach on that issue, even when you're a maverick lefty coming in from an independent to run as a Democrat for a better shot in the primaries. It's so difficult to get anything done in this country. So, I mean, I don't know.
What I'm hearing is we need a post-linguistic revolution, a post-language. We just
Yes,
need a vibe.
let's
We just need
stop
the vibe
talking.
to change. That's what we need. Yeah, exactly. Like no more words, because the words we're never gonna get anywhere. They always get
No words,
obfuscated.
only feelings, only grug with grug
Only
hammer.
emojis.
Let's go.
Only vibe.
Yo,
Yeah.
what are
Only-
emojis
exactly.
for?
Hieroglyphic. We need a hieroglyphic
Uh,
revolution.
Yes. I'm for it. Yo, can we talk about getting rid of the schooling system now? Can we just talk about funneling the children into the workforce and if they want to do some studies, then they'll study, right? So
I'm based in coal miner build. That's what I am.
And wait, what miner?
Coal miner.
Coal miner?
Like you send kids to the coal mines right away?
yeah,
Gotcha.
and if they don't work, if they don't go to the coal mines, then they go to jail where they work anyways. So it's great. It's super efficient.
Absolutely. God, if only. What an easier system.
Yeah. I mean, children are dumb. Why do they need anything, right? So
If I had been educated as a kid, I never would have learned about socialism, and now I wouldn't be unhappy with the world.
True. I do think that there's a certain being spared certain things might have been helpful.
I can't wait to find out what socialism is.
Well, I talked about it. It's the two big components.
When you talk, it doesn't make sense. You use a lot of big words.
You either want decommodification, which means that you no longer produce things to sell them, you just produce them to meet the common need, Think of like the post office, for example, or like some government programs. It just happens. You pay your taxes,
No,
and it happens.
It's not going to happen on this panel. I've only had 1 cup of coffee today.
Okay, gotcha.
I will say I tried to like watch one of your streams to see if you do like informative stuff every stream. You were talking about Coconut Island and blowjobs though, so
That's
I
most of the
didn't learn
streams.
anything.
Yeah, that's most of the streams. It's not. It's not a highly informative educational space 24/7.
we
that's for
did
sure.
do Cumjar Island here, so
Yeah, I usually
Yeah.
talk about fucking people's dads, so
Yeah.
I understand.
based.
Wait, you said
relate to
cum
them.
jars?
yeah, we
Sort
did
of.
come. Remember, we did Cumjar Island on this panel. Oh, Leslie, poor Leslie. Okay, so we had this scenario. I'm sorry, Leslie. We had this scenario where we're all on an island, and we all pass around a jar that everybody comes into, right?
Is this similar to the cookie?
That would get fetid
Why?
pretty quickly.
That would get what?
Fetid, right? Like I don't know, like kind of like icky and
Ow.
mildewy, right?
I don't like it. I don't like this.
Cum doesn't have like a pretty long
No.
shelf life, I don't think.
Is the cum jar anything like the one? There's this one Reddit post many years back. The cum
coconut?
box.
Oh, there's
What-
one
what-
where the guy fucks the
cum
coconut,
box.
and there's actually I wonder sometimes if this is where you got your Coconut Island thing, Vaush, because there is this. Hi, welcome back, Wild Man.
Okay.
So there was this Reddit post where this guy like he'd been like fucking this coconut for a while, and then like he never like changed it out, and then all these like I think it was like what it was Nate saw it. I think Nate must know what it is, right?
What
I don't think I actually saw
Reddit
this.
are you guys on?
Okay, so this dude, he like I think he like something grew in the coconut, and it gave him an infection.
That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Why a coconut? Aren't coconuts like sinewy in the inside? Then there's like a hollow cavity. There's nothing about them that's fuckable.
It's soft on the inside.
Yeah,
Is
it
it?
is soft
Like,
on the
that's
inside.
kind
Yeah.
of.
The
Have you
flesh
never
is kind of
eaten a
soft.
coconut?
No,
Oh
I've
my
never.
god, all this
Wait,
talk about
what?
Coconut
Eating
Island, you
nuggets.
never
I'm not supposed to be on the damn island. Everyone puts me on the island in the fan art. I'm not on Coconut Island, okay?
Listen,
It's-
I think you just
You're the
outed
one
yourself
with
as a
the-
hypocrite.
I think what Vaush has like the CCTV set up, you know, like on the cameras on the island, and that's why he knows so much about it.
Yeah, it's like Squid Game
shit.
for him. It's like Nut
Yeah.
Game or something.
Yeah.
Couldn't you
Oh my
fuck
God.
like a squash or something? Like, there's got to be softer.
I mean,
like-
well, it doesn't matter because the dude got an infection. So I mean,
You know what? Probably spaghetti squash.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, right?
No,
Something.
I actually have no idea what I'm saying.
Chaeiry knows all about the classy vegetables like spaghetti squash.
Oh,
True,
fuck a,
don't you?
a
Yeah,
zucchini.
but so do you.
I don't know.
Wild man. Of
I do,
course,
I-
the landlord knows what I'm talking
I'm a
about.
very, very sophisticated person. You guys know that about me?
yeah,
I knew that.
always knew.
You would never eat chicken nuggets for dinner.
No, I would never. I'm an adult.
Oh
What about
God,
lunch?
Talon. Oh God, it wasn't an infection. It was a penis covered in mag. Ah,
Oh shit.
that's horrible.
No.
No,
Why
I
we
don't
gotta
like
be
it.
like this?
I'm sorry. Somebody in chat linked it to me.
I was just eating a little pasta for dinner. And
What kind of pasta?
like a garlic and anchovy pasta.
No. The cut of pasta.
Rigatoni.
Did you guys hear that Brian Laundrie got his remains were found?
Who is Brian?
Who?
The Gabby Petito, the fiance.
Oh.
They found his
Oh.
belongings, and then they found human remains, and they weren't sure if it was him or who it was. And I called it. I said it's him. I said he's dead. But anyways, yeah, they
Stardust.
confirmed that those are his. Yes. Hello.
Are you interested in that story?
Which
Brian
one?
Laundrie one.
Usually,
murder?
usually I wouldn't be, because I don't know. Usually I just wouldn't. But yeah, but I said the only reason I'm interested is because I was telling people that this dude is dead. There's no way. There's no way that he's, he. Anyways, yeah. So and people were like, no, he could be, he could be alive, whatever. So yeah, I was
Who's
right.
We
Brian
don't know what
Laundrie?
happened.
My God, I'm so hungry.
Go eat your
alright.
chicken nuggies.
I always come on these thinking I'll be here for 15 minutes, but I end up having too much fun. I stay for the whole fucking.
Well, I'm glad you had fun, Vaush.
I'm glad
Had
you had
fun.
fun. Yes, I'm glad.
Oh wait, you're not rid of me yet.
Well,
I'm
you're.
also stuck on a level.
I'll be heading out.
Oh, okay.
But you were
But
gone for so
really-
long.
I was eating
You came back just to tell us the good food you ate and dip?
and to say goodbye to my friends, of course.
We love you too. I wanted to hear his opinions on my long, rambly explanation on how we can achieve socialism.
Basically, you
I'm
know,
just gonna tell you that you're a
the
dumbass.
reason why
Probably.
I suspect that the reason why Chaeiry and people in her camp don't believe or can't follow anything you say is because you speak about a world which doesn't exist.
I, th-
You speak about
I think I was pretty
Oh my
direct.
God. thought he was
You
gonna
speak
say
about
it's because I'm
solutions
ignorant.
that are not of this world. They are pure fantasy. You reject the real history of socialism and say
He means China.
Socialism
He's
is a
talking
failure.
about China.
China, Cuba, Soviet Union, socialism's a failure. But the one particular fantasy version of socialism, which only I can speak on, that would be a success. Instead of
Well-
engaging with the real world.
I think I was pretty
Deal
specific with the policies that I
inside
was
your
talking
mind.
about.
Policies is not what makes a socialist revolution, bro.
Well,
as
policies
far
are
as,
how
the
you determine
question of
whether a
the ballot
society
box
is
goes,
socialist or not.
You act as if like, well, soon, our message, the true socialists, those which are not encumbered by the mistakes of the past. Soon the world will see our vision, and like an
I
evangelical
said that.
Christian, like an evangelical Christian anticipates rapture, you anticipate some great movement in the ballot box, or
But I
you
said I
allude,
didn't.
you allude to
Did he
some
look- did he-
specific,
did he
you allude
hear?
to some specific
I don't think he heard.
intersection of disaster, which necessitates some type of violent revolution. But it's all inside the American context. It's all
They
Americans that
also
would be
didn't-
doing the ballot box,
Okay.
that would be doing the revolution. So I think you lose people there.
Hey,
I don't
Chaeiry,
fuck
do you want to
with-
live in China?
No.
Just curious. Thank you.
He's an American, bro. Ask the average American what they think
Sounds
of
like
Chicago.
you're
bro.
unable to reach the average American. Then I don't know,
It's.
man.
I never said that this battle would be fought by reaching the average American.
Right, you're
that
a
my
third
goal?
worldist,
Is my
right?
goal-
You think that it's about the
Don't
imperial
anything, bro.
periphery.
Don't
Wow.
call me anything. Okay, it's not my goal on this platform to make friends. I'll never.
Wait, aren't
censor
you
myself.
aren't you a third worldist? You believe that the imperial periphery is what we have to focus on. The revolutionary potential of the third world proletariat are the seeds of socialism. You've said that, haven't
No,
you?
I will not be defined by a term that you consider slanderous.
It's not. I
But-
agree with you. Wait, don't
That
wait.
is
You've
absolutely
literally said that, and I agree with it. Why you're so defensive, man?
because
no idea
bro,
what's
you
going on.
slander the history of real revolutionaries. So nothing will ever be good enough for you because your pure socialism, this ahistorical, non-falsifiable
It's Marxist.
version of socialism, only exists in the perfect reality of your mind.
I don't think he listened to anything I said. He just had this sort of prepared because I was talking very specifically about like what you could do step by step. But yeah,
Step by step, bro. It's not a revolution is not something you plan step by step. The overthrow of the bourgeois is not something you plan step by step. Certainly not you.
and the landlords. Don't forget about them.
So no one is gonna know what the
Come
fuck you're
on,
talking
man.
about.
Not even a laugh, really?
I
Vaush,
don't
what
know
if
what the fuck
I'm
you're
a
talking-
landlord?
Well, then it's a good thing that I don't
Here's
think
the thing,
that
Vaush.
revolution is the desirable way of achieving any kind of meaningful social reform.
Vaush, you understand that you got absolutely steamrolled by infrared? You know that?
I
You look
vaguely
like
remember
such
being
a
yelled at for
fucking
6
fool.
minutes.
You look like you fell in the deep end and didn't know how to swim, bro.
Uh-huh.
Struggling. I'm not a debater, okay? I know how the world works, and I try my best to articulate it.
Somebody in chat said,
I-
"Oh my God, he's an infrared fan." You just
Somebody in chat said, "Oh my God, he's a." Shut up! I'm not done. I'm
just
gonna finish
figured it
what I'm
out?
saying,
Wait.
and then
This
I'm
is your
gonna
first
leave.
hint.
Wait, I'm not a
Listen.
landlord, by the way.
I
Oh, okay.
I'm
I
not-
need people to know.
am not a
Okay.
debater, okay?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not here to. Are
you an alpha?
Back and forth about what true socialism is, but if
Uh-huh.
anyone wants to see what it looks like when a baby falls in the deep end, you can
Uh-huh.
watch Vaush's debate with Infrared. Infrared's someone who embraces reality, embraces Americans where they are, and would
Didn't
be.
you just come out against the Netflix striking workers like
Listen,
today?
bro, stop referencing shit. I don't know what the fuck.
Stop
you're talking
referring
about.
to reality.
Fuck those Netflix workers, bro. Fuck Netflix. Let it all fall down. Why would I give a fuck about the striking
The
workers at Netflix?
proletariat? Oh,
They're
well,
not-
I don't know.
Who fucking
Well,
cares about them, bro? The proletariat's not one undifferentiated mass. I'm not
You would,
here. No more back
you
and
wouldn't
forth. Don't
understand.
respond
It's
to me.
a-
You
it's
got
a
absolutely
socialist
rolled by
thing.
infrared, and I've been clowning on your ass all night because I'm a little bit of a troll. I'm a little bit of a
Oh.
clown. I'm not seriously
Joker mode.
engaged in this shit enough to deal with your back and forth because it's already been dealt with, bro. It's already been dealt with by contemporaries like Infrared, and it's been dealt with by the people who actually made revolution. Because Lenin wrote about people like you, and you could read what Lenin says about people like you, people who live in the pure fantasy of their mind, people who contend that there's
you
this
define
version of
socialism for me?
that's fuck unperverted and true and perfect
Wait,
and unfalsifiable.
can you define socialism for me?
I just told you I'm not doing a back and forth. I'm not gonna.
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna deal
So
with
wait,
definitions. As
wait,
if they,
if I-
as
if
they-
I
as if
believe-
definitions are sufficient enough to refer to something as big and dynamic as socialism.
Oh, well, Marx would disagree with you on that, actually. I think he would actually refer to you as kind of like a counter-revolutionary for doing that. You need a strict definition of
Shut
what
the fuck
economic
up,
ideals
bro.
you're
I'm trying to
achieve.
leave and go live my life. I don't want to
Are
debate.
you a
bro.
left com? I think Lenin would have had you shot, bro. If you walked up to
You're
him and you were
a
like,
fucking
actually, there's
loser,
socialism has
bro.
no meaning,
You're
bro,
trying
he
to
probably would have
fucking
had you
strengthen on
shot.
the way out. You're a fucking loser, bro.
You
I
left.
told you earlier, and I clowned on you the day before, and that insulted you. Listen, you were stalking Stardust stream, waiting for me to come on. You came on her panel to talk to me, bro. To talk to me. Admit
you-
it. You wanted to
are
talk
you,
to me. You've been
are
engaged
you
with
maybe
me all
projecting
night
a bit of
because
a
I'm
wish
that
list on
important
me?
to you, bro. Oh, I'm projecting. I'm not. You when you came on this panel, you said, "How come you didn't send me an email to schedule a debate?"
No, I
I'm
said
not
you're a
doing
beta.
business with you, bro. My business is not fucking trying to get $2.50
Hey guys, remember
for
to
a bunch
click
of
that
neat
subscribe
incels.
button.
My
I'm,
You're
business
I'm
making
is
here
movies,
bigger
right?
than this
every
lame
day,
platform, bro.
7 days a
Yours
week. I
movies,
haven't
right?
taken a break
and I'm
off
not gonna let you
in
get the last
months.
word.
Is it
I'm leaving
movies?
right now.
I can never tell. I know that he can't ever let you know because the insecurity thing, but I really wish I could know how much is mad and how much is like fake mad. Because I think it's like 90-10, but he tries to play it off like 10-90, you know? Has he ever talked to Infra? If he mimics Infrared this hard but has never talked to him, that'd be a little bit sad. I hope he's at least gotten to meet his hero.
I don't think Infrared's his hero per se, but I think he likes a lot of what like Infrared says. He knows that I'm not on good terms with Infrared, so
He mimics his behavior to a key. I've noticed it from Jabson Himble as well, where he used to act like Jimmy Dore, but now he acts like Infrared. It's like a cult of personality kind of thing. Anyway, he's a liberal, so it doesn't really matter.
To be fair, Wildman was here for.
He's
well,
a
he was on
liberal.
Twitch before.
What's wrong with
Okay.
liberals?
I
who's
don't-
a liberal?
I don't know.
Who are you? Who are you-
Wildman.
Oh, why are you calling him a liberal? Why do you think he's a liberal?
There are a couple of reasons. I mean, he's certainly
Wait.
not a socialist.
What's
Well,
a liberal?
A
Vaush.
liberal. A liberal is a person whose economic and social ideology derives from liberalism, or
No,
pointedly
don't
the
use
Enlightenment.
liberalism in the I'm
Well,
sorry.
well,
sorry.
liberalism, the broader, Enlightenment philosophies, it tends to be associated with things like, okay, fine, you found me out. I don't actually think he's a
No.
liberal. Honest to God, I think he's probably closer to a fascist. I don't think that he embraces liberal values. I was just
wasn't
using
trying
the
to
term
get you.
liberal. I was
I
just
don't
using
know
the
what
term
these words
liberal
mean.
because I always call people fascists and I get made fun of for it, even though I can substantiate it most of the time. So in that case, I decided to go with liberal. But no, I think he's probably a fascist, yeah.
Okay, I just don't know what these words mean. And then you use liberalism in the definition of liberal, and then just
Here's the
Guys, okay, please check out Wildman. He is a friend of the show. We love him very much. Okay, I'm gonna shout him out again. Wildman, please give him a follow. He's a friend of the show. He's helped a lot. We love him.
because then
But I did.
we can bond over our ignorance, Vaush.
So a liberal,
okay.
right, is an ideology descendant from the Enlightenment or liberalism, and what it usually tends to mean
Okay.
are people
No,
who adhere to
you've had
certain...
enough time to Google. I'm gonna go
No,
now.
what-
I am not impressed. Stardust,
All
thank
right.
you for having me on.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah, thank you for
Hi.
joining. Have a great night. Wow.
I was trying. I can't help that I can't help that I don't have much in the way of brevity. You know, it's something I've tried to work on, but I just talk a lot.
You could have just said liberals are somebody who get microchips and wear the muzzle.
Yeah. Okay. Look, liberals are people who are landlords. Okay. There. Got it. Nailed it.
Damn. Wow.
I don't think Wildman's a fascist though. I think he's like a communist of a kind.
It's definitely not communism. He doesn't seem to embrace any ideological tenet of communism. He just seems to like the strongmen that communist societies sometimes prop up. I've dealt with a lot of people like that, but if you actually care, like to know, historically, revolutionary socialists have usually been very principled in the advocacy for a certain set of positions or issues, mostly related to the society, economy, stuff like that. But what I've talked to some of these modern, like tanky types, is that they don't seem to care very much about workers' rights. In fact, they almost never talk about them. What they talk about are strongmen and states. So stuff like China, if you ever defend China, you can't be a communist. China is at best ruthlessly neoliberal and at worst an openly fascist state at this point. It's not good. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well,
And
there
we
goes the
usually-
politics, I guess.
We usually talk
Yes,
about
I'm not-
come here. It's wild. Sorry.
I'm not trying to be a bummer or anything. I think he's
No.
fun to talk to.
I
him
really
again if you-
enjoy I love a variety of people. So I just I don't know. He makes it fun to do. So yeah, I have to give
No,
him
wait,
that
no,
much credit.
please bring him on. No,
Yeah.
he's super. No, don't,
Yeah.
you don't need or anything.
Yeah.
Based off USA Talking Points. Yeah, one of the biggest lies that fascists ever pulled was that they could propagate their states in the developing world and say that actually liberal, this is like socialism with Chinese characteristics or Vietnamese characteristics or North Korean characteristics or whatever. When in reality, that's bullshit. You'll find nothing in Marx's writings about like, oh, you can do another type of socialism if it's in a different country. What the fuck does that mean? It's
Is that-
socialism or it's not, right? I mean, even if there's a gradient, that's still something to work towards no matter where you are.
Wait, that's like the Maoist third worlder thing, right? Where like the real revolution can only happen in peripheries or something.
Yeah, but I would want it to be real socialism, right? You know, like Rojava, at least, I think, makes the directions towards that, or like the Zapatistas or whatever. But like a lot of what they call revolutions are literally just like, at worst, reactionary social democracies like Vietnam, or like sometimes even just like fascist countries like China, perpetuating an ethnic cleansing, incredibly like tight lockdown on political speech, ruthless economy, neoliberal like capitalism being controlled by the arm of the state, which was one of the definitions of fascism explicitly. Tons of police control, like rampant cult of personality, appeals to tradition. China meets pretty much every necessary point. They've been putting out these military advertisements lately, harkening back to like the days of the three kingdoms, you know, like the old empires, where the Chinese soldiers have like the, you know, like spears and like the big helms and stuff like that. Like, imagine if the German military started putting out advertisements about like returning to like Aryan traditions, like the Volk, the Brotherhood, and it's a bunch of like Vikings standing atop a hill, like breathing in the mountainous air and looking down on the barbarian village they're about to destroy. Like, it'd be kind of weird, champ, right? I'd be weird champing.
But they would say that only Lenin described imperialism as only possible. Like, the only people who could commit that kind of imperialism would be like Western countries who had like advanced capitalism, and that like China doing that would be them just reclaiming their culture, you know, making up for the century of humiliation, you know, that kind of like, you know,
They can say that if they want. I mean, Lenin's definition of imperialism includes China's Belt and Road Initiative. China's objectively a capitalist country, but even if they didn't, like, even Lenin acknowledged that there were forms of imperialism outside what he was describing. You know, it's like a really bad faith interpretation of the text, kind of like Engels talking about how revolutions are authoritarian. So then they'll be like, actually, authoritarianism is good. Read On Authority by Engels. But that's not really what he was saying. He wasn't endorsing authoritarianism. He was just saying that the act of revolutionary engagement can be an authoritarian one because you supplant the will of another. But that doesn't mean it was like a blanket endorsement of authoritarianism. So it's, I don't know, they misinterpret text. I read so much stuff to try to debunk their arguments, and it turns out they've never read a fucking word from any of the theorists they cite. So, yeah.
Well, I just think empire is when build road. Okay, it's simple as that. If somebody's building a road, it's a fucking empire.
I love roads.
Yeah.
You know, the Romans did it,
Sorry.
the Chinese did it.
Sorry for being a huge buzzkill there, for taking everything seriously. I can move it back into meme mode.
Well, I was actually gonna ask
Yeah.
a question to sort of change the topic a little bit. Like, do y'all find it as you age, like games are not as fun? Because I don't know if that's just me. Is that just like a boomer thing? I just find games that they don't hold any like of my time or attention that much anymore. Is that like an age out thing, or is that just like anecdotal? You know,
I have
feel
just
it.
as much fun, but I had to change how I approach games. I think I had to change how I think about them.
I never played much to begin with, so I don't know that I have any perspective on this. So
It really depends, actually. Like, when you were a kid, why did you play a game? What was your reason for playing a game?
I had to get the loot. You know, I had to get those purples in World of Warcraft, and
Yeah.
I was stuck in the Skinner box. You know.
So why are you playing games now?
Oh God, I barely play
Right.
them. I mean, like, yeah.
You see, there's a difference because, like, I think once you start working and everything, you're just playing just to de-stress. But when you're younger, there were achievements and things that you're fighting for. Like, you know, in WoW, it's gear is king. But now you just want to just chill. Like, maybe you can play something like, I don't know, Animal Crossing.
I think for me back then, like games were so magical, you know? Like just playing a game. I remember I'd play Diablo 2 and spend late nights reading the like Ariat Summit Prima strategy guide, where I'd like memorize the resistances of enemies and like chapters that I'd never reached. There's some insane level of dedication like that. I'll never have that feeling again, you know? But there are still game experiences that I have that give me a comparably positive feeling. Like Outer Wilds is a game that I played recently that I would describe as like a masterpiece, basically. I think we become more discerning with our tastes. What we're not seeing, it's not that games are less fun, it's that our tastes evolve and we need to be satisfied with better and better games in a way. Like we won't get the same feeling, but sometimes like I realized I wasn't having as much fun with games when I was playing League of Legends, because I played League when I was in high school, and and that was fun because I was playing with my friends. But then I was out of college playing it, and it was just grinding. Like I just opened up a game and just like, oh, cool, got
Yep.
ganked, whatever, lane, whatever. And then 40 minutes pass. I'm not happy. I'm hungry. Like nothing is done. But I tried to take a step back from that and focus on playing more single player games, more crafted experiences, you know? Try to look out for like newer kind of stuff that I wouldn't expect to enjoy before. And ever since doing that, I've been having an amazing time playing games because I don't feel like I'm never grinding. If I don't like it, I can just stop. The game cost $5. But if I love it, I mean, I can dedicate months of my life to thinking about it even after playing it.
Well, I think what happened to me was like, I don't know if I'm a little bit old, I guess, but if y'all remember Elder Scrolls 3, like the Morrowind, John, that came out a long time ago.
Huh?
I was like a total noob at this game, like, but I was also like totally immersed. It was like the right age, right time, you know, and like if you look at my character, you're probably laughing because it was like totally not optimized at all. It was just like a garbage character. It was also the most fun because it was just like actually being immersed in like this sort of magical world. And then later on, like the turning point was like you start playing Fallout, you start playing like newer like titles, and then you start like min-maxing your character. You know how to build things, you know how to do things correctly, and then like that actually takes the fun out of it. Like actually, to me, like being good at a game, knowing like you kind of know in the League of Legends or Dota match, okay, this shit's over, and like because you're not dumb enough to know like you've had enough experience to like take it out of like oh man, maybe we can come back, right? Like you just know it's fucking over. It's like this other character's totally farmed up, and that to me was like the moment of like, oh, like this is a game, this is a program, it has limitations, you know, it's a piece of software, you know. I don't know. Sort of like
I totally agree. Yeah, the magic feels gone, and now like optimization, like all I care about is optimization. When I'm playing Diablo 2, I used to put on gear for how it looked. I would never do that now. Not in a billion years would I ever think to do that. So
Right.
I enjoy things for reasons. I like optimization, but only when the game kind of makes it a fun thing to do. The Dark Souls games were fun for me, you know, because so much of it is experiential. I guess I'm just really looking for that big like art high, you know, like that thing that really makes me feel like special or that I'm really experiencing something unique. And only a few games have made me feel that way, but every time I find one, it feels like I feel like a kid all over again.
I know. It was like, oh, you know, you try to recapture those feelings, but it's hard to do. Like, because even something like Magic: The Gathering, is you ever play like the online client for it or whatever? It's just,
No, I'm
it's
not,
just
not a big fan of those games, I'm afraid.
well, yeah, you just start seeing the math. Basically, is what the point is.
Yeah,
you start
yeah.
seeing the math. You don't really care about like, dude. Like when I was playing card games when I was a kid, I was like, oh my god, like look at the Pokemon cards, the holograph, like oh my god, like
Yep. Yep.
you know. And then now it's just like, yeah, you know, this is some RNG bullshit. You know, fuck lands. You know, that's basically how you get in. It's like
It just,
I don't know.
yeah, I think it's important to go into artistic experiences for which you have very few preconceptions, you know? There are a lot of innovative gaming experiences out there when you open the game, you have no fucking idea what you're about to play. Like, if I open up a game that's like kind of like a Bethesda RPG, then I know what I need to do. You wake up, you choose your stats, there are NPCs nearby with quests, and also I can loot like storage shit for items. There are a lot of games like that. There are a lot of games that follow those formula. I know what I'm doing, I know what I'm experiencing, and I can follow that groove really easily. Maybe the games will be good, but I still have expectations. But when I opened up the Outer Wilds, I had zero fucking clue what the fuck I was about to do. None. And I got surprised a million times over. Or even games like Undertale or Fuckamori, you know? That's every time, man. It's, yeah, I don't know. Just try doing that, you know? Like go through like Humble Indie Bundle or something and try some of that stuff out.
Well, I actually got together with some of my friends. We're actually making a video game, so I'm doing the development side of things, and now I can kind of see like, oh, well, that's why I don't have this in the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's you see the kinds of challenges, especially for like indie like productions, and so. But it's been fun though because you can see how you can fit your own creativity into like this enterprise. But it is like a little bit more artistic. Like you can kind of see like how things get put together. And I always, you know, for example, I was just bothered by certain things in RPGs, like the way the economies worked. Always like kind of pissed me off. Like gold will just refill in vendors like inventories. I'm like, why can't we actually have like a real market in here? Why can't we like simulate something with like a little bit more believable economic laws? So it's just like, you know, if it's not there, like build it yourself. You know, and there's like so many assets out there at this rate. Like, I think a lot more people.
No, I completely get what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't that make it too? I mean, the whole point of playing a game is to get away from the real world, right? Like, you're not supposed to just fully imitate what you have here in the game, because games in a way are an escape, right? If you think about it, you do things that you normally can't do in real life. If you throw in things like the economy, giving NPCs actual money and things like that, doesn't it kind of break the experience if you think about it?
A little, because, like, for example, there might be too much realism where it's like, I'm going to play Escape from Tarkov, and it has every attachment, and you even need the screws, and you actually have to get a screwdriver and screw it in, and, like, and I got to tie my shoes, and then, like, I'm in the middle of a battle, and, like Battle Royale or whatever, it's like, hold on, I gotta lace up, and, like, it's actually like a mini game to lace up. Like, that's, like, too much realism, probably.
Wow.
I think there is, like, a distinction you have to make between, like, all right, this is over the top, this isn't even fun, versus, like, I think a lot of people like little twists and a little bit of like complexity, even if it is kind of like mirroring real things. In my opinion, I always like things like Mountain Blade. You know what I mean? Like those kinds of like open world games where there's like lots of stuff going on.
No, I like that stuff a lot. I mean, there are a lot of, I know that Henshin, what the fuck is that game's name? There are a lot of games out there that do that kind of stuff. I think I like games that I feel like are artistically rewarding outside the enjoyment that you get from the game themselves. If that makes any sense, like you could reflect on it, like learn a lesson, or maybe broaden your perspective on an issue in the real world a little bit.
I really like Viscera Cleanup Detail. That one's like super, that's like one of the few games I've played and I really like it. And that one is like super hard with how like mundane some of the tasks are, right? But I don't know, I still really enjoy that game.
Yeah. There can be an enjoyment in it sometimes.
Have you tried Power Wash Simulator?
I have not. No, I don't play games
you
usually.
It's pretty therapeutic.
I do have to depart. So
okay.
Don't die of nuggy deficiency. I didn't expect to be on. I expected to be on for 15 minutes, but I had a delightful time, and I hope you all did as well.
Oh, I thought you had nuggets
thank you
hours
so
ago.
much for joining us. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoyed it and it wasn't like a stressful time for you. So.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Have a wonderful all of you. Leslie, Nate, it was wonderful to meet both of you as well.
Nice to meet you.
Take care.
Bye.
Stardust. Till next time.
Yep. See you next time. Wow, what a night, guys.
That was very eventful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very eventful. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm so sorry, Leslie.
I'm trying to think what Leslie must have seen it, because it must have been either the shit conversation, like shitting in the store, or was it?
I was just saying, because like in Singapore, right? Like, okay, we're gonna go back a bit. Like, we don't really talk about politics. Like, we really, really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, like we really just like we do talk among our friends, but we don't talk about them openly because it could really get us into a lot of trouble. So it's something that we always just avoid, just like and then like, hey, because I think somebody's asked like, are we a one party state and things like that? And yeah, we are. So in a way, we don't really like to talk about it. But I think it's been changing a little bit, in Singapore also. So when everything came in on the politics and all the whatever they were saying, all the terms, I was like, yeah, what is that? So I had to Google it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, because we're not trying to get you killed. You know what I mean? Like, we're just trying to have a good time on Twitch.
It's fine. So I just said that.
Yeah, it's usually, it's really honestly not this political most of the time. Just lately, just like this time and the last time, it got a little. I mean, it wasn't even the last time. It was just like we had a random call-in one night, and that got really political. But for the most part, the panel is like pretty laid back. We talk about like relevant things, but kind of stupid things, right? Like the conversation about furries earlier, or like, the conversation about My Little Ponies having Kim Kardashian asses, like, that's.
Wait, what? Is that a thing?
Nate was complaining about how he's getting inundated by these symbols of degenerate like subcultures, right? Well, like for example, he got his his Amazon box, and he's in all over the outside of the Amazon box is these My Little Ponies, right? And My Little Pony has been sexualized in like recent years for some reason, and they do have pretty tight asses, and they've got a tramp stamp. So I mean, like, yeah. I don't know.
I have a question. Like, why are you looking at the pony's ass?
Okay, well, look, it's they draw
I think-
attention to it. They put a fucking stamp on the butt. Like, bro, it's
Why?
literally a tramp stamp.
It's popular.
They are
Yeah.
popular. What have they been teaching us? I had like a My Little Pony doll when I was younger. Like, what did I learn from this? Is this the reason why we, like, you know, there's like that combination, like bright colored hair and like you know, fat ass and you know, tramp stamp or whatever? Is there like a reason why we see these things occurring together? Maybe it's the fault of the My Little Pony franchise.
It's all part of like a media diet. You know, like what you consume becomes part of you in some way. I mean, even if you're just watching garbage TV and that's all you watch, like eventually you start seeing that more often. Those thoughts in your head more often. You know, it's like if you read a bunch of mathematics or something like that, or you study a lot of physics or something, like you start to be around that more often and you start thinking more like that. I think like, yeah, like, I mean, maybe My Little Pony isn't like meant to be vicious or something. It started off with something different, but like I wouldn't have cared if it was like a Sesame Street character or whatever on the outside of the box. But it's like this My Little Pony show, like My Little fucking Pony. Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? Like, why did they decide to do this? Like, do they know like all the stuff that goes on the internet with this My Little Pony stuff? Like, I don't know.
They
I
know.
guess they're not as bad as incels, but
They know. Trust me. They know.
they have that. They're Amazon. You know, they have analytics,
They
right? Like,
have
isn't that their
to.
whole?
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What else do you guys usually talk about other than furries and ponies and I don't know,
So
cum jars?
one question we had was, is jerking off to somebody's picture without their knowledge, like violating their, I guess, autonomy and their property or whatever, like a violation of like their, I don't know. It was an interesting conversation. There's also like, what was one? I'm trying to think. Really, we'd been doing like very focused topics prior. We would like focus in on like one or two questions, but now I'm trying to kind of just branch out into more like just broad things. I really like Nate's thing. I was gonna bring up, you know, if you could have something in an infinite amount for the rest of your life, like what would you choose, right? Like that was another. So I was just kind of gonna turn this into more of like even more casual, you know. So yeah, but
So if you had one thing that you could have an infinite amount of, what would it be?
at any time, an infinite amount of something that I would have, I'm gonna say toilet paper. You know, I think that's very important to have. So yeah.
Okay. What about Nate?
I would say, you know, money. I think is the low IQ answer. I think everyone's gonna say, oh, I want unlimited money,
You
but
can't have money. Yeah, that's against the rules. So
it's like a boring choice because it's almost like saying nothing. It's like I want unlimited oxygen. It's like okay,
Yeah.
you know, like we all know, like you need that. Unlimited.
Right now, what would you have?
That's a tough one because it has to be. It's not time, right? So we're gonna say a commodity. Ah man.
He's looking.
Looking
He's
around the
thinking
room.
about it. He's thinking about it.
you know my idea is the best one. That's why I gave the best
He's thinking
answer.
about it.
Nobody wants to be out of toilet paper.
That is a good one.
Yeah.
Damn, this is actually hard. I had to think.
And Johnson's right. Just use a bidet.
All right, how about this?
Yeah.
I'll go unlimited seltzers because this shit's expensive and it's pretty good, and I
Oh,
drink.
dude,
I
so
already
good.
drink an unlimited amount, so
Yeah.
yeah.
What about you, Leslie?
I'm low IQ, so I'll say money.
Oh, come on. You can give us a better one.
I don't know. I mean, if you think about it, money does solve everything. But if there's something I could have unlimited, you can't say things like power, right? You need something that's tangible.
Right.
I would have unlimited. Shit, that's a, wait. Let me look around my room.
That's what I mean. Like it's hard. It's harder than you think.
Shit. Something unlimited. Oh god damn.
Two-faced. I can see that.
Oh, stop
Water?
it. Time is not like we can't say time, right? Because time is kind of it has to be tangible. Yeah.
Yeah, water could be a good one, right? Like if you're ever out of water anywhere, like you already like you look to the side and there's already like a cup of water there or something.
True.
Yeah.
True. And then you can turn water into whatever you want.
Yeah.
Or how about unlimited wheat? And then you can just turn it into beer. Or you can make it into flour.
Yeah. I guess you could.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense. Edibles, yeah. Edible stuff, I think.
Oh shit! Don't forget lube. Unlimited lube could be pretty
What?
good.
What do you? Did you just say that? Unlimited lube?
Yeah. It's a commodity. Well, I'm a guy with unlimited power. I'm gonna be jerking off a lot.
Okay, look, there a little bit, a little bit. Okay, all right, good one. Maybe there's I don't know that you need an unlimited amount of that because a little bit goes a long way, right? Like
How
I don't
much
know.
lube
You know,
do
actually,
use
I don't have a dick. So I don't know. I don't know how much you guys need. So never mind.
Yeah, because it gets into the philosophy of the coomer essentially, and how much you're gonna be cooming, and how much it affects your life and all that. So
I can't believe.
yeah, it's probably best to avoid it.
Wasn't there a guy who died because he masturbated too much in his day or something like that?
Maybe he dehydrated. I guess that's possible.
Yeah, or
think
he
he
got
got-
a blood clot or something.
He had burns on his hands and his,
Huh?
I think so. Wait, let me just fact check myself right
What?
now. I'm pretty sure I read about it many years ago. A guy dies from.
No way, dude. No
Oh, yeah.
way.
42
Brazilian-
times.
42 times, right?
Whoa.
I can't remember if there were burns or whatever.
Wait a minute. How they know it was 42?
I don't
dead.
know.
People in chat are saying spit, and I gotta say, look, I don't care. That shit's gross. You ever see somebody spit in their hands? Like, absolutely not. It's like, what is wrong with you people? Don't do that. Stop. Oh my god. Don't do it in
And I'm
front
like-
of your partner at least. If you're gonna do
Chat's,
that.
chat's like very upset. Like, oh, but, lube. I can't believe it's lube. It's like, all right, well, you give me an unlimited item that would be useful, an actual item, because we already have toilet paper.
Yeah.
We have water. What's chat think about this?
Cookies,
Weed? Oh, of course, the fucking drugs.
weed.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course chat would choose drugs.
Weed, dude.
Spit is great. Sometimes you want something smoother. Okay, look, dude, don't fucking spit in your hand in front of your wife. Don't do it, okay? I'm just saying.
Ooh, unlimited bandwidth. That's a good one.
Actually, yeah. I'll
That is a
accept
good
that.
one.
Actually, 5 hit. Like you see less people angry online because they don't lag anymore.
Yeah. Oh, I never got to ask you, Leslie. What weird subculture do you think is like the most toxic out of all of them?
Subculture. Weird. I think I don't find any subcultures particularly weird. Like what? Like, do you have any example?s like I could pick from?
So
that I might
Cherry's
have
answer
missed?
Cherry's answer was K-pop fans are a
Okay.
group of people that are really toxic. I
Fair
brought
enough.
up the people at Rainforest. I don't know if you've heard of Rainforest.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's like a
I've never
convention.
heard of. Okay.
I put the nuggies in the oven. QAnon. Okay. What was yours, Nate? Did you ever answer that one?
Yeah, I said I was gonna say like the thin blue line people, but then oh my god, I
Oh,
forget the answer.
you know what? There's the DDLG people, man. They always take that shit and they put it out in public, and it's like, bro, nobody else is forcing everybody else to like see their fetish. Like, just can you chill? Like, I don't want to see your fetish in public. I don't know. So
Oh, I also say like beer snobs, like beer people, certain ones. Not because I like beer, but the problem in America was they went crazy with IPAs. So like the India Pale Ale like pushed out everything. So like you can barely find like a stout or a good lager or like like a uniquely brewed one. You either get something that's like mass produced, or when you go to a bar, even if it's like even if it's like a bar with a lot of different choices like on tap, it's always like triple IPA, double IPA, this IPA, that. And
Yeah.
I'm like, they're good, but they took over. So to me, the IPA hipster is an annoying subculture. I like all the other beers though, and that's why I want like a variety. I want like diversity, and to me, like they're my enemy.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, definitely. I could see
I,
that.
I think in Singapore, right, because we're kind of like multiracial, multi-religious, right? So the way we are kind of brought up is that we are supposed to be accepting of everything. So we don't really particularly hate on not really, okay, hate's a strong word. We don't particularly dislike a certain subculture, where we just embrace it, right? Obviously, there are some that are a bit weird and toxic. Okay, toxic maybe not, but weird. Like, like you said, that like in America you have the beer people and all that. I don't think we can't call it a culture because there aren't enough people to, to embrace it, to consider it a culture. Because like it's just not that big here in Singapore. We don't really have those. I mean, if you say like what Chaeiry said, there are the K-pop people definitely, and then there are people who are really into Japanese culture. Like we do have those people as well, but they are not particularly like I think they're okay. Like it's okay to be passionate about something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's just when it gets annoying, specifically like there are certain like these fetish people, and like they just put their shit, they're forcing their kink on everybody else around them. Like, bro, we didn't ask that. Like, I didn't want to think about that even today. Like, I don't know, but yeah.
If they do it, just ask them. Any Oscars? Any Oscars? What do you think about? Wait, what's sounding?
Oh no, please. No, that's so bad. No, don't Google it. Don't Google it, Leslie NGGD. Please don't. Please don't. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Please don't.
Oh,
Oh my god, dude. Fucking hell. God damn it. I tried to save you.
No, it's fine. I've heard about it. I just don't know the term. Like, have you guys ever been to Japan?
No.
No.
No, I've
What
never
about
been.
Star? No. So I've been to Japan, right? So they have sex shops and things like that. I have visited one. So they actually do have but things for what Johnson was saying. And I asked my friend, hey, what's this for? I said, oh, they take the thing and they, that. I'm like, wait, what? Like it was a bit of a shock at the in the beginning. After I was like, oh yeah, okay. When you read about this, cool,
It doesn't
cool.
comfortable, but
Huh.
also, stars. I had to ask you about this. I saw this picture. I'm gonna link it.
Okay.
Mhm.
I don't
What are you
understand a couple of these search terms
Where? Let me see.
Which ones?
in the group chat. These are the top relative searches by women according to Pornhub, and a lot of them. Okay, whatever. Because we're talking about fetishes or whatever. What the
Uh-huh.
fuck are people searching cities for? Like Pennsylvania says the search term is Philly. Wisconsin says Milwaukee. Nevada says Las Vegas. I don't understand what porn category cities are.
Oh, maybe it's they're looking for local porn stars.
Oh, possibly.
Wow. Okay, that makes more sense because like no
Yeah.
one was ever like explaining it to me. I'm
What
like,
is it with dudes knowing the first and last names of every porn star? That's so strange to me. I just I don't want to know these people that personally. I don't get it.
yeah, I don't really know too many of them. Like maybe when I was younger, I did, but like all that's just like everyone is probably gone by this point. Yeah, Yeah, I don't care. This nowadays, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, but there are people who do. They have like a whole mental like library.
That's
Yep.
so crazy.
I mean, if you spend enough time and effort into it, you know.
Yeah.
I can see if you have a couple people like your go-to, uh, your bottom B, so to speak, that you know it's always gonna work for you. I can see like why you would remember that person, but like there's just trillions of fucking gigabytes of fucking porn out there, and like how much are you really gonna commit to memory? You know, like is that
Yeah.
even smart?
So
It's-
I'm really
it's-
concerned by this map. Sorry, go. What were you saying, Leslie?
No, it's fine. Just it's nothing.
Are you sure?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, I'm
David.
very concerned about the very top here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Maine?
Me?
Yeah.
Glory hole.
Oh,
Yeah. Why is that the top trending? There.
Well, it's compared to women elsewhere in the United States, so like it's probably something in comparison. Maybe it's just a higher frequency of that. I don't know.
yeah.
Because women
Oh,
really
in
want to.
comparison. Okay. I mean,
Yeah. See, like it's just compared to other women. It's not like the total overall, like search terms. I'm sure if you went just by total overall, it would probably be like similar, in each state.
It's Navajo. Is it pronounced Navajo?
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what in the world is that? Is it a place?
It's a reference. It's a name of indigenous people who used to live. Well, who used to before America put them in reservations. Who used to live
Yeah.
in the United States.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, this is interesting. We don't have things like that because Pornhub is blocked in Singapore.
Oh man.
It's actually blocked. Like
Sorry.
there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that are not allowed, in here. So, recently, wait, can I talk about it? Yeah, I think I can. I can. So, like, OnlyFans.
Yeah.
So apparently in Singapore we don't allow production of porn and things like that. So apparently, there's this guy who might get sued in the court
Wow.
of law because because he's on OnlyFans and there are investigations going on and shit like that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Are you gonna get in
Yeah.
trouble by like talking about this stuff?
No, I don't think I will
Okay.
I hope
because I didn't name the. I mean, okay, we kind of know who it is, but
Yeah.
just to answer abstract, right? Gum. Okay, there's a common misconception. So, gum is actually allowed in Singapore. Like you can have gum and you can chew it. It's just that you're not allowed to sell it. So all the gum you own should be for personal consumption. And the story goes that why they don't allow gum and things like that is apparently because in Singapore the train doors, right, they're all automated and they have sensors. So apparently what they said was one guy some guy stuck gum on one of the sensors and the trains just didn't move.
Oh.
That was what they said. How true? I'm not sure how true it is, but yeah. But you can actually chew gum in Singapore. So if you guys ever come, don't worry. It's okay. You can chew. Just don't sell it. Just don't sell it and you're okay.
Saw my Lucy Wrigley's. Yeah. Also, I saw a story. This is a while ago, but like, are there gangs of otters that run around in Singapore and like have
Oh yeah.
metaphors? That's pretty cool.
They are they're kind of like icons of the area. Like people actually do camp and wait for them, and they
Wow.
do take photos of them. They're really really cute. Like they just I think there was a fight between two families of otters and people just they literally took photos of that. Like there's a standoff or something like that.
I think it's awesome. It's like a mystical event. Like these
Yeah.
families of otters, and like apparently they keep track of them like they're in these like tribes or something or like family. Yeah.
It's very different for us because as you know, Singapore is pretty urban, right? So we don't have like a lot of forests and things like that. So the smallest things that are related to nature just blows our mind. We're like, oh shit, otters, dude. And I'm like, oh no. And then when you see a snake or whatever, and then like, oh shit, it's a snake, and things like that. because we're very urban in that sense, and then if there's a random snake in near my apartment, I'm like, oh shit, wait, where did that come from?
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That's
Yeah,
so crazy.
it's very different here. Like the experiences we have here is probably very, very different from what you guys have there. Like, schools and things like that. The way they
Yeah.
teach in schools is very different as well.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it different?
I think, well, based on what I know, right, I might be wrong, so please correct me. So in the US, they usually value you guys are very open about it, right? So you can learn whatever you want. It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
it can be art or things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And then your in some ways it's a lot easier for you guys to be expressive,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
In some ways. Whereas in Singapore it's just like, okay, you have to be good at math, you have to be good at science, there's very
Yeah.
it's very limited. At least during my time, it's very limited.
Yeah.
Like you're pushed towards a certain way of studying and all that.
Yeah.
So in a way, it's I think it's called rote learning, if I'm not wrong. So you just read, you just learn everything, and then when the exams comes up, you just come out and just vomit everything that you just
Yeah.
you just read about. Whereas in the US, it's a bit different, I think. So in that way, our education system is really they just push you towards very I think like it's what's considered to you guys as very Asian jobs, like lawyers, engineers, and things like that. So that's how we are, but if you look at the arts and things like that, it's very hard, especially in Singapore, even sports actually,
Oh,
to
wow.
succeed, because there's
Yeah.
just no infrastructure for it here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, even the artists here are. I would say most of them are probably struggling, and then they go to college, and they probably are in a lot of debt, and you can express yourself, but you are crushed basically, and that's like the price of it. Now, some people do get famous or they get rich enough, but I would say like the liberal arts here, like you can technically do it, but you are kind of
It's-
pressured to do something that's more money making, like you're saying, like engineer.
Mm. And I think like culturally, in terms of culture, it's very different here as well. Because like for you guys, your parents will probably ask you to move out when you're like 18 or things like that, right? Just go out there and live on your own.
I know a
I'm
lot
not
of
sure, is that
American
right?
families. A lot of American families are like that. Yeah.
So in Singapore, that literally doesn't happen.
Wow.
It literally does not happen at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the past, yeah, I suppose those things usually happen, but here it's never ever happened. Like the values are very different.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
I think
but,
those
like,
have changed recently. So.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's changing. Like my dad, like for example, he was like 17 or 18 in like the 60s, and boom, as soon as he like turned 18, like he was gone. Just like, and back then you could afford like a car, you could go to school. He's paying like nothing to go to college. Like
Yeah.
it's like $50 or something, like a year, something crazy low.
Yeah.
And he was getting jobs in labs that like today you need PhDs for, but he was just like reply to an ad in the newspaper, and like you'd be working at like University of Pennsylvania, like an Ivy League school. He'd be like, yeah, I'm just some dude from Philadelphia. Okay, they give him a job. And
Well,
nowadays it's like you need lots of qualifications, but like you're saying,
Yep.
like it used to be the expectation. Now it's like people are either very they don't have a good stable living, they're very precarious, maybe they're doing a lot of gig work, and it's very like a lot of fluctuations, and they don't have enough to put like a down payment on a house or something, or even to afford apartments. So you either have to live with, like a ton of roommates, or a lot of people, they just like live with their parents and either like save or try to get better jobs, try to work your way up and all that. So there's still probably like people want to move out, but they just can't in a lot of cases, I think.
okay. That makes sense. How much is it usually for like college right now in the US? You guys have any idea?
There's a range. So if we're not talking about like any kind of scholarship or any kind of assistance, if you're in a state, it's generally cheaper. So if you live in New York, if you go to a New York State school, you get a little bit of a discount. But if you go to like a private school, and there are a lot of private schools, like you can get, I've heard of horror stories of people getting 6 figures of debt for like a 4-year Bachelor of Arts,
Yeah.
So I would say like even the state schools now are very expensive. You can kind of find some affordable community colleges, which you can get like an associate's degree, 2-year, but you're looking at like high 5 figures a lot of times. So like could be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 for like a 4-year, a 4-year education.
Oh wow, that's really, oh my god, dude. It's a lot cheaper in Singapore. Like I think there are a lot of subsidies in place. So like I think fees probably went up already, right? So during my time is about so they're 4K a sem, right? So 4K is 8K, 8 times 4 for bachelors. It's about 32,000 because there are a lot of subsidies in Singapore, and most of our like there are only like 4 or 5 colleges here. All right, they are like fully recognized, like public kind, and it's about there. Like, it's very very cheap because it's very different here. Like they really do subsidize quite a fair bit. Like even in I think for you guys it's called like high school, and before high school, whatever that's called elementary, right? I'm not even sure how much it costs for you guys, but it's like $10 for us.
It depends on if you go to a public school or private school. So I know for public schools, it comes out of the taxes. Yeah. Private schools can be very expensive though. So.
True. I think that should be the same for everywhere. Like private is always expensive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like generally speaking, it's a good idea. Like what Singapore does, at least. I mean, I'm not saying like that's perfect, but you do want to subsidize people learning and like improving themselves because like you're either making, if you need more skilled people to draw on, or people want to better their lives, it's just easier to do it. In America, you basically, like if I want to go do an advanced degree or something, unless I'm like really in the top getting scholarships and things like that, like it's gonna cost you money. Like you have to go into debt to do it. So you basically like all the risk is put on the person, and of course you don't know if you're gonna get a job after school, and especially in the thing that you tried to specialize in. So if you could just constantly go to school and retool and refigure out like what you want to do, it would probably be better, obviously. But in the course in America, we're a business, pull yourself up by your bootstrap kind of place. You know what I mean? Like the colleges are businesses essentially.
Crazy though. Like it's so different. Like you don't hear about it in the news and things like that, but when it comes to somebody, it's just it hits different. It hits very very different.
Yeah. K-12 public schools spend $12,624 per pupil per year. Wow.
Wait,
I didn't know
what?
that. Wow.
I'm sure it's more. I'm sure it's more in like certain states.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, definitely. Ban the First Amendment. Huh?
People barely use their rights anyway. Like, if you look at the Constitution, like, I don't know. To me, Americans are very like beaten down kind of people who like they talk a big fucking game. One of the annoying subcultures actually I was going to bring up was sometimes I go to the gym and I see people come in. This guy came in, one of those. He's got like the Punisher thin blue line, like American flag kind of shirt, and it's literally there's like a saying on it. It's like I'll be dead if you ever try to take my guns or something, and just some stupid ass like line like that. And he's got his kid in there, some child that he's with, like, and the kid's like running around in the gym. The dude's just like being an irresponsible. The kid's like he put the treadmill up to like the fastest speed, and it's like a child, like an 8-year-old, trying to run as fast as they can. He's just sitting there, not even looking, like on his fucking phone.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, I was like, it's just an irresponsible parent. Yeah, but like Americans, they talk a big game about like their rights and standing up for this or that, but they don't really do it. To be honest, they don't really. How many people do you know in real life who spend time criticizing the government in the United States, even though you have all these rights? You can say whatever you want about the government, like nobody.
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's like people say, oh, other countries would die to have these rights. It's like I don't know. Like look at Singapore. At least you can't change the political system, so there's no point wasting time talking about it. Here we pretend that the Republicans and the Democrats, and we can elect this and elect that. Honestly, like, give me the one-party system at this point. I don't even care. I don't care. Like,
Wow.
American politics is
Pretty
it's like
radical,
garbage.
huh?
Well, it's. I mean, I usually tend to not talk about politics, but I think like at least what I've observed between my friends, at least because their political views have kind of changed. Like in the past, it's always one party, but nowadays, in Parliament, the government. There's been a change. Like there are actually more people coming in from the other party, to the point where I think they have actually announced that we have a proper opposition per se. like they have a
Wow.
leader of the opposition. Yeah,
Wow.
so there have been some changes.
Huh.
Yeah. So I mean, whether if it's a good thing or not, I'm not too sure. But of course, people are saying that, at least there are people, in the government trying to keep the one party in check. Which in theory it does sound pretty okay.
Yeah, because I don't know, because like me and Vaush and were saying earlier, it's just very hard to get the kinds of changes people would benefit from here. There's a lot of powerful interests, and at the end of the day, like some people are more equal than others, in America. So I don't know, but yeah. At any rate, I didn't realize it was this late, but it is like 12:30, and I do have to peace out.
Right.
But I want to say it was nice meeting you, Leslie, and Stardust. It's always fun to be on the panels, and
Thank you for
First time
joining.
Meet you too.
first time I talked to Vaush too, so that was pretty interesting. So
Yeah. I always appreciate you guys helping me. People in chat, please check out Nate. He has a YouTube. And yeah, you should check him out because he does some dank videos. So
yeah. Don't watch the latest one because it was about philosophers on Twitch, and I was like mean to them. So if you like that kind of stuff, don't watch that one.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Damn.
Oh,
This
COVID.
I guess it might be ending early tonight. I'm not sure yet. So yeah.
Seems like it.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for joining. I hope it wasn't too crazy for you. I know it can be intense. So.
Well, I was promised chaos, so I kind of got what I was promised. I just said that like, cool.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh.
Time for platonic boyfriend quiz. Wait, what? Wait, sorry, there are planes flying around.
Oh
Not sure if you
yeah,
can hear them.
they. I was joking around with chat, like, you know how streamers do like boyfriend applications. What if I just do platonic friend applications, right? Because I don't, I don't want that attached to it. If I just do that
Sure.
with chat instead of boyfriend app, it's just platonic friend. Very platonic. Yeah.
Why don't we do it now then? Since it's just.
I need to make the questions for it, and honestly, I've been so bad at
okay.
making the questions for it. But hey, if you want to apply, I'll send it to you. So, yeah.
Sure, you can just show chat my response then.
Yeah,
Alright, so-
yeah. So,
So I suppose you're kind of. If you're done for today, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thanks.
yeah. Thanks for joining, and
It's kind of.
hopefully the
It's
next one.
eye-opening. Yeah, it's
Hopefully the next-
eye-opening. I'm just like.
Well, you gave us a lot of insight too. It's good to get somebody else's perspective, like from the outside, right? A lot of us can get so involved in our own space and our own location, we don't even think about the broader picture. So I think it was really good to get your input on stuff. Hopefully the next one you come to, won't be as political. We'll just have fun. But yeah, this this happens sometimes. So
Wait,
yeah.
I do have a question though.
Yeah.
Where did you get that sweet necklace from?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
From Amazon. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. It's
All right. Cool.
It's fake pearls. It's fake. Or is it? Probably.
Damn. All right. Okay, I think I'm gonna head off first. Thanks for having me again. Yep,
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Bye.
guys, go check
Bye,
out
chat.
Leslie.
Bye bye. Have a good
Please
one.
check out Leslie. Leslie
a good
NGGG.
one.
By far
night.
one of the most entertaining people I've watched. So
Right. Bye bye.
see ya.